Hello, hello. Hey there, everybody. Welcome to the stream, I guess. Okay, I thought I was prepared. I'm missing two things. Let me quickly, while people maybe roll in, get things prepared. And specifically getting 2 extra views by watching my stream both on my phone and on my computer. Over. He's live. Hello, Austin. Yeah, I'm accidentally started a lot later today than I had intended, but that is okay. We are starting now. Things got in the way, but that's all right. Now, with other school stuff primarily, but okay. So let me take these off. Yeah. Okay. So welcome back to our cool pathfinding algorithm thing. So let's verify that everything is still working the way I think it is. By first, well, basically, I have to make the environment kind of what I had it as before. Ideally, I'd like to eventually get like the AI to kind of be able to run around in the environment that you just saw a moment ago. Well, actually, more so, I'd like to make a better test environment, but we'll get there. So, if this works the way I think it does, we got our little AI character. We're running away. And, I forgot how cool this is. Oh, that's actually working. There he goes. He's trying. Come here, you. Yeah. Now, one thing I do have to kind of figure out how I'm going to actually make happen is how we can actually catch the AI. Because right now, it's almost too good. Right now, it has a slower movement speed than the player. If it had a lower movement speed than the player, then we can catch up, no problem. We can run away, no problem. I would like to, best case scenario is that I would like it to work even with, be able to play tag with you and the AI having the same movement speed and somehow make that work, where the player does need a little bit of an advantage somehow for it to make sense. We'll figure that out. If I can just tag the AI. So he runs away. If I can touch him. Another thing I think I need to do based on what I'm seeing here is just that have maybe a bit of a closer range of what counts as touching the AI. Right now I have an actual it being an on collision enter thing. Okay, now he's chasing us. It still creeps me out. Is it the eye thing on the front? Oh, I didn't mean to fall off the map. No. There's still something I don't know if it is just because of the character, but there's something unsettling about it chasing you. But also, okay. I need to do this kind of manually through code because I can't catch him. So 2 things. 1, it's almost like he's too good, 1. And 2, he needs to, as I just said, I think I need maybe a little bit of a wider radius for actually having the tag happen. But we'll see. I kind of want to, before I try fine-tuning stuff like that, I want to... 2 things on the agenda for today. 1, if you look at the title, making AI that can jump. That's one thing I'd like to do. Set up some actual blocks in this environment and get our super duper amazing pathfinding system to work with jumping and platforms and all that. So that's one thing on the to-do list. And then I want to once that's functional, make a better environment to actually be running around, because, yeah. Now, right away, without even doing jumping, the AI controller thing, pathfinding thing, should work if I had verticality, and I had slopes and falling off of stuff. Conceptually, because I built the pathfinding in a way, thinking of the future of where I was going towards, that should work. It should already be able to handle that if I made an environment like that. But it won't be able to handle gaps. The player can, and I think setting up the AI to do that will be easy. Actually, I made this in a way that it should be, it'll be comically easy to set up the jumping. It might sound like it's going to be a hard thing to do, but I think, I should correct myself. Getting it to happen initially will be easy. Fine-tuning it will be maybe a bit more difficult, but so let me also just the the chasing the AI chasing me also does work. But anyway, so pathfinding goes off of all these objects. So I almost want to. Maybe actually, I'm gonna change my mind on something. Not change my mind, just do things in a different order than what I said. So, looks really good? Yeah, I think so. And like the framework is there for it to look even better once like I have a better environment. This should, as I said, it can support a really complicated level of that is all no jumping, like having slopes going up, down, falling off platforms as long as you don't jump. The AI should be able to navigate all of that the way that this is right now. But I would like it to then be able to do jumping and then design a test level that has actual jumping kind of verticality. Makes sense? So I also wanted to... Okay, so let me also bring back up... well, one, I guess just as a bit of a recap thing. This is the requirements of what the project absolutely has to have. I'm going to get the timer thing, the actual score thing. I'll do that more later once I have a test environment more set up. And then this is all our planning of ideas for things. One thing we're particularly fleshing out is level mechanic ideas of what things we might have in the level. But the first thing we can do is the jumping and all that. So I also wanted to at some point kind of make almost like a roadmap of like what exactly we need to make for this project for different stages. I'm not going to say all the way right to the end, but in the immediate future of this stream in particular, I suppose. Well, I want to get AI jumping. That's our, I'm going to say, goal for today. See if we can get that working. But I was going to do this after, but I think I'm going to change my mind right now and do this before, is I want to design new test level verticality plus gaps. Plus, like, actually having, like, well, just walls and stuff. But yeah, that's the main thing that this will have. So this isn't going to be a level in the actual game. It's just going to be a better test environment than what we got going on right now that actually has maybe different levels that you go up and down. Not levels as in, like, game levels, but levels as in, like building levels. Like, you know, going up, down is what I mean. Gaps to jump across, like, or gaps to jump across, or even, like, you know, blocks to jump up on top of. So, plus, let's say, just say jumping. So I want to design this first, and that'll give us a better place to test out all the AI jumping, to be able to kind of test all the use cases of the different scenarios where an AI might need to jump, that hopefully we'll be able to deal with all of them. My basic idea, actually, if I were to set this up really simply, is that if I, let's say, have a cube over here, let's pretend this is a cube. We already mapped out that the, actually, like this. We have this cube, this pathfinding on. You know, maybe I do the jumping first, actually, because I can literally do it here, like this, using this object to test. Actually, no, that'll be hard to test with. Okay. Come on, give me, I want this pathfinding object. Almost actually I'm tempted to maybe duplicate the scene, because I like having this grid test level. If I'm now about to be changing it, I'm actually almost, I can't, yeah, I'm going to do that, I think. I'm going to, as a temporary thing, let me go, like, grid testing. This also, maybe there might be a point where this breaks, but for now it can allow us to then, like, almost look back on our different things. Because you'll notice I keep kind of going back and forth with different things I'm trying to test, and that requires me to keep hiding and unhiding game objects. Instead, sort of keeping this as like a freeze frame of what the project looked like at this point in time, to a degree, or something to kind of go back to. And also, as new people come in the stream, I can show off where things have been going and where all that. So this is grid testing. So I also want to first do two things, actually. Duplicate this and go move testing. Go into this one and make this environment again. And get rid of the AI. Kind of back up a little bit. So bring back all this. So just back when we had like this environment that we can run around. And one also change I meant to make, because I did this in play mode and then never undid it, is that oh wait, no. Oh no, this is fine. Hold on. If I hide this, distance from here to here is 8 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, back. No. I know already that this is 10. No, yeah, that's 7. So, going to take this just 8 units. Okay. 8 units out, something like that, yeah. Okay, so this, to what this represents here is, for the player, this is the maximum distance they can jump horizontally. They can easily, this is an easy jump. This is like, this might be a more standard jump distance. But this is like their absolute maximum. They can, we saw from our testing that they can just barely, it's really hard to do, make a pixel perfect 9-unit jump. So I want to intentionally not have any jumps of that exact distance. But then they definitely can't make a 10-unit jump. So that's that. Now, what if we had like more like verticality in the jumps, like, you know, trying to do something like this, or, you know, they jump down to something like this, then things change like that. But just on flat level, they can jump 8 blocks out. They can't jump 10, and they can jump 2 blocks up. They can't jump 3. So we did that kind of intentionally so that when we're designing levels, it becomes easier to. I don't have to test the player like with every single jump that I make. I can just know that when I'm making it, just make them no more than like 8 blocks out, 2 blocks high, blah, blah, blah. And then I can be confident that the player will make that jump. And then I test it all at once and then fine tune it as I need to, I suppose. That's the plan anyway. And also actually, I raised those up, didn't mean to. I mean also actually just move this. Not that this really matters, but okay. Right, so actually I'm going to make this like 4 just because I can. No real reason. Do it in level design where I do not need to do that. Okay, let me unhide this. So in this scene, because this is just my move testing, I'm going to get rid of the AI here. Yeah, get rid of the AI, get rid of the pathfinding objects, just in this scene. So now, and then move the player up. Or move the player over, you're high in the sky. Put you over here, basically. Let's go 2, so you drop a little bit. That's 0 and -30. Okay, let me just test that this is working. I believe it should be. The player, yeah, nothing with the player is any way dependent on the AI. Like the player can exist without the AI. It doesn't have everything break. The other side of that though is the AI does not exist. The AI can't exist without the player right now. Alrighty, I have a drink, just day, I'm feeling energized, so it's time to hit the boosters. I'm gonna get so much done my game. Glad to hear it, good luck. Yeah, you were making, I'm hoping to do the same. And yeah, you were making this, your character controller, like, interacting with things and all that stuff. Having a gun, being able to pick that up, was really cool. Best of luck with that. Hopefully we can both make some cool progress today. I'm thinking so, hopefully. We did a lot of like our AI programming stuff, like with the intention of like what it was going to become, having that in mind. So now, like even though it may not look like we've done a lot yet, I mean the pathfinding thing is a lot. It's really complicated to be able to scale up for what I'm actually going to be using it for, ideally. So yeah, that's that. Now, I don't know. I have no reason to really make like these like small tweaks in this environment. I just because I can. I don't know at what point we are going to make the like do more like polished things, like actually putting in like a human character and all that. I would like to, I think, do that sooner than I probably normally would if I was making a game like just on my own, because this is, you know, I'm streaming this or whatever. I think putting in some fancier art might be a good thing to do a bit sooner than later, I guess, just because then it makes the stream look better, and then, you know, people scrolling through Twitch, they see like the thumbnail, it's like, whoa, look at this cool post-processing stuff, just from a out of context screenshot could lead more people to checking out the stream, so that would be a good thing to do. But we're not doing that yet. So this is our move testing, and then we got our grid testing. Let me make sure that this is still working. It should be. Yeah, it runs away and all that. Cool. I see. Okay, right now to change who's it and who's not it, I have to go on like both the player and AI and change one or the other. Maybe eventually I'll set up more of like a global thing that keeps track of who's it or not. But right now though, the problem with that though is that if I do it through a global, like a single object, I don't want that to be a Boolean, even though here it can be, because I want to have the potential. I'm trying to do certain things in mind with the potential of having like multiple AIs or like if there's multiple players or whatever. Try not to like lock things in too much with the assumption that there's only the two of them. For the most part, it will just be the two, the one player and the one AI. But it would be really cool if after I kind of get all this working, if I could just duplicate the AI. Now there's two AIs and a player, and that just like works with little effort. So I'm trying to purposely have certain design decisions to make that possible. And one of those is, having each character keep track of whether it's it or not. If I have a global, like, object that is keeping track of who is it, it would have to be something that can be more than two things. That can scale depending on how many different characters there are. Oh, do you believe in aliens? Weird random question, but I was looking at this post and made me curious and wanted to ask you your opinion. Interesting. Yes. So, I've taken some... the short answer is yes, but I can ramble more on that. More so just... Okay, so I've studied, like, a lot of astronomy... Well, I've studied a decent amount of astronomy stuff in, like, school, which was really cool. Well, that class was a year-long first-year class. Oh, players up a lot more than they should be. It was a first-year class that was a lot... mainly just, like, memorizing space facts to a degree. But, let me just do stuff while I'm talking. But short answer, yes, I'd say I do. And not just that, more so like, okay, let me back this up. I don't believe that, like, that aliens have, I don't believe the right word, that aliens have been to Earth and, like, that whole stuff. Oh, aliens built the pyramids, that stuff. I don't believe that, but I do think that I am confident of the possibility of that Earth and humans aren't like the only life in the entire universe. Put it that way. I'm struggling to say the things I want to say, I guess, but I trying to figure out how I'm kind of formulating this in my head. But more so like just looking at the astronomical like low chance of the entire universe. How absolutely massive it is that we are the only life in the entirety of it. Like, the odds of that are so low. Although technically, like a non 0% chance, but is a really low chance of us being the only life anywhere. Especially it could be a thing that we are the only life right now, but in the next few million years, next few billion years of like the grand scheme of the universe, life developing on other planets could also happen. Or maybe like other planets, life developing on other planets like billion years ago, and then maybe they've died out. And that could have happened. I mean, there's theories of life on Earth potentially that's starting from we used to be on Venus or Mars or whatever, and then came or whatever conspiracy theories you want to go down. But ever heard of the Fermi paradox? I think it's called. Yes, and I had to know the different parts of that for a test in that astronomy class. So I couldn't tell you right now, but I'm aware of it and had to know it at one point through school. But yeah, that's this equation. Oh dang, lol. Yeah. And I had to memorize constellations, I guess was one thing. One really funny thing in that class was that so one small thing is that we had to memorize all the constellations, not all of them, the ones that are the astronomical signs and Big Dipper, Little Dipper. There's a few others. Most of it, I guess, would be the common constellations, I guess. Is my camera good? Oops, I think I bumped my camera. Should be turned a little bit more. Wait, hold on. Adjust this. Well, not that it matters too much. But, what was I saying? I forget, but... Oh, no, this class. The constellations thing. So one thing we were told is that on the final exam, there'd be one question that would be a multiple choice thing of, here's a picture of two different constellations. Identify both of them in multiple choice questions. And so I was I want to make sure I get that question specifically right. It's easy, guaranteed free mark if I just make sure I know these however many constellations I had to memorize. And then I did that, and then the test comes, and then different people got different versions of the test, but mine, the one in the picture, was the Big Dipper, and I had to hold in laughter in the middle of an exam room, and it was really funny to me. It's just like and if you don't know anything about astronomy, the Big Dipper is the easiest constellation to recognize. So yeah. What do you think about all the UFOs videos that the Pentagon has been releasing? I haven't seen those. So I don't know. I guess I can't commentate on that stuff. I guess it's not like it's not impossible that there's been no alien life on Earth or whatever, but I don't know. What I don't believe is the possibility of, like, if all the governments everywhere on the world know that aliens exist and are hiding it from the public or whatever, governments in different countries strongly disagree with each other, like, in, like, wars going on, blah, 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 blah. They're going to have all that, but, like, they're not going to... But aliens, yeah, we got to work together on that to make sure nobody knows about this. I don't know. That, like... yeah, I'm not, like, I don't know, wording my thoughts correctly, but, like, I don't know. But UFO videos the Pentagon has been releasing. One other thing in terms of... So, UFO just stands for Unidentified Flying Object. It doesn't have to mean aliens. It's just something, it was flying... We don't know what it is, but it could be, you know, some guy's drone that, like, he made, that they just, oh, that's what it was, okay. So that's one thing. But I don't believe that it's UFOs, but I also really doubt that it's another nation's technology. So I don't even know. I mean, yes, the one thing is that sometimes this stuff can just be, like, you know, one guy that, like, did this thing. Like, remember a while back, there was these, like, the monoliths. I don't know if you remember the monoliths that just were appearing in, like, different places in the world. Those were just people that did that. Just, like, a few people. I forget all that. I haven't looked into that, like, for a while, but I do remember it eventually came out that it was just some dudes that, I don't know about all of them, but one of them specifically was just some people that just made it and put it there, and then that became a big thing. So, like, that can totally, you know, happen again and again with just different people making things that, like, the government sees and just doesn't know what it is. Not government, like any people. So that, you know, can happen. I don't think that's you. Wait. Oh, you gotta watch the videos, because I mean those things were zooming. I mean straight zooming. Okay, fair enough. Well, I can check out that stuff at some point. I mean, not right now in the middle of a stream, but no, I hadn't. I think maybe I heard a little bit about this, but I definitely haven't looked into it. I maybe should have, but whatever. But I mean, we also have, like, I mean, the stuff that, like, the man-made stuff that we know, like, you know, exists right now can be really fast. Like, you know, so I mean, there is that. I don't know. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it could, yeah, it could be theoretically possible, I suppose, that there could be aliens that have reached Earth or whatever. It just is very, based on my understanding and what I think to be the global consensus of understanding of technology, it seems very unlikely, I guess, considering, well, even humans, we can't even break the the light barrier. So, I mean, like, we haven't, like, I mean, okay. Like, relativity kind of says that, like, you can't have anything move faster than the speed of light, but then as you approach the speed of light, then time does weird things that could eventually lead to a thing that's, like, relatively you're kind of moving faster than the speed of light to some other frame of reference. But yeah, I don't know. So, but to some degree, either if for aliens to reach Earth, either something has to be moving, relatively speaking, faster than the speed of light, which maybe there'll be some breakthroughs, blah, blah, blah. There has been cases before where there's been things that we're so sure that this thing is impossible, and then later they discover it is possible. In fact, there was a thing a little bit ago of, I think was it Harvard students, maybe? Someone that, like, proposed some model of, like, hey, we've maybe found a way to potentially break the sound barrier, but I don't think that went anywhere. I think that it ended up being, not debunked, but, well, they realized, something happened, they realized it wasn't going to actually work, or something like that, but it could still happen in the future for all we know. I mean, that was like a proposed potential idea. Just more if that stuff happens, then who knows. So either like through faster than light travel, or just straight up teleporting in wormholes and all that sort of stuff. Which, I mean, just because it leans on sci-fi doesn't mean that it's not has no chance of ever being possible ever. But I mean, there's like the internet as a concept, like 100 years ago, trying to explain to someone 100 years ago the concept of like the internet, would sound super sci-fi to them. So who knows where technology is gonna go or whatever. But I also heard this really scary explanation on the Fermi paradox, where like why we haven't seen any alien life. It goes like where new visitors in the sea and you see no fish around, but just think maybe they're hiding from you, when in reality, they don't want to be seen by something else. Ooh, yeah, that could be a thing, perhaps. I mean, that's another interesting thing. Well, another thing just in general, that we have such a, we have such a small understanding of our own ocean, where like there's potentially tons of life in the ocean that we haven't discovered yet, even here on Earth. And then even with finding other planets, like, I mean, there's like definitely like I think the technology used to even like to see and study other planets out there like needs to develop more. I guess also just more time passing of seeing like how that stuff moves or whatever. Another thing that's interesting to think about, that's a really like weird mind bending thing, is just with the way that light works, how light travels. If you look up in the night sky and you see a star, and that star is 13 light years away, that means that, that's right, let's go like 13 million light years away, you are seeing that light as it was 13 million years ago. Oh, yep, seeing the past? Yeah. So that's another thing, which then means that like if, how long ago was the dinosaurs? Hold on, I don't want to say something that I know will be incorrect. I'm pretty sure, but I feel like I'm going to say and be wrong. How long ago was the dinosaurs, or the Jurassic era, whatever, blah, blah, blah. 280 to 230 million years ago. So if there's a planet out there with aliens that are 230 million light years away, and they're all super advanced, and they look in the direction of Earth, they would be potentially seeing dinosaurs. They would not be seeing humans. So that's another thing. And another thing with dinosaurs is another interesting thing, is that dinosaurs have been on Earth longer than humans have. Modern day humans or whatever. Dinosaurs have, like the time frame of dinosaurs beginning to end to extinction, the timeline of modern humans to now. Yeah, dinosaurs were around longer than we have been so far, I guess. I mean, you could go like back. Like, when I say modern day humans, if you bend that definition, include like Neanderthals, and like you go back to monkeys and apes in general. But like then you can stretch that. But I guess I think that's really cool. Yeah, so hopefully that protects us from some mean aliens finding out we exist. I guess, that is the other, the scary thing potentially of, the finding aliens that are more advanced than us, and that being a problem. But then there is the other side of that, of potentially finding aliens that are not as advanced as us, like that are in the equivalent of like how we were a million years ago. And we don't run into an Independence Day situation. Yeah, but I mean that also requires getting to that point of that technology even being able to exist. Like, well, I mean, who knows where the next, like, I don't know, 100 years will take us in terms of, like, what humans can make. But another thing that's also a thing, I guess, is just, even if we were to find out that aliens existed, doesn't mean that, like, we'll be able to, like, understand them. You're also assuming that you're having alien life to the same sentient level as humans. Like, you could... what would even be like another, I think a bare minimum like breakthrough for science is finding that on another planet life exists, but it's just like the equivalent of like bacteria on like single-celled organisms. Even discovering if like that existed on another planet, that would be Technically, that would count. That would count as life exists on another planet, but we haven't done that yet either. But I mean, it's really hard for us to be able to look at a planet like bajillion light years away and being able to see, like, being able to identify a microscopic organism on another planet. I'm pretty sure our technology isn't at that level yet, with the exclusion of maybe planets in our solar system. But yeah, and then there's also the potential that I know that there's all these certain things that we lucked out as humans on Earth to be able to have like everything exactly as it needed to be for humans to be able to exist, or even life in general exist on Earth. It needed to be like a certain distance from the sun, having all this blah blah blah. To some degree, and we are carbon-based life forms or whatever. It could be possible that like you have alien or like light. Okay, I shouldn't say alien, just life in general. Let's say life in general on another planet that's more, I don't know. I'm going to say that functions very differently than how life on Earth does. You still have to stay within the laws of physics, but if you could potentially have life that isn't carbon based, like humans are, then those rules could change. I mean, actually, the other crazy thing. Sorry, let me back up on that. You have really crazy life on Earth in general. Like you have like all like the crazy aquatic animals or all crazy aquatic creatures that exist like in the ocean, and the crazy things they're able to do. Things like bats, like echolocation. That's a really cool thing. Like how wildly different life is on just Earth. Any of those types of life could potentially exist on another planet. It doesn't have to mean something that's all humanoid or even close to humans in terms of sentience. It could be like you could find life that's like anything that currently exists on even Earth. Or be more different than that. But yeah, that's another thing, is that life doesn't have to mean humanoid. Even again, just discovering that like if single-celled organisms existed on another planet, that would be a massive breakthrough. That would checkmark the idea of that life exists on other planets. So that's another thing. At least that's how I see it. There might be some people that would say like, oh no, that doesn't count. It only counts if we can talk to them. But okay, I missed messages there. I can see us at least having a plan to explore the whole solar system with the next 100 years, because this is my personal opinion. The more technology advances, the faster it will advance. I mean, just to think about 100 years ago, technology barely existed. Now look at all the crazy stuff we have. Invincible water bears, they can survive in space. Yeah, that is another really another thing. Yeah, is you are correct in that, is how technology has been advancing, and that's the one thing of some people. I don't know. I see that some people almost struggle to wrap their heads around that, and specifically, I've seen like that leading to conspiracy theories of like that. I don't know, that we've done this before or whatever, which I don't like. That there's theories of like we've done this before. Things. Humans have died out, and then like new people have like then existed or whatever, and then going in a cycle like that. That's coming from a fundamental lack of understanding of exponential algorithms, of how evolution taking place over millions of years to slowly develop from microscopic organisms or single-celled organisms to multi-celled organisms, and growing all the way up from that to humans, I guess. But then of getting to the point of you have like individual like cavemen existing all over the world that are having to like on their own discover fire and banging rocks together and all that on their own. But then slowly, as people are able to connect, and just even at that point, like if you have one singular caveman, I'll read the net. Oh wait, I've seen a conspiracy theory that said that technology started it with the UFO crash in Mexico, 1940 or something. Why do people like to not in New Mexico? A lot of people like to just discredit the ingenuity of really smart people. It's like, oh no, humans couldn't have made anything this good. It's got to have been aliens or other things, because humans are too dumb as a species. No, I mean like maybe, but no, like there are people out there that are really really smart. I'm not one of them, but there are people out there who, and also oftentimes, also not just one person. You have multiple people that do stuff like yeah. But sorry, going back, what was I just making a point about? Oh, exponential growth. Like if you go to the point of saying you have just like one caveman that he has to discover fire and like banging rocks together on his own. My uncle had to be a believer in that one. Fair enough. But what was I saying? So you have one caveman that you banging rocks together, having to do that on his own. Now if you have put in a second caveman, that's like doubled the productivity. So like that's not linear growth. That would be that's just doubling. Now you got and then going more off of that. If you have two cavemen in like opposite sides of the world, or just so far apart that they can never communicate, they have to on their own do everything. I keep using this example because I'm going towards like the invention side of things. I'm just discovering fire, banging rocks together, whatever. But if you have these two people then are able to work together, productivity goes up. That process only has to happen once, not the luck scenario of it happening to each individual caveman all over the world having to do that on his own, have to come to that breakthrough. Which breakthrough in science, the ingenuity of the wheel and fire together, or whatever. But like as like a big thing of why technology has been able to increase so much faster is due to two things. One, just the simple math of more people equals things happen faster, like just a higher population to like a degree, whatever. But like just the bare thing of like over a few hundred years ago, the global population was less than 1 billion people. Now we are at 8 billion. Have we crossed 9 yet? I don't think so. I think 8. But yeah, over 100 years ago. Oh yeah, I think by over 100 years ago, let's say 200. I think over 200 years ago, the global population of the entire Earth was less than 1 billion. Now it is 8 billion. So bare minimum, at the absolute minimum, that's at least like an 8 times increase of productivity. Well, but probably more. Because again, I'd say that's more. It's an exponential growth of. I'm saying productivity is a general thing in terms of like just technology, production of technology. We're at 9 now. Okay, fair enough. So. That more so proves my point of more people. Oh wait, no. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we've been at 8 for a while. I think it's starting to plateau a little bit. I believe like it's not going, or maybe I might be completely wrong on that. But I think, like I know we were at 7. No, we were at 6 as of 7.9. Fair enough. We were at 6 billion by 2011. I only know that because of a Doctor Who quote. In an episode of Doctor Who that aired in 2011, I know it was like, 6 billion people live here. Is that important? I just know that quote, so I can use that as a frame of reference that 6 billion by 2011. And but yeah, I believe I think we're almost at 8. But anyway, so just that simple productivity by just multiplication of or just more people. So one, that. 2, the second thing, because it's not just that's not the only factor. The other thing is the communication. If you have like 1 billion people over here and you have 1 billion people over here they cannot communicate. These people are having to discover and build everything on their own. These people are having to discover and build everything on their own. Now, instead, if you had then be able to connect, now like this billion people discover some things, these billion people discover some things, and then they share those ideas. So then not each person is having to reinvent the wheel in that case of I'm talking about 1 billion people. So then not having to having every person. Oh, I see. Quick question: which Doctor Who was your favorite? I will get back to it in a second. What was I just saying? So, but yeah, having people being able to share ideas and not have to reinvent everything from scratch, that also increases productivity. And with the inventions of just faster means of travel that have happened in the last 100 years, cars, planes, boats, jets, okay, well, that's physical transportation. Then you get to phones and computers, the internet and all that. That has been more and more and more and more things that have mainly, more pieces of technology that have mainly increased the ability that people, for people to communicate and share ideas, to not have to reinvent everything from scratch, and just coupled with a larger population so that more people can do more things faster. So that and a plethora of other things have just I like that's a part of like why technology has increased so fast like now, because it's almost like if you imagined, and I'll answer your thing in a second. If you graph an exponential function, what's that one website where you can like graph things? Desmos. Hold on, one momento. Blah. If I just go like just 2 to the power of x, exponential growth. How this is, I think that basically, like in how an exponential function works, it takes a long time to start growing. It's very slow, and then it skyrockets. I basically think that like. This in a super simplified way, it's like we basically crossed like this point. It's kind of what, or even like like this point. We've basically like crossed the point of this super slow growth, and now things are going exponentially. It is kind of what's happened in the last 100 years. So that's that. But that still then means though like it took a long time to even get here. So. That. But a lot of people just look at like this growth today, and if they imagine it like it's linear, and it's like, oh well, okay, well, what? No, oh not that. Hold on, and I'll answer your Doctor Who stuff in a second. I can go rant about Doctor Who all day. Just doing this first. If I look at, I don't know, here, let's say that this is where we are at today. I have just given my argument for why I think it's like this, except again super simplified. Is the stream still going? Oh. Dropping frames a little bit. Oh, let's go back up. Okay, we're good. Yeah. I've given my explanation of why I think it's like this. A lot of people think it's like linear. They're like, oh, well, how does that make sense? The only way that like this linear can make sense, if I'm guessing you're never going below 0 or whatever, is that like we've done this before. Of like, if I go, what's the, how do I, actually no, plus, wait, hold on. Like just this idea of like, we started here, we went up here, and then dive bomb, and then we come up here and then dive bomb, and up here and dive bomb from like, extinction of and whatever, blah blah blah. That's what a lot of people think. But then as I've given my reasoning of why I don't think it works like this, because of the exponential growth that I've now repeated myself with my explanation several times. But even if we had done it before, there always has to be a beginning. Exactly, that's another thing. Yeah. But I think when people look at things like, well, the legends of like Atlantis and like things like that. That's, I don't know, that stems things like that. Anyways, but Doctor Who. So my favorite Doctor is the 11th Doctor, which is season 5, 6, 7. Although my favorite season of so my favorite episode of Doctor Who in all is the season 5 finale, which is a 2-parter, and I guess the second part is better than the first. I suppose. Season 5 finale was my favorite episode of Doctor Who ever, but I do really, really, really like the 10th Doctor, which is season 2, 3, 4. That is that. But it is hard. If I were to pick a single favorite season, that is hard. It would either be like season 5 or one of maybe like season 3 or 4. No, I thought. Okay. I watched like season 2, 3, 4 like back to back to back. So it's hard for me to pick out like what happened in individual episodes of those seasons. I know which companions existed in those seasons, but I did really like the season 4 finale too. That's also really, really good. That was a 2-parter, right? Yeah, that was a 2-parter. It was kind of almost a 3-parter, sort of, I believe, right? Yeah. Which also, okay, here's a little bit of trivia for you with that, which I think was really cool. I don't know if you've seen, so season 4, near the end, there's an episode called Midnight and an episode called Turn Left. Without spoilers, Midnight primarily has the Doctor in it, but the main companion at the time, Donna Noble, isn't in that episode, like barely at all. And then Turn Left, Donna is a lot in that episode, and the Doctor isn't in that episode that much. Those episodes were actually filmed in real life at like the same time, and then that's how they did that. So that's a funny thing. My favorite episode is probably the Weeping Angels episode. Yeah, because horror games with Weeping Angels were mine and my cousin's favorite type back in the day. And you know my opinion on horror games. Oh my god. But Weeping Angels are great. That's Blink, and that was in season 3, because that was, so that's towards the end of season 3, I believe. But Blink, I know that's the episode that has, One thing I do have, I guess, a bit of a bias towards the 11th Doctor because he was my first. Me first watching the show was season 5 stuff. I watched a lot of episodes out of order, I think, to start. I don't remember, like, my earliest, like, I'm going to say Doctor Who experience, exposure, whatever. But then at one point, I watched all, like, season 5 and 6. And then a lot later than that, I went and got, I actually have physical copies of seasons 1 to 8, 1 to 9, I think. And then I did go and then watch all of them through. So I haven't seen the, like, 50 years ago stuff. I know, like, snippets here and there. I know, like, general story stuff. But I've never watched all of the, 50 years ago stuff. But I have seen from season 1 of when it rebooted to almost present day. I haven't seen the most recent season. I'll get around to it eventually. I just haven't gotten around to it. But also Doctor Who did kind of go down since the most recent stuff. Although, I mean, I don't know. I think season 11 was better than season 10. Maybe. Like, I've heard. I haven't seen them. No, wait, hold on. Season 10 was the first one with the with Jodie Whittaker, right? That season wasn't great. I've heard that the next season is better, but I haven't seen it yet. I've never fully watched the series, but I've definitely seen some. But I've seen some of the episodes. That definitely I've been thinking about rewatching, but actually watch it. Yeah. Oh, so you haven't seen all of Doctor Who, so I won't spoil things, I guess. But if I yeah, it's hard for me to say, like, what's my favorite, like, let's see. I say my favorite Doctor is the 11th, but I do really, like, it's like, I say 11th, and then 10's, like, right here, so, and if I maybe had, like, if I had more of a nostalgic factor for the 10th Doctor, then maybe he'd be higher, but, I love how we went from aliens to exponential growth on technology to Doctor Who. Gotta love it. These are the rambles you get to see from the Cyberchroma stream, although I'm actually just gonna go back to this scene, so this looks more interesting. Well, I've just been looking at a bunch of empty nodes for the last 40 minutes. But no, Doctor Who's great. A lot of, yeah. And what I think is really cool is also how they're, a lot of different episodes of Doctor Who can be in, like, very different almost genres. Like, some are more comedy, some are more horror-like the Weeping Angel episode. Some are more, like, just different genres. I think that's a kind of cool thing. Some are more, like, history-like. Some are more sci-fi. Definitely goes back and forth. Me, personally, I think my favorite thing I like to see in Doctor Who is when they go really hard on time travel for an episode. Or more, yeah, there is a lot of Doctor Who episodes that have the format of, at the beginning of the episode, they arrive somewhere, sometime, someplace, whatever, and they're just there for the whole episode, and they leave at the end. And there's a lot of episodes that just take place in, like, present day. My favorite episodes is when, basically, my favorite episodes are when they time travel more than once in an episode. It's, like, not right at the beginning and right at the end. As a general thing, I guess. So, which is why, okay, spoilers, I won't say the specifics, but the season 5 finale has a lot of time traveling in the middle of the episode, I guess. I don't know, there's something I like a lot about the, I don't know, going back and forth kind of thing. And also just more, I like the sci-fi stuff more than the history stuff generally, although there are some of the more, I guess, history-focused episodes that I do like. Can't think of examples off the top of my head, but there are some. Yeah, but that's that. There's also a bunch of Doctor Who spin-offs that I haven't seen yet, but I'm more exist, which the season 4 finale has a lot of the Doctor Who spin-offs kind of coming together in, like, the season 4 finale-ish. But that definitely you would, like, as a Doctor Who fan, if you've seen all that spin-off stuff, you would enjoy a lot more. But I was aware that they existed, so I understood, like, the hype, but I didn't actually, like, I guess I don't have the same emotional connection, whatever, to, like, Sarah Jane or okay, Captain Jack Harkness is I really like him, but yeah. He came back recently, wasn't that a thing? Maybe in, like, the most recent season, doesn't he maybe come back or something? I don't remember, that maybe was a thing, but gotta hit the bathroom real quick, I'll be right back. Alright, I should get back to actually doing this. I need to set up I need to plan what I'm actually about to be doing. Again, we're gonna be doing jumping. I got my grid testing, I got my move testing. I want to now turn grid testing into what's going to be not just jump testing, but, like, it basically will be jump testing, but, like, I want to call it something more than that. This is, like, proper, this is going to be the first proper test level. So I could call it just test level. Kind of bring everything together. I'm just going to put, like, test level. Yeah, test level. 1. So this level will not appear in the final game, probably. It shouldn't. But we'll see what happens. It could be part of like a tutorial thing, whatever. Or like parts of this could then make their way into the final level, but whatever. Okay, so what I was... no, not from here. From here. I guess... so yeah, I wanted to design a new test level with verticality and jumping. Then we're going to do AI jumping stuff. I guess I'm just going to list off some things that we're working towards off of that, just to kind of have maybe a bit of a roadmap of where we're going, the stuff we still need to make. Is I want to make the actual the how you win thing, which is going to be that both the, I don't know if, in my head I imagine it being like a bar here and a bar here, but I could have like left and right or left and right. In basically 2 places of the screen somewhere. Basically have both the AI and the player have 2 bars that start out being empty. And when they are when they're not so when they're running away and they're being chased, that bar will be filling because they're winning. So that bar starts filling up. And then if they get tagged, then the other person's bar starts filling up. And it's, this kind of thing like this. And whoever's bar fills up first wins. And then I can play with the timing of it a little bit. I did talk to my professor, and so this requirement of it being 5 minutes is a loose thing. It doesn't actually have to be 5 minutes. We'll see. This is going to probably scale depending on how big the level is and how interesting it is to run around it for a whole 5 minutes or a whole 2 minutes or whatever. There was a point where like the timer would be too big. There is a point with that. Yeah, I'm hoping to have this be a kind of a linear level based thing with different where you go from level to level. So I'm probably going to choose the time for each level. If I made it more of a sandbox thing where it's like you go into it, you pick a level, and you just take the AI or whatever, then have an options thing of choosing the time. I could have both, though. That sounds really like near the end polishing kind of thing, but if I almost had 2 modes, like the campaign where you do the levels one by one, and a lot of the options are fixed, that I do that. But then I could also have like a sandbox mode where you go into you choose any of the levels you want to go into, and then you choose the AI level, difficulty level, whatever other options, and then yeah, I could do both. But for now, we're going to focus on the campaign one because I want to do that more. I more so want to be able to have like this bit of like the smallest amount of like progressing story, but like it'd be very minimal, but it will exist ideally. I like to have games have story, or my games anyway, rather than being just chase an AI in this random environment. Why? Who knows? I like to I don't know, something I enjoy a lot more. Just having at least the tiniest bit of reasoning for your actions, I guess. That's one thing with games in general. I have this weird thing where I tend to not like a game if there's absolutely zero story. There is for some reason, there's just a huge difference for me between absolutely zero story and like the tiniest bit of story. There's a difference in that will make me enjoy a game more, even if it's not a game that's meant to be about the story. I don't know why. It's just how I am. But then going beyond that, there are some games that do, are more story-based games that I also quite enjoy. But I also, I haven't played too many, like, games that are basically just, like, all story and no actual game. I do still kind of value a game being fun over other aspects, like art and, gameplay is a factor in that. Gameplay is always, I think, the most important thing. Like, story, graphics, and all that are kind of secondary, but they should, like, assist the primary thing is that the game should be fun, I guess. Again, it depends on the game you're making. If you're making a game for it to be, like, it's not meant to be something that's inherently fun, like, or whatever, like, then you do you, but my games, personally, I like making games that are fun to play, and thus that is my ideologies with that. But no, if you're making a game that's meant to be a story-based game with minimal gameplay, go right ahead. But, yeah. Anyways, with this game specifically, this game is meant to be fun above all else, and then secondary story, blah, blah, blah. I would like it to look good as well, because that is a thing that will make it more enjoyable, is just it looking better and having cool post-processing stuff that, explosions everywhere. Not really. Well, we'll see. But that is stuff that would add to the fun level while being... Yeah, so, yeah, anyways. Enough rambling from me there. Okay, so... but anyway, so design new test level, do AI jumping, but we need to make these bars that I don't know the name of. Oh, no, I need to improve... Okay, one thing that needs to happen is I need to improve the actual transition of it states, of when you actually tag, to improve it change it state change. I don't know why I'm putting capitals on everything there. Well, okay. It state change. That's going to be generic. We'll figure that out more when we get there. Replace, let's say, like, player with, human model, make animations. But, and I say this, it could be models we download or animations we get from Mixamo, but that will still, I'm just going to put that down as having animations in the game. And AI. To start, I'm probably going to try to basically give the player and the AI very similar models. It could be like the exact same for now, and then I make them more different. But I think if they have at least a very similar body type, then I might be able to kind of give them the same animations, and that might just make my life easier. So we're going to kind of aim to do that. Ideally, like for the most part, we'll see. But like I'm going to try specifically to like not do like the AI is going to have 4 arms or whatever, things like that will make it extra difficult. And then I'm going to try to intentionally avoid things like crazy cloth physics, lab, flowy lab coat, stuff like that. Unless I have really good reasons to, but I'm going to intentionally try to design the characters to not have super complicated to animate things like that. Yeah. Okay. So, getting us all on the same page. So then, make UI stuff, and that's going to be like, indication of who is it, indication. The bars for both characters that fill. I've already explained what this is, so I don't need to type out all that explanation. I understand it. Make win condition, program the actual winning and how that happens. Yes, then later on, much later on, it'd be get royalty-free music. I'm probably not going to make the music myself. Get level music. Could do sound effects. Maybe get sound effects. I have the funny idea of intentionally making all the sound effects in the game just be my voice doing the sound effects. I think that'd be funny, but we'll see how much it actually if I actually do that or not. As placeholder stuff, totally, but then trying to replace that stuff later on, we'll see. I could try to, I could take sound bites of myself doing the sounds and then try to do audio editing stuff to change them so it doesn't necessarily sound like just a person talking, but we'll see. Get sound effects. I have to then also make a list of exactly what sound effects I need. That's going to be a lot later. It's going to be a lot later probably. So make UI stuff, make win condition. Oh, as part of the UI, I want to potentially make mini map of some kind. We also have to figure out, I guess, what all is going to go into a mini map. We were thinking of maybe they see in the bottom right corner. Almost GTA style thing where it's just this top down. It's maybe not, maybe a bad example. Games like that where it's not where it's a drawn thing. So we'd have to make. I don't think that'd be too hard if we have one. It's simplistic. 2, we're going to design the level. Ideally, best case scenario is that I do design the level pretty much in Photoshop before I make it. All the real levels, not just the test levels. So then from that, I might be able to just kind of use those Photoshop documents, maybe with a bit of tweaking, to then make mini-map graphics out of them, and then put that here, and then have a green circle that's the player, and a red circle that's the AI, and then map that out. Those positionings, I have an idea of how we can do that in a way that won't be too difficult, and that is by having another camera. We'll have to see maybe. But maybe having a camera that's viewing the level from above, but we're not actually looking at what that. Basically, using that camera to see where the player is relative to the AI, and then somehow doing something with that to make just a green circle and a red circle follow with the mini map. I'll have to see more so. I have some potential ideas, but ideally we want to do something that's not going to be too extremely difficult to do. The other option is, so that's the option if we do a static mini map that is what I just said. The other idea would be having like a more GTA style or like those kinds of games style mini map where it's, and we'll see if it's a circle or not. The shape of it doesn't matter, but like the player is always at the center of the mini map, and you only see like the immediate around you, and then that would be easier to put where the circles are because then the player circle is always in the middle, and then the AI circle will just be like based on a kind of position thing. So we'll see how I do that, but we'll get to that when we get there. But I would then have to figure out of how to actually do that sort of cropping almost. There's ways of doing that, but yeah, almost have this like cropping of like how much of this mini map environment is actually seen at once. This does mean that for both of those options, I do have to make a mini map graphic. I mean, the other option is that I could see the level from above. Actually, hold on, let me try something real quick. I did try the idea of having the player have this top-down cam, but this doesn't look too good, and also I might want to give it some kind of a border. I'm just realizing the possibility of what if I made it orthographic? Had this this top-down camera that's orthographic, that might make it look better, maybe? I'm not sure. Well, I'd have to play around with it. I mean, right now, if I just go into play mode with, like, this... I mean, it's an idea. Then at least, like, even when like you're running away from the AI, I want some kind of mini map as well, just so that like when you're running away from the AI, just so you can see where it is relative to you, especially when it's like right behind you. Just seeing that it's right behind you. I had one idea of having like a camera that's behind you, but I don't know if it might not look very good in terms of being polished. So I might also have to, as I said, tweak the gotcha, and now it's chasing me. Both times now I've just ran off the map immediately by accident. The actual environment will have I'm also just going to turn this off for now. This is a potential idea, but we'll return to it later. I want the AI I'm going to design the map so that you can't actually fall off the level. There won't be any actual falling off and dying. It's just any hazard will just slow you down so that the other thing, the AI or like whoever's not it, can tag the person. So do this. Make win condition. Level musics also, different levels can have different level musics. Ideally that would be the case, but we'll see about that when we get there. So I think in terms of actually, so I have some, no, let me list a few more things, and then I want to rearrange in terms of like order of making stuff. So the next thing we'd want to do is like make more level stuff to interact with. Just a generic like do post processing. That's a lot later. I don't know if I imagine like music's gonna be towards the like end of the project. So I just imagine that's gonna be something I do last. Because one thing is that the sooner I put in level music, the more I have to hear the first few seconds of it over and over as I'm testing things, unless I mute it. But I don't want to get sick of my level music, preferably. So the later I kind of find it and put it in, then it makes it a little bit more tolerable. So make a win condition and a lose. I guess win/lose, because right, the player can lose. That is a possibility. Yeah, make more level stuff to interact with, and then maybe also like make more like actions for the player. So this means like actually like coding the interact button of the player to interact with things. I said I might do some kind of like a slide thing, doing that. I want to play around. I want to be careful of not giving a player too many buttons because that gets complicated. But I can do that. One idea I did have was potentially you having something that you can like throw at the AI to slow them down. That'd be interesting. But I also want to have it still be kind of balanced where anything the player can do to the AI can do back at the player. Which means if the player can try and like throw something, like you throw an orb, it hits the ground, it splatters, it makes slime that when you run over it, you run slower. That's like the main idea for that. I like the idea of if you're going to throw something, it being more something that arcs rather than like a gun kind of thing. I think that would be more fun, especially if then you can have it like ricochet off walls. That just sounds neat. So the idea, the first thing that comes to mind with that is I'm going to already potentially make slime on the ground that slows you down when you go across it. So just make something that once I already have that prefab. A thing that you throw that when you hits the ground, it instantiates that prefab maybe for a few seconds, and then it dissolves. And the other cool thing that this does is that you also have to make sure that the person who throws it doesn't get caught in it. So if the player throws this trap and then like it lands in slime, the player now has to also jump over it as well. So that's another little interesting thing there. So you can't just be like chucking this willy-nilly. You have to, yeah. I don't know what I do in terms of like, do you have a quantity of how many you can throw, or is it like based on a timer until it refills? Saying that out loud, I'd probably put it on a timer until it refills. That's something. Oh, I just had another neat idea. Oh, that'd be so cool. What if, another thing I could do is, if you had multiple of these weapons, but before you go into the level, you only have like one that you can choose. So you can choose to go into the level having this chucking slime thing, or you like basically make a few different weapons that you can choose from, but you sort of choose your loadout before you go into the level. Oh, that would be neat. Interesting. And then when you're versing the AI will also have one of these different extra moves. And then that could also make each level more different. When you're versing different difficulties of AI, I also just swap out that they have different weapons. And then that would make it, that'd be interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's put that down for a later potential thing. So let me put that down under the planning, is that that would also fix up the multiple buttons problem. If, as I said, there's all these potential things I could do for player moves. I don't have too many moves. Like, I don't have too many buttons you have to click. If I lock a lot of that to one button, but like, you can throw this, or you can throw this, or you can throw this, or you can throw this. I'm saying throw, whatever weapons. Maybe it's like you have one that's more like something you drop right at your feet that then slows the AI behind you. So that becomes more of a defensive move for when you're running away. Having all these different moves you could use, but then you choose your loadout before you go into the level, and then the AI will have its loadout that I can swap out. Yeah, okay, that could be a neat thing. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. That's very much like a wishful thinking thing of hopefully we could maybe have that. But I have a lot of stuff to make first, but that is a cool idea if we can do that. And we can then theorize more, we can come up with more potential loadout options. Yeah, okay. So have multiple, I'm gonna say weapons the player can have before going into a level. They choose their loadout. They choose their loadout, then AI has its own loadout. Yeah. Can use basically just this. Interesting. Neat idea. So they choose their loadout. AI has its own loadout. Yeah. Any other things? So another thing I could add on to this idea is also moves. Well, that'd be a neat thing. Oh, that could be, maybe I have to be careful with this, but both weapons and actions of, like, as I said, I was gonna potentially have another action that's like a crouch. I could maybe have other actions like, not a crouch, like a slide, maybe like a dash forward. Those kind of be similar. Maybe a slamming into the ground, like other maybe actions we could come up with. But then you also only get to pick a few of them, and then like that's your loadout there. Although I worry about that because then I have to design any levels on the assumption of that the player could have any of those actions. When I actually would almost maybe not want to do that because I want to always have the player be able to use these actions to then design the levels around that, because that might allow more interesting level possibilities. So no, I think I'm actually going to back up on that. Is that no, the player will have a fixed number of like actions they can perform, like the move, like actions like jumping and maybe just sliding, wall jumping, or whatever else we do. So leave that fixed, but these weapons that can be both offensive or defensive. Yeah, and maybe if I can come up with enough interesting weapon ideas, then maybe the player can pick two, and then like one can be left click, one's like right click, or the buttons don't matter, but well, they do a little bit, but we could change the buttons. So maybe they could have two, and then the AI could have two. That could be a thing. If I want to go really far into it, then maybe the AI also like or the player like unlocks more as they go through the levels. But I'm thinking there's only gonna be really like 3 levels in the final game, so that probably won't be the case. Unless maybe just when they beat the game in general, they unlock one more really cool weapon that then they can use. Another interest, if they go back and replay the levels, another interesting idea is the idea of going into a level, you don't have the same weapons as what the AI has. Like, he has ones that you don't have. When you beat that AI, when you beat that level, then you unlock those weapons to potentially use. So there's an idea, potential ideas there. Though this is going to be a lot further off. We still have to make jumping. So, no, we have player jumping. We have to make the AI be able to jump. So, yeah, okay, enough rambling on that. So going back to our level planning thing, or our game planning of our kind of roadmap for now. Okay, so make more actions for the player. Make weapons for player slash AI. Because that's another thing, is that whatever weapons I potentially make, the AI has to also be able to use those. So I have to be able to program the AI to actually do that. Although I have some ideas of how I can do that. I mean, a lot of that might be based on like kind of random timer stuff, like every few seconds. Like, if as the example I keep using of a ball that you throw and then it lands and then it makes slime that you slow down, or some like a sticky substance that you slow down when you run across it, the AI can just be set to, okay, pick a random number between like 2 seconds and 10 seconds. When that time elapses, throw the ball directly at where the player is now. I don't know if I'm going to try to do this like predictive, like throw it at where the player is going to be, and I can try and do that kind of stuff. But that's a bare minimum way of how I could get that to work. And when I say throw it at the player, I'd have to then calculate like that kind of arc stuff. I think I can figure that out. I've made this complicated AI system with the Floyd-Warshall algorithm for directed weighted graph. Acyclic. No, cyclic. It is cyclic. It's not acyclic. It's cyclic graph with no negative weights. I did all that with help, but we did do it, so I think I can do that. Anyways, again, getting ahead of myself. So make weapons for player AI. Make loadout system. I might not make the loadout system, but I could at least make just a single weapon that the player in AI has, which is going to be probably would be the example I keep using of the slime trap. Yeah, so do that, and then do what else beyond that? So yeah, so that's that. But then we need to so at some point we need to go and design level 1, design level 2 and 3, and then well. That took longer than I expected. How's it going? Going good. Got a neat idea for a thing. While I'm continuing to plan more of this. I know we're not doing jumping yet. I will do that eventually today. But we're doing some planning stuff. And I came up with a neat idea. I guess I'll give you my pitch of it. And that is... So when I was talking about potentially giving the player more actions, the idea of giving the player potentially... So different weapons that they could use... I make all these different weapons, some that can be more offensive or some can be more defensive. But then before going into a level, they choose their loadout, so the player only gets to choose one weapon going to the level. So then that could potentially lead to more replayability, where they can try out these different weapons going into a level. The AI will have its own loadout. Yeah, so that could be a neat thing. So some potential weapon ideas. And this is mainly stuff to hinder the person that you're chasing or running away from. So the example I keep using is having this ball that you throw, it maybe bounces off walls, it hits the ground, and then makes a slime trap. So then for a few seconds until it dissolves, anyone that runs across that will get slowed down. So that's one weapon. Another thing could be just when you're running, you press the button and it drops the same thing at your feet. Awesome? Yeah, exactly. Right, I think so. I would then have to come up with more weapon ideas. A lot of it could be, as I make stuff, actually, literally an almost easy way of making weapon ideas is just a lot of the hazards or things that you can interact with in the level. If I make a lot of crazy stuff there, then that will just be, the player spawns one of them themselves that they kind of choose where to place it. And then that can be either a hindrance, for running away to slow down the person chasing them, or the person that they are chasing to slow them down, throw it ahead of you to slow them down. So that is dependent on being able to come up with enough interesting weapons. Even if I can only come up with 3 good weapons, then you have this you choose one to use before you go into the level, and then the AI will have chosen probably a different one. So that also makes some interesting variability of So I say I want that like anything that you can do, the player can, or sorry, anything that you do, the AI can hypothetically do. But with this weapon thing, like the AI can have any weapons that you have, but it doesn't mean that it'll be the same one. So that's another thing. That was a cool. So that's an idea there. I considered the idea of also with your moves, like, oh, I have hiccups and they are so annoying. Yes, hiccups are annoying. I'm surprised that I've been doing a lot of talking with all these streams and stuff. That my voice is still fine. Sometimes at the end of streams my throat's hurting a little bit, but then usually the next day I'm pretty fine, so that's good. A week ago, when I first started streaming, I definitely was worse off. Like the next day, my throat would be sore or whatever. So I was considering like taking a day off to not stream. But no, I'm currently doing quite fine, so that's really good. Although, that is partially dependent on... Oh, my mic isn't completely facing me. Oops. Now it more so is. My bad. Well, it's still facing me, but now it's facing me better. Very good, very good. What was I just about to say? The difference between me, like, barely talking and, like, talking really, really loud and exaggeration-y, that, being enthusiastic, that makes a difference as well. So, trying to kind of almost tone it back a little bit just for the sake of my throat, could be a better thing for now, especially on days where even when I start streaming, my throat's hurting a little bit from all the talking from the day before. Yeah, you drink that hydration. Yes. I have a case of water bottles right here. Actually, well, it used to be more. Now I'm getting low, but yeah, gotta not have a sore throat because that would not be fun. Actually, I basically usually at the end of most streams, my throat's hurting at least a little bit. So not hurting. Well, yeah. But no, yeah, anyways, sore throat, but anyways, okay, so what we're doing here, so, oh, but one thing I was considering was the idea of, if I give the player different, like, moves, other than moving and jumping, I swear, when I decide to be healthy, drink water, yeah, fair enough, yeah, but, so with, what was I saying? No, I lost my train of thought, what, moves, player moves. I had the potential idea of I'll give the player different additional actions based on other than their base move set, like a dash forward or like a wall jump or something like that. They could also have a loadout on that ability, but I don't think that would be a good idea because then I have to design levels on the premise that they might not have that ability. When I would rather know exactly what the player's moveset is, have them have all of those movement options, to then design a level to utilize all of them. Because otherwise I have to almost design a level that doesn't utilize them because the player might not have that equipped or whatever. So I went back on that idea. But just the general giving the player more actions, I can do that. That does mean that I have to then, again, as I keep saying, is anything the player can do, the AI should also be able to do. I have to program the AI to be able to do those things. So some moves might be really tricky to get the AI to have that functionality. Sliding under something, I think, will be easy to do. It'll be very similar to the jumping, and you'll see why soon. Effectively, it's like, if its pathfinding system leads it to... I burped from drinking water for some reason. Yeah. I don't drink pop ever, but I burped from drinking water. What was I just saying? So, making so my idea for jumping, basically, is that, and this will also translate to a slide move, is that the pathfinding system, the connected nodes, will work across, let's say I have a gap, so you have to jump from here to here, the pathfinding thing will have nodes that go across, that would lead it across that gap. So the AI is going to decide to run that way. But then there'll be a separate trigger, a little box trigger, that when the AI touches this, then it tells it to jump. So it's like a manual, the level telling the AI to jump there, effectively. Which will then translate to the AI deciding to hold the jump button for a few seconds and then let go. So bam, we got the AI to jump. That will mean that I do have to kind of manually set up those jump points, but that's okay. That's, again, only something I only have to set up once, and it's like the easier way of doing this than doing whatever other manual jump detection. I guess the alternative... To jump across a gap, the alternative would be whenever the AI detects that it's fallen off something, it jumps. So that that would handle most cases, but it would not handle the case of if I have an empty game object here and an empty game object here of like the pathfinding thing, and I want it to jump up, like it's not falling off a gap, it just I want it to jump up. That becomes a lot. Ignore this. Ignore what? You about to send something? Okay, my internet's okay. Oh, you're just testing that it's that was working. Fair enough. Okay, so that's the what did I just say? So that's how we're gonna do jumping. But by doing the triggers in the levels that do that, and that's basically going to be the case for most things that the AI will interact with. Oh yeah, my internet crashed for like 3 seconds. Oh no. Well, glad you're back. Basically, anything that the AI can interact with that requires it to that it needs to interact with to sort of traverse the level, the pathfinding system will just take it through that path, but then there will be triggers that make it do the actions it needs to get through that path. That seems workable. That I can do that based on how I've set up the AI system to do that. I thought about this before, right? I knew that this was what I was going to do, and I planned the waypoint system around that idea. Crouching would be the same. To just you do whatever action. If I do I don't think it'll be like a crouch, like you get on your hands and knees. It'll be more like a slide to assist with this, like you don't stop moving kind of thing. Ideally. We'll have to see. Because I'm also just realizing is now what happens. How do I treat when you're in the middle of sliding under a thing, and then if the player tags you or the AI tags you in that time, how am I going to deal with that? If you're kind of in the middle of being under something, I'll figure that out. Maybe sliding under something won't be like long tunnel kind of crouching. It'll be more like hole in wall that you crouch under and kind of go through really fast. Maybe I purposely design a level like that so I don't really have to worry about the player and the AI tagging each other when we're actually underneath like a tunnel kind of thing. So maybe I do that on purpose. That'll save me a lot of trouble later with clipping through each other kind of things. If they interact while they're in midair, I think I'll do something where I'll figure that out when I get there. So my idea of when they tag each other, it's going to go into like a pseudo cutscene thing where it takes control of the player can't move for a second, where it goes into a little animation of them touching them, and not just touching them, because again, this isn't just tag, poke, you're it. The little bit of story is that the AI has stolen something and then you're trying to get it back. So when you tag them, it's a little animation of you grabbing the thing and now you're running away. So then he's chasing you, and then if he gets you, then he steals the thing back and runs away. So it's this trading of this object that they're both trying to have. And the story-wise, I guess it could be a treasure thing, two people being after treasure, But what I'm going towards is more of a hero-villain kind of thing of you're a spy and some stereotypical villain, he's stolen something that some kind of I keep going towards some the nuclear launch codes that you have to get back, but not just a file folder. I'm thinking to have game reasons for the filling up of the bars to decide who wins, having more of some kind of sci-fi device that as long as you're holding it, it's hacking into something, so it's filling up your bar, but then if they take it, now it's filling up their bar. It fills up their bar, and then whichever bar fills up to first, that accomplishes some task that means that they win. So that's the sort of story reason for what's going on that assists with the gameplay of why that happens. So then the actual when you tag them, it goes into a little pseudo cutscene where you grab the thing and run away, which I'm going to do it with the idea of them being on the ground. If they collide in midair, I might just kind of have that pseudo cutscene somehow bring them to the ground and then do the what I just said, something like that. We'll see. Austin, you said a thing. So I'm game deving, watching your stream, and jamming to some Ed Sheeran. They say it's not impossible to multitask. Fair enough. Well, you can see that I'm not multitasking right now. I've been doing all this talking and not a lot of game deving. Although this is important. This is planning where we're going for later. Okay, but so I think this, unless a lot of these are generic. A lot of these are generic, and I have to flesh them out more. Like this, I'm probably going to go building a level will be in 3 phases, and I mean probably it's going to be one thing I want to do is design all 3 levels before I make any of the levels, because that's something. And then block out one. No. this, and then like finalize. I want to do this in almost like a 3-stage process for all 3 levels, because there is going to be kind of when designing all 3 levels, they will kind of influence each other. I want to be able to know kind of what's going into all the levels, mainly in terms of what interactable things like these. Because I might want to purposely decide, like, oh, I have this hazard, I want to like save it for level 2 or something. So I want to kind of have a general idea of that sort of thing. And then once I block out the levels, then I can see like in Unity if it's actually like these ideas are going to work, maybe, hopefully, and then do all the tweaking and then actually finalize. Like, actually, I'm going to say it's changes. I saw a message. I'll read it in a second. Finalize level 1, 2, and 3. And also turn on my air conditioning or the lab code is hot. Yeah, I lied. I haven't even done anything on the game, and the song has changed like 3 times without me noticing. It is impossible to multitask. Yes, yes, yes. Was it? Okay, it's going away. Okay, so, what was I doing? So this. Yeah, so this is how I want to. This is how I want to go about designing what the actual levels are going to go, are going to be like. And I want to do this after I have a good idea of what all the level stuff will be to plan these levels around them. I have to also plan out like what the kind of environments for the levels are going to be. I don't know yet. That's going to kind of depend on what things are in them. But like something like a 0 gravity things, whatever, changing gravity, that would be more purposely sci-fi. I don't know. Like another thing could be more maybe like a forest or something. Well, okay, I think all the environments are going to be more interior, but I'll kind of see where I go with that. I mean, I could have an interior area that has like trees and stuff. That'd be a kind of a neat, like pseudo, like kind of sci-fi almost thing. I mean, the sort of maybe idea is that like you're in whoever this villain is, you're in his like secret hideout, maybe underground base kind of thing. So different regions of that though could have, you know, different environments. Even though it's inside, it has like trees and stuff because like it's, I don't know, because it doesn't need to matter that much what the actual places look like. I mean, they should be the cooler they can look, the better. What do you mean by pseudo? I don't know what I mean by that. What did I what word did what did I say when I said pseudo? Pseudo code is a term for when you block out code without actually like making it. I guess pseudo is like fake, like not fake. What's a better word I can use? Doing something without really doing something, I guess, maybe as a way of explaining it. Like, trying to think of an example of like, when I was saying like making a forest, I say like a pseudo forest. Okay, this is probably not how people talk. This is the way that I'm using these words. I was thinking about pseudo random, so I thought you were talking about something along those lines. Pseudo random. I don't know what pseudo random is, but I guess like I'm using it in game design to saying like I'm making something that's not actually this thing. But it's like close enough, or like the building blocks of becoming that thing. I guess, I don't know. Like how I said, okay, perfect. I have an example. Perlin noise. It's a pseudo randomization. Ooh, okay, yeah. So I think it's the same context because Perlin noise. I don't know what that is, but I think this pseudo randomization is randomization without it being true randomization. It's randomization that's close enough to being like true randomization, but it isn't complete randomization. You don't know what Perlin noise is? I could Google it and I'll know in 3 seconds. Perlin noise, procedural texture primitive. Oh, it's a type of gradient noise developed by current pin. Oh, I've seen this before. I just didn't know this was what it was called. You'll know it when you see it? Yeah, no, I'm aware of this. I just didn't know it was called Perlin noise. I know it, like, noise textures. Like, I'm familiar with what noise textures are, and all this stuff. I've never heard of this guy Perlin before. Whoa, this is cool. Okay, this is quite cool. Whoa. But yeah, in this case, I'm using the word pseudo in the same way that this is using the word pseudo. It's basically natural randomization, yeah. But it's not like, which this is good enough for most randomization that we need in like games and stuff, but it's not like 100% guaranteed like equal like complete randomization. I guess is how I would which is why it's called pseudo. So the example I was gonna say is from before. If you remember when we made that that Unity game that was the in the custom editor, all that stuff, the maze game in the custom editor thing, I kept saying that it basically had pseudo or like mock collision detection or like pseudo collision detection because it's like collision detection that isn't really collision detection, but like it does the job. So I guess that's that. This is the stuff I was messing with when I was doing my procedural stuff. Ooh, it was complicated for me personally. I imagine it would be something really complicated. So yeah, that good doing that. Let me save this thing because I keep making all these different Notepad documents for different stages of this. Let's call this roadmap. This is a roadmap of the stuff we're making. Some of these things are out of order. I would kind of like to have this actually sort of be in order, but the first few things are. So what we're about to do right now, I'm going to get to the end of my blabbering and get to actually making stuff. Design a new test level that just has verticality and jumping. Make the AI jumping work. Then improve the AI... Improve the it state change. I want to do that, but I almost want to... As I said, what the changing of state will happen in like a pseudo cutscene. I worry about how tricky that will be to do without having proper humans. Even if they aren't like fully animated, just having a human model that I can do a very like as rough as possible kind of thing with. So maybe improve its state change once I have like a bare bones human model. Maybe I can do this without. I'm just trying to think if there's an easy way I can do this. No, we'll try to improve it like on its own, even with the everything being all blocky. But okay, so improve the it state change, make that happen better and smoother. Make these animations; these will be later. So maybe like kind of here. Okay, so make UI stuff. I'm not necessarily gonna make all these UI things back to back to back. Maybe I will actually. Well, make minimap. Hold on. Okay. Whoa. Make minimap. I think will be later. That's gonna be more for the polish phase. Make UI indication of who's it. Make UI bars. Blah blah blah. Whoa. Okay. Make the win/lose condition. These two things are kind of on the road to doing this, so that works together nicely. Make more actions for the player to do, and then make more level stuff to interact with. This is where we're going to be spending a lot of time, just making as many things as we can for the player to interact with. Actually, these two might go hand in hand. And once I've made a few weapons, then I'll make the loadout system, and then maybe when I do that, then I go back to making more level stuff. So make more level stuff is going to be an ongoing thing. So maybe I've been make minimap might have been around here. Because I maybe want that minimap at some point. Or at least a very like pseudo minimap. I use that word again, yeah. It's, like a mock minimap that's not like the fully functioning minimap yet. Do all this, then start to do some polishing. I kind of, as I said before, I want to do a little bit of the polishing earlier than later. Usually I would maybe polish up more of the AI kind of later on, but I want to do it just a little bit earlier. In fact, some of this might happen maybe before some of the level stuff, just so it improves how the Twitch stream looks. Because I mean, right now, just looking at all these basic objects and whatnot, having some actual like better art in here will make more people likely to watch the stream, I guess. So we'll play around with that. That. So then at some point, once we have like most things designed, then we're gonna start planning what is gonna be a true level. And in making all this stuff, we're probably gonna make like a test level in here somewhere. We're making this test level that's just gonna be for verticality and jumping. But as we make more like actions, more like level stuff, whatever, we're gonna need a place to play around with that in. So then, once we're at this point where like most of the functionality of the game is done, now we just gotta design levels that make use of all that functionality. So as I said, I want to design all three levels kind of together. I want to have all levels like roughly designed before actually making any individual one of them. Then we're going to block out all the levels, make sure everything's all good, like, yeah, this works, or no, now that I'm actually making this, I see that this won't really work, I want to change this thing, blah, blah, blah. And then finalizes, like, the, making it look good. That's polish. Somewhere in that process will be do post-processing, do level music, get the sound effects. So this is a rough roadmap of, I think, roughly how all this stuff's going to go. Okay, technically, further on, then we're going to have, like, make cutscenes and plus more story. Make main menu. Oh, one thing I completely forgot about is at some point I want to make a pause menu. Maybe around here, make pause menu, make like level select. If I really wanted to go further than this, I don't necessarily have to, like, maybe saving and, like, unlocking of levels, maybe making credits, but that's gonna be maybe mixed in, like, make, like, whatever the ending of the game is. I don't know, we have to figure that out, but we'll maybe get there later. And then more polish, then more polish. You can never polish the game too much, apparently. Okay. Is there any major things that I'm missing here? There are things that can be fleshed out. The order of things can change. It's very loose. This is also me playing this out kind of for myself. I almost did forget about, like, possibility of, like, a level select. I think we're pretty good there. Oh, okay. One thing I do need is that each of the 3 levels will have a different, like, AI character that you're chasing. So I will, I guess, need to make more human models for the AIs. I don't know if they'll happen at this stage or not, but no, that'll happen at some point. That'll be as part of, like. One thing I might do is, like, once I've designed the levels, then I know maybe the environment conceptually that they'll be in, and then I use that to come up with the AIs that will be in those environments. Maybe, like, then I put, like, make more AI models for different levels. My base idea right now was to so player model is gonna be some kind of, like, spy kind of character. You don't really see his face, so his face doesn't matter. His face doesn't matter that much, but more so, you look down and you can see feet, I suppose. I don't know if I'm going to have full-on, like, reflective surfaces, mirrors, whatever. I could, hypothetically. I'm going to have swimming. I could have, like, water hazards. I don't think so. Well, I could do, like, water, but when you are in the water, you kind of just, like, fall super slowly to, like, the bottom. But when you hit the bottom, you can, like, jump kind of back up to the top. That'd be a way of doing water. I'm definitely not going to do oxygen or anything, but yeah, so that's that. Okay, there was one thing I am missing here I just thought of. When I make level stuff, I need to make characters, this is both player and AI, able to be stunned by hazards. That's an important thing, I think. And then also make if character falls off map, respawn them. This is more of a debug thing. This should never ever happen if I design the levels right, but just in case if something glitches, create swimming mechanics, or you can't do that. JK, that's a little YouTuber reference. I don't recognize what that's a reference to specifically, but I could try to make swimming mechanics if I wanted to, but again, anything the player can do, I then program the AI to also do swimming mechanics, which I could theoretically do. I think we're going to hold off on that for now. I could do, like, I could do, like water type stuff of, again, you fall in water and you just kind of fall slowly to the bottom. So you're not really swimming, you're kind of just, it's like a low gravity kind of a thing. We'll see. I mean, water could also be like a hazard, like you fall in and die and respawn, but as I said, I'm not going to have actual, like, kill you hazards, I'm just going to have, like, stunning hazards. That's the idea anyway. So, so yeah. I mean, this might specifically happen a lot earlier. I'm probably gonna put that maybe like do that after I get the jumping. This is gonna be a thing that'll take 2 seconds. So just if the Y position of the character is like less than less than 100 on the Y axis, then just put them back at the center of the world. Danny. Oh, I'm aware of Danny. He's a YouTuber, a Unity YouTuber, and people always comment him to do things like to put, or you can't do that, and then he does that. Oh, I'm familiar with that. I haven't seen all of his videos, but I've seen a lot of his thumbnails, and I've seen a few of his videos. But I recognize his I guess a lot of times his thumbnail format of oh, they told me I couldn't make this, so I did. So, haha. Alrighty. Well, okay. This is good. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Okay, so we have our roadmap. Let's start with actually doing things now. This is good to just kind of make sure we have this fleshed out. So now, design new test level. This is going to be, I probably should have opened up Photoshop beforehand, or I should have opened it up while I was talking. I mean, I totally could use Paint for making the level, but I probably shouldn't. So we're going to want to open up, I mean, I could try to use Illustrator. I'm not that knowledgeable of Illustrator, but I use Photoshop a decent bit. Okay, while I guess we're gonna have to wait for while I'm waiting for Photoshop to open, because it takes a while for some reason when you've opened it without having opened it since you've turned on your computer. Once it's open, then reopening it doesn't take nearly as long. But okay, what was I doing? So I want to get the AI to jump based on just how this environment currently is. I'm going to have to I will have to make all the pathfinding objects. I'm going to basically, whoa, okay. No, didn't mean that, hold on. It's starting to open. Creative Cloud, and that's open up Photoshop, yeah. I'm going to make basically, like a purposeful, corridor thing that's going to force the AI to jump in order to navigate it. Okay, because I'm going to, this is test level, the little a quick one I'm gonna make right now to test the jumping, but then I'm gonna make a more proper one later. I'm just gonna make basically the path is gonna loop like this, or somewhere along here there's gonna be a forced jump. So if the player is here, the AI has to run around. Yeah. So okay. So actually, I mean, I'm probably gonna design it more blah, blah, blah. So I'm just gonna make something like this where I want to test 3 functionalities of jumping. Well, sort of. So having an actual gap. Having an actual gap. I guess I can. I'm gonna hopefully design the actual level in Photoshop where I can. Mainly, I want to be able to use different layers to have the different levels of the world. So have a gap that you jump across, and then let the AI do that. Maybe I could try testing once this is working. Then I modify it to have this have a multi-stage gap, jump. Let's get the AI to do that. But then I also just want to, on this side, I guess, get the AI to just jump up a step. So this is a gap, but this is higher than this, so the AI actually jumps up there. And then, well, to make this actually work, I then somewhere maybe here have just a fall. So right, or maybe maybe here. Yeah, sounds like a plan. So then the empty game objects are going to be, the pathfinding objects are going to be around. Maybe not this dense, maybe, but actually, that's the one thing. It's the denser they are, the more accurate or the better the pathfinding will be. In fact, it doesn't need to be exactly like this. I can have the pathfinding objects be spread all around like this. Theoretically, it's going to find the shortest path to weave around these. But for the sake of testing here, the way that I want to do it, I want the, I'm going to make it more of an exact path. Force it to run around in a circle based on, to run away from the player. So, alright, sound like a plan. I'm going to move this one over here. And I guess, okay, now I'm going to have Photoshop be opening. I don't know, would Illustrator be better? Nah, that's fine. Okay, so, okay, over here. Wait a minute. I mean, I could almost try. Okay. So the one thing is that I don't technically I could try to just block out the level from Unity directly, but I think it would probably be better if I tried to design it on a combination of paper and whiteboard over here, and we'll see what I do. I do oftentimes quite struggle with level design. I mean, right here I was able to do this quite easily. But for this actual Fallout level, I feel like I'm going to struggle with it quite a bit. So we'll see where that goes. So we'll see. But ideally, it would be cool to have basically at the end this like Photoshop thing that of multiple layers of the different sort of floors of the level that I then bring into Unity and then work off of that. Okay, so in order to set up this level that this level, let me make this smaller and then put that over here. This is this cool. Okay, that's open. I'll not worry about that later. Okay, so to build what I was just talking about, just building it out of like kind of primitives. Let's go like, oops, let's go here. Oh no, this is exactly where I said the jump would be. Let's go something like, just not there. This and this, and then now this is also where the thing comes into play we were just saying, where I measured out and I know that the player and the AI at their maximum can jump 8 units around. Hey, what, Austin? But the player can jump, the player and the AI can move, the player can jump 8 blocks maximum, they can't jump 10, and then 2 blocks up, they can't jump 3. So now that means I can design this. I mean, I designed it very roughly here. I'm going to now space this out. In Photoshop, ideally, nothing, just hey. Fair enough. Hey to you. Ideally, in Photoshop, I want to actually almost like make it based on like a grid kind of a thing, where I to make it so that even in the Photoshop one, like here, I very roughly drew this. In Photoshop, I want it to be actually like blocked out very exactly. Not that everything has to be like up, like perfectly up or perfectly down. There can be things that are more on an angle, but I still would like it to be very nice and professional, I guess. I think one thing I can do is like very rudimentally block out the level and then like make it Unity and then plan it out more and then block it out more. I can do that to a degree, but just to get like a good idea of like space and scale or something along those lines. But ideally, I would like the levels to be reasonably quite large. So that's what I'm hoping for. Whoa, and not this one though, because this is just a test. So I want to put this here actually to have this hit all this. Actually, hold on. No, I'm not doing this the way I want to be doing it. I actually would rather this one be 10, and let's put it actually over here, and then have this be this enough to perfectly get there. Okay, cool. And then I put this over here. Oh wait, where's the? Oh, that's wait. No, I undid the line that I wanted. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, maybe I can actually put walls in this finally, because also again the levels are supposed to actually have walls. This is too high. This needs to be a height of not 2, but like 2 above where the ground is. So. No. 2 above where the ground is. Well, let me do this. Actually, maybe I'd like it to be maybe thicker. So, but just the top of it needs to be there. Actually, maybe not that thick. Okay, a pseudo level design. I actually think the floors here, I'm just going to make them a bit wider too. Not that this matters too much because you're not really going to see this, but I just kind of wanted to do that. I like how it looks. Actually, for the gaps. Yeah, okay, we'll figure this out. Okay, so now I did mess up a slight thing where actually, not a slight thing, but yeah, I want this to match this. So this is the higher up area. So I want this to be twice the size and go over here. Now I could leave it like this, where these are intersecting. That's not really a problem, but I would like to, for ease of mind, fix it because I can in a few seconds. Okay. So now then I would like to do, so the gap, now as I said, the gap needs to be 8 blocks or less. Yeah, so I'm going to go, actually, well, okay. So I could do this, I can do this. They're perfectly 10 blocks right now, which is not what I want. I want I'm going to have the kind of the midpoint of it being here. So that means that this needs to go down 1 unit, and then this basically needs to go up 1 unit, but then still stick to here. So, Nice thing when I build this out in blocks is that I can have a lot of nice numbers here to make this work out. So that's too far. I mean, I could test the AI jumping a shorter distance, sure, but I want to. Ideally, it should be able to make 8 block jumps. I keep saying blocks, and I'm going to continue saying blocks, but I know that like it's Unity units that I'm pretty sure are meters, but I'm going to keep saying blocks. Whoa, not 1, 11. Video game. Hey, Zavera. Hello. Yeah, that's right. We're making a vid game. Right now we're making like a quick like test level just to test some functionality. We have this little AI person here, and actually I can go to one here. Okay, let me show off 2 things while you're here before you click away. I need to yeah. So bam, look at this. We got a character that can run away or run around. Cool functionality of things being quite good in how the movement is. I quite like how it is so far. Yeah. Then we got it's for a tag game, and over here grid testing. Bam! We got this AI that we can play tag with. He runs away. There's a lot of really complicated. Oh, I've been lurking here for like an hour. Lol. Oh, well, thanks for being here and enjoying my stream. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. But yeah, well, yeah. So maybe you've seen this at some point. Yeah. So sorry that I've just been like talking on and on and on for like a really long time of not really like making things, more just planning. But it was an important stuff, I guess, of planning to myself also where we're taking this. Now we're gonna be starting to make things. But yeah, how this AI runs away is quite cool. It's how the pathfinding is, and if I can touch him, I said if I can touch him. Oh, he's really trying to get away, but okay. Actually, hitting him is hard. I do have to kind of figure out how I'm gonna do this. Okay, but now he should chase the player. This is terrifying. I actually I have genuine a little bit of fear. Oh, that's important. No, that's important. That's fine. Yeah. And now that we've done a lot of that planning, hopefully we can continue to go forward. But this, honestly, this AI chasing me is a little unsettling. I don't know if it looks unsettling in the video, in the Twitch stream, but to me, I hate this. I hate it so much. I don't know if it's because he's a little like I can see. I think I flinched. That's great. I can see the Twitch thing a few seconds in the past. Something is creepy about that. But when it's hopefully I replace things with actual people, I don't know if that'll make it less creepy. But yeah. But anyway, something about that is yeah. I got a Twitch clip. If you go to my clips, my oldest clip of the only 2 that are there is me getting legitimately jump scared by this guy the first time I tested his movement. Where I was like looking away, and then I look back, and then he like charges the player when he wasn't supposed to move at all yet. And yeah, I got freaked out from that, but it was funny. So yeah. Anyways, so that is that. Let's continue setting up this test level. I guess as a reminder, it's gonna look like this. I'm just testing out. I'm building out a little test area to test out the jumping, where I need just to get the AI to jump across this gap and jump up this step and then like fall down this step. That's we're making this, and going in a circle. The grid, the grid area that I was just having before. Actually, this is technically. I'm gonna put this pathfinding testing because that's what it really is. Pathfinding testing. The actual levels won't be that much of a grid, I guess. Which is why I think it won't look as... It looks a little bit janky in that one scene, but I think it'll be a lot better here on account of it being more of a linear path, more corridor-like, which the actual arenas will... They're not going to be linear, but it'll be like linear with branching path type things rather than just one open space, is kind of how I'm thinking it's going to resemble, especially having verticality will help in that, I think. We'll see when we get there. Hopefully soon, maybe today, we'll be actually designing that level. Okay, so what do I need this to look like? So this, I need this to go to here, and I'm kind of copying the bottom to the top, and then I need that. Okay, bring this over here. You guys can't see it, but you saw it about a moment ago, and now you're about to be, hopefully, seeing it here. So I think this actually needs to be 11. I don't need to be having this so blocked out perfectly, but I would like it to be. The one thing I do want is that here to here needs to be 8 blocks, Unity units away from each other to test out what I want to test. So then I do this. By holding control, it's like snapping, which also makes this, if I did want them to be perfectly not overlapping, this is making this quite easy to do. Okay, so now then I want this over here. That's the last thing. And then our test level will be complete. Oh, this, okay. I mean, okay, yeah, this doesn't map up with this, but I think this is fine. This is, like, good enough. Like, originally, like, whoa. This was going to be more like that halfway point, but yeah, that's okay. Wait, okay, now you need to be, was it 25? Cool. 30. Ooh. But down. All right. Okay. Something like that. Okay, there we go. Cool. Do I want to? Okay, I know I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to because it bugs me a little bit. I want to make this actually more to the, and I know I can fix it really quickly. Make this like the halfway point of this, which then means this goes down to 25. There, easy peasy. All right. So now the AI is gonna just fall forever, but I want the player to, I just want to test the player running around this environment first, just to see if this is working. All right, so we got this environment now. So run over here, woo, and oh, wait, no, we're getting errors because the AI doesn't know how to turn. Problems of it falling forever. That's okay. Okay, so that's again is a barely makeable jump. I'll have most usual jumps be probably smaller than that. I mean, there'll be some hard jumps that are this, but this is meant to be the player's like max jump distance. There's also a thing where the player can like leave the platform and jump for like less than a second afterwards, a nice quality of life thing. Another thing is that if you press the jump button like right before you hit the ground, then it also is able to work with that. Now, one thing I'd like to just see, I just want to see where this error is coming from. I'm aware that this is coming from current destination being null, right? Because actually, so this will never be a problem in the game. I think it's having a problem that pathfinding objects is, there's only one of them. It's not doing the pathfinding correctly. But I would like to just, in case there's some weird issues, I'd like to at least have this not give an error, even though it doesn't work. So I'm going to quickly just, and this is going to be fixed by just having like some if checks of like, if this is not equal to null, then blah, blah, blah. So in the turn, let me go into play mode real quick and see, I just want to see what furthest object is itself. Okay, yeah, oh, whoa. So that's, yeah, this is happening where it doesn't know how to get this thing to itself. So just quickly going, it's cur, I think it's cur destination that's also false. No, hold on, let me double check something. On the AI, I have some, yeah, these are both null. I have some basically, these will be private eventually. These are just public right now, so I can see them to do the bug testing I'm doing right now. So I just want to basically put in if, if current destination is is not null. Actually, I'm also just realizing this would be better to be put in this else if. It's the same logic. Okay. Right. Why don't you like this? Use of unassigned object type. No. Why? Because I know why. I need to give this a default value because this was an else. It was guaranteed that like either this or this would run. So object types would definitely get a value. Because I don't. It now is an else if. Neither of it has the potential that neither of these will run. So it doesn't like that is nothing. So I need to give this be vector 3 dot 0. Oops, 0 to start. All right. Yeah. Again, didn't really need to do this, but it just makes things a little bit nicer and less likely to have bugs later on. I believe, yeah, this is something that is only ever a bug if there's only one of these pathfinding objects rather than the whole setup. But now this is just a little bit better for making sure that that will never be a problem again. All right, now let's set up the pathfinding. So actually, first let me kind of put the AI on the area over here. So I'm going to put him here, basically. No, I am scared of that. I don't want him to rush me. I want to go into play mode. If I do something and he goes right towards me right away, I can see myself getting scared for that right away. So I'm just gonna put him over there. Okay, so now to set up these pathfinding objects. How I set them up. Okay, so yeah. So my method of how I've been doing this is, well, yeah, I just put these in a line around the level, simply. It'll be more complicated. Oh. I'd like this one to be kind of exact. It doesn't need to be, but yeah. Why is this snapping going to... I would like to... one thing, I'll make this easier right now if I change this to go based on move being 1. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So now, if I can go like this, this. For this, because of how simple this is, I only need these going around. In fact, actually, funny enough... Wait, would that work that way? Technically, I don't need these. I'm pretty sure this pathfinding would work if there was 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, let me... Because I can, I don't need to go overboard. I'm thinking the way that this is set up, that this can work with each other. Maybe it would... Okay, I'm almost tempted to maybe just, like, do ones in the halfway points just to be safe, but no. You know, this should theoretically work. If it doesn't, I can do it more in-depth, but this should, as I just said, theoretically work. So I need to now just set up... this is one thing I have to set up manually, that now for each pathfinding object, I need to tell Unity which one these are connected to. So this one is connected to 1 and 3. So 1 and... wrong thing. 1 and 3, wall. Then 1 is connected to... But luckily, I only have to do this a few times. This will take like a few seconds. So these 2... Then 2 is connected to 1 and 3. And when I'm saying these numbers, I'm going off of, like, you know, the number on the side of these. That's when I'm saying, oh, 4 is connected to 3, blah, blah, blah. So that's that. And then this is connected to 0 and 2. The other cool thing with this is that I can have one-way connections. If I decided that, like, you can jump from here to up to here, and then you can, like, fall from here down to here, but you can't, like, jump up this, then I can do so with that. Yeah, that means also that the AI will need to be able to jump up this too. Okay. Now, one other little thing that should be a thing is that that being raised. Okay, so now for the actual jumping, how do I want to put this? Not an environment. What do I want to be environment? I need to set up some triggers. I will put it in a new empty game object that is going to be for organization. Something about like AI interaction triggers, and then another empty game object. This is going to be jump triggers, and I'll have different ones for the different types of interactions. And under that again, like these two are just for like empty game objects for organization when I duplicate these a bunch. Now starting with this one, it'll be actually doing something. So I want a jump trigger here. This will probably be a prefab. No, well, yes, but the colliders of it, actually no, yes, it can be a prefab. Okay, so let me go make another folder here because I'm going to need a bunch of, right now I only need jump triggers, but going forward, eventually I might need other types of interacting, well, I know I will eventually need other type of interaction triggers, so I'm going to do this preemptively of going AI interaction triggers. Okay, jump trigger is going to need a box collider that is set to its trigger. Should be right before the edge or maybe a little bit before. I'll play that by the level design, but in this instance, I think I want it to be pretty close to it. This is gonna, I'm gonna stretch it across the whole gap. How high it is Y-wise is good. Okay, this wham. This in terms of how the AI detects that this is a jump trigger. It could just go off of its name, or I could use tags. I have a tag for each type. Yeah, I mean that'd probably be a better way of doing this. So jump trigger. Could also have used layers, but yeah. Okay. That works. So now they do this. Let me apply that to that prefab. Now I should be able to just duplicate that over to here, duplicate it over to only at the base of this jump. I will have to, as the level designer, play around with how like close this needs to be to up here because if this is where once the AI hits this, and not just it's once it hits like this side of it, it'll jump. So I need to see like how close does this need to be. If it's too close, actually, I mean this. Okay, actually, really close would theoretically work because the AI might just like hit the wall, but then go up it and still over. Like in its jump arc, even when it hits the wall, it'll continue that kind of jump arc still. But I ideally want it to kind of jump more like whoop. So let's try there. And then I want one more on the other side of this, the same kind of thing. So this is going to be turned 90. Yeah. Hope what I'm saying is making sense. I try to, explain what I'm doing, because, so you understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing things, why I'm making the decisions that I'm making. 'Cause, from my experience of being a game-making person, and I can try and pass on that knowledge or something like that. Okay, let's try putting that there, just kind of, so it's kind of the same. All right, now the AI, now it's actually programmed the AI to actually work with that. Also, it's going to make this position a bit more exact for no real reason, just because I can. Okay, so now I want the, first let me just test the pathfinding should be working. So it's not going to jump yet. Oh. Okay, we're both falling right now. Why did it do that? It should have, oh, I know why, right. I made an assumption before in the grid level. See this big sphere that's around the player? This is a thing that's supposed to, like, no matter what, there should be at least one of these pathfinding objects inside the sphere at all time. I made that assumption in the other level. And the reason for that is, let me go to the pathfinding test level. When I have all these, part of the pathfinding code is that on the player, as an example, I need to at all times know which pathfinding object is closest to the player right now, and the AI as well. But let's just focus on the player because they're the same. So, in doing that, I do need to do a test where, if I didn't have the sphere, I would need to do a test to basically, what's the distance between this one and the player? The distance between this one and the player, 25 times. And now look at all that, which one was the closest, bam, that's the closest one. The more pathfinding objects I have, that becomes, not good on performance. So, my, way of dealing with that to have better performance is just having a sphere, and it through on collision enter, non collision exit events, it knows all the pathfinding objects that are inside the sphere at all times, and then it only does that subtraction on the ones inside the sphere. So in this instance, it's only needing to test 7, 11, 12, 13, and 17, rather than the whole 25 every frame. And then same thing with the AI. So that makes that better on performance, but that's based on an assumption that there needs to be at least one pathfinding object inside the sphere, or the whole thing breaks, which is exactly what happened here. So I then need to just increase the sphere. Now, usually, I think in a proper level, I'm going to have the actual objects be a lot closer to each other, but for the sake of right now, maybe actually, hold on, I'm actually going to change my mind on something. I was going to just increase the sphere's bubble size, but I'm confident in a normal level that will be a good size. So maybe I actually just have a, as I said, if the player is like not close to any of the things, the sphere is outside of the, there are no of those blue objects inside the sphere, everything breaks. How would I have it not break? How would I basically have an else of like, if there's none of them inside the sphere, rather than breaking, now we go and test every individual one as a backup. But don't do that by the default. Okay, that's a better idea, I think. So, where do I need to remember where I actually do that calculation? There's that, I think it's scripts like character closest pathfinding. Okay. Okay. So this is where the magic happens of the finding the closest one to the player. So, or to whatever this script is attached to, which player, AI, whatever. So this happens on update. So I need to, if the number of, I already have the if. I just have, funny enough, I already have the structure for this already set. Right now I return null, which would break things. I need to instead of breaking, do this with all of the pathfinding objects. but I need to actually get all of them, which means I'm going to need to get a reference to something that allows me to see all of everyone in the scene, which is I have a script that already has that information. I'm just trying to think of the best way of getting it. It's this. So this object here, but this is private, so I'm actually going to change this to okay. So now if I just do private, what was that called? Path calculator. Path calculator. Wow, no. This, but lowercase. This is how I usually just name getting references to other scripts, is just having the same thing, but lowercase. Yeah, I don't think, I'm not original in doing that. Okay, but, okay. So then in start, I want to go, this equals, I'm confident doing find object of type because there's only one path calculator in the entire game in a particular level. So I'm confident I can do that. Then in here, so if there was nothing closest to the player, this. So start off by just copying this code so I have a base to work off of. Okay, but then I need to replace for this less than the count. So instead, go path calculator dot I forget the name of the variables. Pathfinding objects. What is the length of that list? Dot length. Okay. Then same thing, same deal here. Does that work? And then do return this, and then don't return null. Okay, that should fix it for this level. But again, all I really did, theoretically, in a normal level, this code will never run. I've just now prevented the potential for breaking. In case of some, basically, I prevented a bug of in case something goes wrong. So I made, yeah, less likely for things to break. So now this should work anyways. He's not going to jump yet. He's decided that is the furthest one from the player, which actually is correct, so that's good. And now he's going to run over there. So I can chase him, and now he's gonna die. Yep. He actually, okay, actually, that worries me a little bit that he kind of fell off. How did that happen? He fell off almost like before he made it to the gap. Although, okay, I meant to give this walls. Again, no, okay, that seems to be fine. Oh, okay, sorry, I forgot another piece of functionality that I was going to do that I haven't done yet. I will do it eventually. You'll notice that he runs in circles sometimes. Basically, when he gets as far away from the player as possible, he now continues to circle that point. I would like to have, when he reaches his end destination, he then just picks another random point and starts heading towards that one. So then he'll at least start going back and forth. But I'm not going to do that right now. Because, actually, no. I almost, again, this is another thing that I probably don't need to do, is more of a catching more potential problems. Because in an actual level, one, you're usually not going to be this far from the AI. You're going to be like right behind him for most of the time. So this won't happen. This only happens. He runs in circles only when he's on the exact other side of the map from wherever the player is right now, which is very unlikely. And not only is it unlikely, but if the map is really big, then usually you might not even be able to see the AI on the other side of the map. So you won't even see that he's running in circles. So that's a thing where I probably don't need to even bother fixing this. Because in a real level, you won't see him running in circles, and it's unlikely for him to be running in circles in the first place. So that's another thing I guess I won't touch for now. Because that's also a bit of a harder fix. The thing I just did was an easy fix. So, yeah. Okay, anyways. Okay, so what was I just about to do? So next I'm doing jumping, right? So he is following the path correctly. He doesn't jump right now. So now we do jumping. And in order for the AI to jump, I want to start by going into his AI input script. This is where the AI does his AI code that determines what buttons he should press, effectively. Where, actually, that's the other cool thing with this AI, is that he's not just a thing that's separate from the player. Well, he is, but he uses a lot of the same code from the player, which is really cool. So actually, let me move him back to actually having the same move speed as the player. Whoa. Let me apply that. So he has a lot of scripts here that are identical to the player, where he has this character move, character turn, character jump. The player has those same things of how they move. But then the player has... Whoa. The player has this player input script that gets keyboard input and then passes that along to these different movement scripts. The AI, on the other hand, the mirroring of that is it has this AI input where these will soon be private. They just need debugging things. This AI input thing instead does the pathfinding stuff and does all its figuring out of what it wants to do to then pass like simulated input, like the equivalent of the player pressing keys, to its own versions of character move, turn, and jump. So that makes the character and the AI very, very similar, identical in terms of how they move around the map. So they move with kind of the same physicsy stuff. So I think that makes that really good. If I moved the AI differently, like through like pathfinding, what's it called? No, like nav mesh or whatever. There's no guarantee. Or it might have been more tricky to get them to move so identically, I guess. Yeah, so that's that. And then I also get the added bonus of now as I tweak the player to make the player move better, it will make the AI move better, and vice versa. So that's a thing. Ignoring the actual like AI deciding where it wants to go, I suppose. Deciding what inputs to press. But in terms of the actual movement, like the add force stuff, the add torque stuff, that's gonna be the same on both the player and the AI, so yeah. That's that. I also, I think that, I'm not sure, I don't know how performance heavy nav meshes are, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty performance heavy. My way of doing pathfinding, I'm pretty sure, is significantly better on performance than using a nav mesh, so that's another thing. Because it's also not recalculating this path stuff every frame. I did it in a really cool way in that it theoretically only needs to calculate the path once, and that's it. But I purposely have it calculate a little bit more because in order to have it not try to run through the paper, or in order to have it almost like not run through the player, I treat whichever one of these pathfinding objects the player is closest to as like a dead zone. So like, if the player is at this one, then when it does its pathfinding, it treats this point as though it doesn't exist, so that it doesn't run through the player. It will run. It'll do what it can to run all the way around the player. So that's another thing. I mean, in this map test thing, it's a big circle, so that doesn't matter. But in like the grid one, it did matter. Because I was running into problems before in this one where to go from like this side of the map to this side of the map, it would sometimes book it right through the player, which when it's trying to run away from the player is a problem. So if the AI is here and the player is here, it will treat 6 as a dead zone. So it'll run around, even though if it's trying to get over here, it won't go through. So that's a nice thing there. So every time the player becomes closest to a different pathfinding object, it's then that I recalculate the path, which isn't every second. It's like maybe it's dependent on how fast the player is moving. If the player is standing still, then it's not recalculating the path. It's only once it moves to a different point, then that's when it recalculates. Yeah, anyways, so that's that. Okay, so, and even the path calculation is pretty good on performance. It's like the most kind of performance, it's best performance way of how I could be doing it, kind of. Okay, so, anyway, enough rambling about that. Let's do some actual jumping. The thing that my stream title is right now, doing AI jumping, that's what we're doing now. Just jump input. Okay, so I need an on-collision on-trigger event to actually tell it when to jump. So actually, this might not be in the same way of having this jump input, but it needs to call character jump.jump with its simulated jump down and jump held inputs for the way that this works. So this is going to have probably a on trigger enter to see that it's hit. Actually, should this be in a different script? This could be in a different script. This should be... no, well, I don't know how this is going to interact with the movement. If right now it's probably not going to, but later on it might affect. how the character moves and turns? That probably won't. So no, this is probably better done in a new script. Right? Yeah, okay. Just thinking of like, do I want to do this? I think so. So we're gonna call this AI. This isn't just jump. This is gonna be like trigger interaction input. Yeah, that's a long name, but sometimes you need long names to be descriptive. So the names of things make sense, and you know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. Also, that means I could have probably renamed this one to like AI. It's like key pathfinding input. Yes, I'm gonna actually rename that pathfinding input, which means I need to rename the code. There might be some cases where these scripts interact with each other, but I don't think there's going to be many. The one thing that comes to mind is there's one particular level interaction that if I have a teleporter, that's going to override the pathfinding a little bit, but that's like such a niche case that I'll like worry about that when I get there. And that might be one case where this just gets a reference to like a variable in the other code and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, as I said, this one I want to just rename to this. Wait for it to recompile, make sure that the other things of that are still working. Right. Yes. So before I forget, I'm going to also just add the script onto the AI. Oh, okay. Do that just before I forget. Now I have to kind of copy some code over to start. So I got AI. Oh, I have to reopen the script now. Okay. So no AI interaction input, and I want AI pathfinding input. So, the things I need to copy specifically are these two variables, and this reference. Do I need any other references? I don't think so, not off the top of my head. No, okay. Getting the reference in start over here. Then, well, this is the same, and then these functions, which, yeah. So now that this should be fine, except well, it's doing that there. Except I'm actually going to call that this one's update. Yeah. Except actually, I don't even know if I'm going to call this an update because I might more so. Actually, no, I do because I need to set. This is simulating inputs, which needs to simulate like true or false things. So I do need to, rather than, if I'm not jumping, it's not that I don't call this, it's that I call this with these inputs being false. That's just to mimic how the player input works. So this does need to be called, and I do AI stuff as just the temporary thing when I was explaining earlier what I was doing. Okay. So now, what this does here, so on trigger enter, if we've hit the collider that is if, I meant to go if, I want if. Yeah. Other dot, compare tag. What did I make the tag? It was like jump trigger. Let me go, before I go any further, let me double check that is what I made the tag, because I don't want to like be going to test the code. It's like, why isn't it working? And it's like, oh, I just had a wrong tag. Oh, I'm getting errors, so yeah. No, jump trigger? Wait, why am I getting errors? Because I didn't save this. It thinks the jump thing was still there. I didn't save this. Okay. But no, jump trigger is what I called it. Yes. Okay, so if we've hit a jump trigger, then I don't want to just press the jump key because the way the player is set up, right? The player and the AI is that just tapping the jump key for a frame we'll do a short jump. I want to like hold the button down to do the longest jump because that's how that is currently set up. So oops, I need to do that. Okay, so I want to hold down the jump button for a few, not frames, a few seconds, and I don't know how long. So I'm gonna let me quickly. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to easily time this in the thing. Okay. I'm going to need a public variable that's going to be the amount of time to hold the jump button. It's going to be the same each time. So this does mean that every time that the player, okay, I just thought I think I could set up, but every time that the AI hits a jump trigger, it will hold the jump button for the same amount of time, which means that every time that it jumps, its jumps will look identical, but that's okay. It's basically going to always do its longest possible jump to jump across any gaps. But I'm just realizing I could do something neat where each jump trigger has its own number on it for how long to jump for, and then the AI trigger grabs that and then jumps that amount of time, which then means I could have short hops if the jump trigger tells it to do that. Do I want that? That means that I'm just going to have one script that has like just a float on that. Kind of do now that I think about it. Just 'cause I think that would allow me to have more flexibility with the jumping and make it look more different. So that means that I'm now going to need to make a new script that is jump trigger. I'm going to call it the same as the game object that it's about to go on. And I think all this is going to do, it's literally, I don't think it needs more functionality later, but all it's going to do is, right? I'm pretty sure. It's just going to have a public float that the, just so that each one can have a different number associated with it. Public float, jump time. And I'm going to set this up as equals 2, because let's say 2 seconds or something. Because one thing that's good with this is I can overshoot the jump time. And I don't want to, if it's too big, that would be a problem potentially. But if hitting the jump trigger tells it to hold the jump button for 2 seconds, if hold the jump button, I don't jump again. If I started continuously jumping, if I programmed it that way, that would be a problem. But I don't, if I hold the jump button too long, that's not a problem. If I let go of it too early, that is a problem because that could mean not making the jump. It is very subtle, but you see how there is a difference between like tapping it just a little bit and holding it. You see how that's a longer jump? Yeah. I could try to do more if I wanted to make it more of a short jump when you don't press the button, but I'm not going to do that. It's fine. So now that's going to have that jump trigger. Is 2 seconds? I almost think 1 second, but now I'll let it be 2. As I said, too much is okay. Too much is better than not enough. So anyways, now back in this. So now I have that script to get. So if other.compare tag jump trigger, then get component. Another thing is actually this now means I don't even need to test. No, .compare tag would be better. It's gonna be better on performance. But I was gonna say I don't need to test the tag. I could say if other.get component jump trigger is not null, then do stuff. But actually, compare tag would be better on performance, so I'm gonna do that anyways. So then other.get component jump trigger. I think what was that time I just made? Jump time. This was actually. No, this is just a float. This is getting the float, but I'm doing something with it. So I'm gonna start a coroutine that's gonna hold the jump inputs. So I enumerator, like hold jump. Okay, hold the jump button. And then with this jump time, but rather than having to get the component thing down here, I'm just gonna pass in a float jump time, simply enough. Yes, and then I'm gonna call a yield return new wait full seconds this jump time. And once we have that framework for just the interacting with the jump triggers, which we're about to have, then we can use very similar code for that interacting with the other things that the AI will interact with. The sliding, the interacting with buttons, all this crazy stuff that we might be having the AI interact with potentially. Okay, so now this is going to start coroutine, hold jump, passing in these values. Like so. Nice. Yes, Austin. Yeah, this is almost done. We're almost done this step, and then it'll look cool, hopefully. Crossing our fingers that's actually going to work. But now, okay, so after just waiting isn't going to do anything. I need to specifically, oh, right. So specifically, I need to go what's the thing called? It's jump down. Jump down actually needs to be true for just a frame. So actually, jump down equals true here. Jump held is going to be true here, true, and then is going to be false here. And actually, now I need this to only be true for a single frame. Hello, everybody. Hello. I butchered your name, but that's okay. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You're maybe just about to see this jump thing, getting an AI to jump, as is my stream title, working. So I should be working in just a moment. So I want to just set this to true. I just need a wait for seconds. Or, sorry, not wait for seconds. I need a yield return. Hold on. What is it? Null? Does yield return null basically stall us till the end of frame? I think so. I can also do, I think there's like a wait for update. Hello, don't bite your tongue. Hey, yeah. Yeah. Great pronunciation. What, when? I don't know. I don't know. I'm doing my best. Okay, so what this is going to do now, what it should do if it works, is when this coroutine is called, if we hit the jump trigger, it holds down the jump button for one. Jump down is true for one frame, because after the return null, I think that waits a frame and then it becomes false. That should give time for this to run here. If it doesn't, then we'll figure that out. But then it waits for like 2 seconds and then makes the jump held false. This is simulating keyboard input. And now, I need to actually add the jump trigger thing to the jump triggers. Now they should all have it. Yes. Now, we cross our fingers, and I hope that this works. Because if it doesn't work now, I'm going to do a bunch of debugging. So now, let me chase the AI over here. It should jump this gap. Please jump the gap. Yes! Oh my god, it did it! It kind of bounced at the end, and it jumped up there! Yes! I didn't think it was going to work. Well, I was hoping it would, but like, oh my god, I wasn't sure if it would work or not. Oh, it's like bouncing. But, I think I know why that's happening, but... Okay, it fell there, but that's okay. GG? Yeah! Now, okay, this actual level will have walls. I missed it, show again. I will gladly show again. So, if it falls off the level right now, that's kind of fine because this will have walls, but, no, okay. I know why it's falling off the levels, and that's a problem that's is a problem in this specific test, level. Yeah. Bam! Look at that. Ignore that it is jumping, it's like bouncing. Oh, it's... Okay. The problem, the quirk that's happening... Okay, let me... I can fix this. I can make this run better, and I know how I can do it. I need to increase the number of pathfinding objects, and that should fix this. So, real quick, let me do this, because then it'll have a higher chance of actually working. I'm actually going to put... It would be better to have, I think, like one here and one here. I've explained my pathfinding system like multiple times. I'm not going to do that right now because I want to get this jumping to work really quickly, and then I can re-explain for the people who are interested in hearing that. This should actually be down slightly, more kind of touching the floor. Yes, nice, woohoo indeed. And doesn't it look cool? The programming behind it actually isn't, other than the pathfinding, which is stupid complicated. The programming behind the jumping wasn't that like crazy, but it looks cool. If you don't know if any of the programming that's going on and you just see the AI runs and jumps, now imagine how much cooler it will look also when this is a person and it has like a jump animation. That'll be even cooler. Now I do think okay, one thing I'm going to do right away is I think the jump times are too much. I think they actually, on all of them right now, I want them to be 1, because I think it was, so I guess maybe that wasn't working like I thought it would, but oh no, wait, you know what the problem is? I'm just realizing what the problem is, I think. When the AI jumps, it's hitting the jump trigger on the other side. I completely forgot that could be a problem. So, that's a slight thing to tweak, but I think that's what's happening, is that, so the jump time actually is fine. So let me put that back to 2. I want to change this back to 2. Yeah. Because I think 2 is a fine time. It's just that it's holding the jump button, and then it hits this, and then it tries to jump again. So I can tweak that. I can put, like, a time until it can jump again. And I'll probably tie that to the jump triggers themselves, so I'll work on that. But regardless, where is... Okay, so now... what am I doing? So I want to set up these pathfinding objects. Now, this is something I currently have to do manually. I might do something later on to have this happen more robustly. But right, that's okay. So right now, actually, I'm going to have to clear them all. Okay, so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I got to do some tedious work for a moment, but you saw the cool result that just happened. This will make that cool result work better. So I need to, with each of these, just to explain what I guess I'm about to do. You're using nav mesh or not? No! That's the cool thing, that this whole thing is working without using the nav mesh. And I'm perfectly aware that I could have tried using nav mesh stuff, but I was able to do it without the nav mesh. And I had, like, my reasoning for why I didn't use the nav mesh, but that's a whole tangent. But I know that if I really tried, I probably maybe could have gotten this to work with the nav mesh. And I've used nav meshes before, so it's not that I just didn't want to use it because I've never touched it before. I mean, I haven't touched it in a long time, so it was part of the reason. But I had this way of doing it that I have, like, my own custom pathfinding system that, one, is really good on performance, I think. I think it's better. It's a lot better on performance than a proper nav mesh. And it supports these things like jumping and interacting with things and blah, blah, blah. And it moves in a way that is very similar with the player. That's the one thing I was really trying to get, is that the AI moves very, very, like, as similar to the player as possible, which I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get that closeness by using a nav mesh. Maybe I could have, but whatever. Anyway, so, like, both the player and the nav mesh, the player and the AI are so similar that they're moving with the same code. The only difference is that the player gets input from the keyboard and the AI gets input from the stuff it calculates, that then it basically passes that as if it was like kind of keyboard input to its own character controller. Although it's rigid body, it's not an actual character controller component, it's rigid bodies and add force stuff. So that's how similar these are, which I really like, and is what I was hoping to get out of this. I'm also just realizing that the center of the world isn't where I thought it was, and that bugs me like the tiniest bit. I just want to fix that real quick, and then I'll move all these pathfinding objects. Or like I would like the this little like circle run around thing to be like whoa, I missed one. What'd I miss? This to be like this. No reason at all to do that, but I can. And I don't have to rebake the nav mesh. If I had made a nav mesh, now I would have had to rebake it or something. But nope, don't have to do that. Another cool thing is that, so that, to my knowledge, the nav mesh has a lot of stuff that's like baked, that then you can't change in runtime. This, I can change it like so much in runtime. This can support like these pathfinding objects could be like moving back and forth. I can like disable some of them. I can kind of override some stuff with them. I have a lot of robust stuff here. I can set up one-way paths. I don't think a nav mesh can do that. Maybe it can, but I can set up, if I wanted to, that you can run from this one to this one, but you can't run from this one to this one. I can set that up really easily. I can have the actual use case for that would be if this was like a really tall gap. Let's say there's like a slope here, but you can fall off this one to get down here, but now you can't go to here to jump up here. I can do that really, really easily here. So that's another thing. And another thing is that because I programmed my pathfinding system, I know the ins and outs of how it works. So I also get that. Another reason is that this is for a school project, so me having done it myself also just is a kind of for school, a programming class. I've done more like programming stuff myself. That's another little thing, I guess. Yeah, so the plethora of reasons of why I probably could have used the nav mesh, but I didn't, and I have no reason to switch now. So yeah. Anywho, let me do. Now let me do this tedious work I need to do. I should have been doing that while I was talking, but whatever. So I need to each of these pathfinding objects. I need to look at the two that are right beside it, the ones I want it to be connected to. So in this case, it's the one with the 4 and the one with the 9. 4, 9. Drag them into this box, and then go to the next one. So I'll do this in order of how they are in the hierarchy, so I know I don't miss any. So now 1 is connected to 7 and 5. I could try to do some stuff to set this up manually. I just haven't done that yet. And when I build like actual complicated levels, it might become really difficult to set this up manually. I could try to do this, because the one thing is that I could try to have this happen manually based on like raycasts, like the ones that are like it raycasts it to, or they're really close to proximity-wise, it connects itself to those. But I don't want that. I want the flexibility of, as I said, if I want to decide that this is a one-way path, I have to do that manually. If I decide that, so even though like this one is really close to this one, there could be a wall in between here that I don't want these to actually say that they're connected. Different things like that of why, for now anyway, I think probably better that I do this manually. Anywho, so this. Also, I should say that this pathfinding thing does support, like, it's going to support, like, verticality of if I have slopes and stuff. Just right now I built this test level completely flat. All right, so pathfinding object 2 is connected to 5 and 6. Put those in there, and then 3 is connected to... And with my actual levels, I only have to set up this once. So this tedious work I have to do just once per level, basically. Okay, pathfinding object 3 is it's connected to 8 and 9. And then to 4, that's this one. This one's connected to this one's connected to oh, actually, I'm just raising another thing that this will make the jump stuff work better as well, because before, when it's going around corners, it kind of like, right, when it touches this one, it kind of takes a bit to like kind of turn around before it's like going exactly straight. So that might be a reason of also why it might fail to jump. By having this one here, it will definitely like have turned to be facing straight to pass through this one before it jumps the gap, preferably. Or it might be like a little bit turned, but then it will correct itself for facing this one. So by having actually these on both sides of the edge, not like right at the, like not like, well, not this close, but like almost before the jump, this will actually probably help the jump be more likely to work. Just another little thing. Anyway, so 4 was connected to, 4 is connected to 0 and 7. Yes, and then 5 is connected to 1 and 2. And okay, well, I just did 5, so now 6 is connected to 2 and 8. 2, 8. And then 7 is connected to, where's 7? It's there. Okay. 7 is connected to 4 and 1. I did have an idea though that, like, as I said, there might be some special cases, but for the most part, connecting to these objects will be like just the ones that are closest. So I was thinking of setting up like a custom editor script that this will have like a button. I click the button and then it will like link itself to like the few that are proximity closest to it, and then I just like do some correction myself. So that could be something I do later on to set up like a good like baseline, and then I just kind of clean up the ones that are wrong or that I need to specially change. So that's just another thing I could do, just haven't done it yet. Okay, so that was 7. 8 is connected to 6 and 3. Okay. And 9, last one, is connected to 0 and 3. So now the pathfinding should work better, and this is a more usual case for what we're going to see in real levels. The other thing I'd like to do that I haven't done is that technically, if I want this to actually be more accurate, is that these should have walls. I haven't made walls yet, but for the actual game going past this for reasons, you can't actually fall off the level. Everything's going to be kind of an enclosed arena that you could fall onto like a lower part of the level. Now you got to work your way back up, but you won't. You can't fall off to infinity. So I would like to just kind of put walls around the map. Actually, no. You know, I won't. No, I won't. Right? Yeah, because I do want this to still work. Like the AI shouldn't fall, even if as I said, below this ring is like lower part of the level. The pathfinding should work that the AI shouldn't fall off this, anyways. So, okay. Please work. Please work. He jumped too early. Because I didn't move the jump triggers. That's it. Okay, sorry. I was like, no, wait, why? Because I didn't move the jump triggers. This was only a problem because I decided to drag like the whole level down at once, which likely won't happen. And if I do that, then I should have just, I could also have just selected the jump triggers when I move that. That worried me because I'm like, no, it's bugged. But no, now it should work. Please work. Okay, run around the corner. Wait, no, I fell. Okay, that was my bad. I can't play test the game if I can't play the game. Okay, please work. Booyah! Why did you decide to run? Wait, oh, okay. Why did he turn around? He turned around. Did I miss one of these? He should have ran towards 3. Wait, this one's wrong. Oh, that's why. Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. Wait, did I not? Okay, that's a pathfinding thing. What about jump? Wait, what about target matching for the jump system? What do you mean? Could you elaborate? Target matching? What do you mean? What is target matching in this context? Oh, he's. Why can't he find? I messed up. I think 4. 4 is not set up right. Yeah, I messed up 4. That's what's going on. He does. This is what I was talking about one-way path. He doesn't think that there's a path from 4 to 1. There is a path. Sorry, this is 0. There is a path from 0 to 4, as is here. But this is that one-way path system. He thinks that this is a dead end. That's why he's trying to turn around. Okay, I see why that's happening. Okay, that was just I didn't drag in the value. I don't know how I missed it, but so this should have 0. But target matching. Yes, could you elaborate? What is target matching? Okay, let me chase him. Woo, it's working. Ignore the double jump. I know why the double jump is happening, but why do you turn too early? Okay. You assign a start position and a final one whenever the distance. You assign a start position and a final one. Again, I say, could you elaborate it? Unlike, I am sort of doing that. So okay, if I'm going to, well, let me quickly give you the quick rundown of how the AI decides where it wants to go to. The grid here is a better example of the pathfinding, because again, here it works perfectly of him deciding to run away, and he doesn't run through the player too much. Like he runs away. I'll catch you. Oh, yeah. Trying to run away. He is turning around. Oh, no, I know why he's turning around. No, that's okay. There's a bit of, like, randomness to it. Okay, but anyway, so how the player and the pathfinding work. So there's all these empty objects that are, so for example, 8 and... Set a start position and a final one. Wait. Hold on. Let me go back to my test level here. Wait, 8 and 7, what are those? This one's 8 and... This one's 7 and this one's 8. So you mean like, oh, if I wanted to test, have him run from 7 to 8 just to test something? Just have him like go all the way around? 7 and 4? 7 and 4. A start position and a final one. Okay. For what? For the jumping? Oh, target matching for the... Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay, I see what you're saying. Have, like, from 7 to 4, do the jumping, and that's a start and an end one. I get what you mean. Okay, I could maybe do that. But, I mean, I already have, like, the jump triggers in place, and on the jump triggers, I don't, that is something I could play around with, but I already kind of have the jump triggers in place. The only reason why he's jumping twice was because as he lands, he hits the jump trigger. But I can fix that really easily right here. I have an idea of how I'm going to do that. It's just, I simply, on a jump trigger, there's a time until he can jump again, and then so I make it so that he can't, like this makes him not able to jump again too soon, and I think this will fix this. But that is a good potential idea if this doesn't work, I guess. I'll explain my how the AI works in a minute. Time to, say like, jump again time equals 3, I guess. It should be pretty big, but not too big. And this is something I want to set on each jump trigger. But a default is like going to be big. So then on the AI pathfinding input, no, on the trigger interaction input, then I just need to add more to this. So then I need to go, okay, this is, I need to go at a float the jump again time. I'm going to need to make a private bool and call can jump. Maybe like can press jump. Just to make it more specific. It's whether he can jump, it's whether he can try and press the jump button, to be more specific. And this needs to start being true. I know I could put that in the, yeah, I like putting, if I'm going to set something to true, I like doing that in start. To start off, whatever. Okay, the bat, so then this. So hold jump, I'd rather, okay, I'm going to store get input. So jump, jump trigger, equals, blah, just so I'm not getting the reference over and over. So hold jump time, comma, jump again. Whoops. Or this dot. Jump again time. Jump again time. Blah blah. Why don't you like this? That expected. I missed. I missed a colon here. Yep. Okay. Semicolon. Yep. You should be good now. Okay. So then I want to when he decides that he's going to jump, then can hold jump. Oops. Can hold. Or I say can press jump equals false, and then after the jump time. Oh, actually, this should be a separate coroutine. enumerator. Enumerator, wait to jump, where this is going to be basically a separate thing. So this can be false. It's going to wait a time, and then it's going to set it to true. And that time is the actually going to be this. I could have these together, actually, if I put yield return new wait for seconds, jump time minus jump again time, and that would be a way to squeeze these into one coroutine, but this is cleaner, I think, if I just do it kind of separately. So then this was going to do this, and this is going to do this, and then this is going to be true, and then this is going to call a separate coroutine like so. Wait to jump again, if, and then clean this up. So this should work, theoretically. And one thing I like about this as well, just another thing, is this does make the triggers, because I wanted this as a solution that also works for the other types of triggers I'm going to make, like interaction triggers for all the different things you can interact with. And this decouples, well, that the triggers are not dependent on the pathfinding, and the pathfinding isn't depending on the jump triggers. They're a bit more separated than if I had the pathfinding nodes influence the jump triggers directly, which I could have done, but oh, why do you not like? Why don't you like this? In the console, I'm getting a warning of it's assigned a value, but it's never used. You are used. Oh, I'm setting the value, but I'm not actually using it. Right? Hahaha. If sorry, yeah. If can press jump and the compare tag blah blah blah. So if can't jump is false. I was like, yeah, that should be a problem. So yeah, now it wasn't gonna work yet. Now it should work. He theoretically shouldn't jump twice. Yeah, he only jumped once. Yeah. Now there is a problem here though. Potentially, he's no, there isn't. Okay. Again, the twirling in circles isn't a problem. It's only a problem because of how small the level is. The real levels will be bigger, so there shouldn't be as much of a problem. Why does he change so soon? Okay. I'm trying to think of why that's happening. Well, I think I know why that's happening, and let me let me now give my some people who were maybe not here yesterday when I built this whole pathfinding system. Not completely myself. I had some help, but essentially, in a nutshell, how the pathfinding works in a way that I can show is so with the player. Sorry, if the AI is running away, the player is it. It first, the steps is that it finds which of these pathfinding objects is closest to the player. That's step one. Then that pathfinding object. So let's actually, so I can again do this more visually. Let's say, yeah. So the player's here. It first, actually, even if it's here, it finds the pathfinding object that's closest to the player. So that's 17. So now it has that 17. Then it goes, okay. No, let me do 16 because it's going to be better for my explanation. So it's 16. It's closest to 16. So now, from 16, which other point, pathfinding object, is the furthest from 16? Right now, that's 4. There can be some cases like 17 where 0 and 4 are equally far away, but yeah. From here, the furthest point is 4. So it's got that. Now it's got the furthest point this far. So this is the point on the map that is furthest from the player. Then it gets the closest object to itself. That's 6. In the same way that the player gets the closest one to itself. Then it finds the shortest path from 4 to 6, going through the points. So right now there's multiple paths. It can go like this, it can go like this, it can go like this. But it finds any of those paths. and then it goes along that path. To go along that path immediately, it like then looks at, okay, what's the immediate next one I need to go along that path. That could be, let's say, 7. Once it gets to 7, okay, what's the next one? 8. What's the next one? 9. Next one, 4. That's how the pathfinding works. And once it gets to 4, it starts spinning in a circle to continually go to 4. But I could set it to, once it reaches 4, go to a random other one. I look at Discord when you have a chance. I had some more and it looks so good. Oh, I will, Austin, in just a second. Cool. Glad you're having success with that, with the game you're making. But, so that's how this pathfinding system works, and it's quite cool. And then another thing to add on to that is that when it tries to calculate the path, so if the player is like here, and now, let's say that it calculates the furthest one is this 24, when it calculates the path, it makes sure it doesn't go through the one that's where the player is. So when it calculates a path from 6 to 24, it excludes 12 from its pathfinding. It pretends 12 doesn't exist. As the player moves, now it pretends 11 doesn't exist. Now it pretends 5 doesn't exist. And that's cool. So that's a neat thing. And also the how it calculates the paths are also really neat. Right at the beginning of the game, in start, I run an algorithm that goes through all of the paths, like 1 to 24, 0 to 24, and each of these ones calculates which one is furthest from this one. So 24 from the beginning of the game always now knows that, let's say, 0 is the furthest one from it. 16 knows that 4 is the furthest one from it. So I don't need to keep recalculating that step. Each one already knows from start which one's the furthest away from it. Ooh, one more follower, and you'll be halfway there. Oh, am I 24? Wait, did someone follow? Oh, I'm sorry, did I not notice? Hold on. Let me open up Streamlabs and see. Sorry, I don't have my headphones on, so I'm not hearing those notifications. But I have them cover the whole screen because of how important they are to me, so that people actually care to follow me. McStubber, Dorito emoji, fantastic. Oh my God! I missed a few. Zavura, wait. Oh no, wait. Did Zavura get a? This says 10 hours ago Zavura has followed. Did you follow me yesterday? Or did I didn't notice? Or was it between last stream and this one? I don't know. Maybe. But, yeah, well, thank you for following. I think that was between my last stream or something like that. And then now, McStubber, thank you. You are my 25th follower, I think. Because I believe this 24... Or maybe, I might be wrong on that. Actually, either it's 24 or it's about to now update to 25. You were definitely not streaming 10 hours ago. I mean, I was up till like 3 a.m. last night, so there was that. But hold on, let me check one thing. I forget. This sometimes takes a bit to update. Women! Oh my gosh! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh my God, thank you. That makes for sure. If this wasn't 25, it's about to be 25, or actually it's on this side or whatever. Oh my God, I'm 25, that's so amazing. Ooh, halfway, heck yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay, I'm not doing this for the money, but like, what Austin is referring to there is that, once I hit 50 followers, then I can start getting like subs and donations and, playing the ads and all that fancy Twitch stuff. There's a bunch of other requirements. I've hit all of them except for 50 followers. It's on this side, yeah, above my head. But that's really, really cool. It would be cool if I could do that. But I've only been streaming for a week and 2 days now. So, well, this stream would be a week and 3 days. So that is really cool. I've been having a lot of success with it so far, and I'm really enjoying doing it. And hopefully, you all are enjoying watching and all of that. So yeah, now let me take a quick break. But let me go look at the thing that Austin is working on. He's been I've been looking regularly at his updates for things. That's what I want to do for, anyone that wants to. I have this Discord here where if anyone is working on any cool game stuff, primarily Unity, but they don't have to be Unity, and you want me to check it out and show it on stream, then feel free to do so. So this is what Austin has been making. Oh yeah, and you got the shooting working. Okay, cool. I've been seeing his progression of stuff. Okay, this is quite cool. So you got this interaction system of I can't talk. I'm too blown away by this when this updates to 25 whenever it does that. I've Streamlabs with doing that, but it takes a bit to update. But Yeah, yeah. I see. He made a character with just a character controller thing. I've been doing with a rigid body. Gosh, I can't talk. Okay. Yeah, and be able to interact with a gun and pick it up. This is something I've never done before. Actually doing like shooter stuff, but no, that's cool though. Yeah, the interacting with stuff, and that actually is then. Oh, you got it actually holding it too. I didn't even notice that before. It's not just clipping through the arm anymore. That's also pretty cool. Or is it? No, yeah. Or yeah. Quite neat. Quite neat. Oh wait, does this change? The model changes. I noticed that. Is that that is something. I imagine that's a bit of a thing to maybe be fixed later, but good solution for now to have that happen. Yeah. No, that yeah, quite cool. Good job. Continue the good work or whatever. I would even like if anyone finishes. Yes, done. Or it does. It's free models. Yeah. If anyone, this is another person that another thing that Zeri's made. This render with like, yeah, this looks really nice actually. The lighting on this I think is quite good. That's another thing. Yeah, a lot of people, yeah, making cool things, and I'm trying to be one of them with this AI thing that I'm doing right now. So let me put that back over here. So, yeah, cool Zios. Now, what was I just talking about? This pathfinding thing. Yeah, no, I think I kind of reached the tail end of my explanation here. Now, this system, as I said, of how it finds the furthest thing. Oh, I guess I should also... The flip side of that is how it calculates running towards the player. It doesn't just beeline towards the player because there could be stuff in the way. It basically does the pathfinding in reverse almost, where it... so it looks at where the player is, look at the object that's closest to the player, looks at where itself is, looks at the object closest to itself, maps out a path to the player, runs to the player. Once... like it's closer to the player than any of these objects, then it beelines that like final stretch towards the player. So that's how that works. So yeah, but so that's actually funny enough. That's kind of like easier than the furthest away one, a little bit. Yeah, although they use the same pathfinding thing. Yeah, so that's that. That's cool. A lot of I do think that there are some kind of kinks in the pathfinding system that I do think will be ironed out by just having a larger level. So just published another Unity game to the Google Store hype or Unity Play Store hype. Oh, cool. I've never done that. Do you do any Android stuff? Not yet. I have a bajillion like unfinished projects or whatever, or mobile. But yeah, no, not yet. I have I've made a little thing that I was able to get running on a phone, but haven't actually so I've experimented with then like phone input stuff, but I haven't actually released anything on like a mobile device. Although I do think it would be cool. I have the potential to make a game that I could put on like Steam or itch.io if it's a smaller thing, and then try to convert that into a mobile game like this, literally like this game. Could you imagine? And there's lots of first-person games on the App Store. This with better polish. I don't think this is too performance heavy right now. I mean, it definitely isn't with it being really simple. Post-processing effects will maybe ramp this up a lot more in terms of the amount of stuff going on. But this could be on a phone potentially if the I just gotta remap the inputs. Oh, I didn't make the jump there, but the AI made the jump that I couldn't. But like 3 years ago when I was 14, I think I made a mobile game called Flappy Block. I wonder what that's referencing. Oh, it was a level-based Flappy Bird. I never published it. Fair enough. Yes, wonder what. Oh yeah, no, but that's cool. I haven't made a Flappy Bird game thing. Have you seen? Kind of in relating to Flappy Bird, I guess. Somebody like a YouTube video thing was able to glitch Super Mario World in a way where he was able to kind of write code by doing different things. I know the kind of explanation of how this all works, but just in a nutshell. To basically then turn Super Mario World into Flappy Bird and then ran that, and that's a cool thing. Go look up that video if you haven't seen it. It's amazing. but no. Okay, so why is that happening? That's something with the pathfinding. It's like it jumps and it's trying to like turn to go to 8 too early. What in the world? Heck no, dude. I'm not messing with that. Lol. Fair enough. That's not. Yeah. That when I say make it Flappy Bird, I watched a video on it and it's a fat no for me. You probably watched the same video I did. It's really cool that that's a thing. And I understand how it works, and it's the kind of thing you can only do on like really old games. Where you're able to like get into like the memory of it and like mess with like the hexadecimal values. That is like the assembly code. That is the compiled code of it. But you can't. What was I trying to say? You can't like. You couldn't do that in like any game made in the last decade. Is what I'm trying to say. There's one game. I think it's Super Mario World 2. No. Some Mario game that's like on a Game Boy or something, but like a really old one where it's all like black and white, where there's a way of what speedrunners do that is also a glitch thing is in like one of the levels that's like early in the game, they're able to glitch in a way that they fall out of the level, and then they fall so far that then they start going through the game's code. There's all these like this mess of like glitched blocks, and going through all of that, they're like going through what is the game's code, and they work their way through it to find this one block that when they break it, it warps them to the credits, and it's like, whoosh. Yeah, it's crazy that kind of stuff can happen. That's one thing I like. I really love watching speedruns of lots of different games because I like that kind of dissection of games and tearing them apart and the sort of stuff that you can do with it. It's really cool. Those are examples of like taking that to the absolute extreme. But have you seen that dude who beat some Mario speedrun world record because a cosmic ray flew through his PC, I guess, and caused a bit flip? I have not seen that, and that sounds absolutely insane. Well, that's crazy. I know this YouTuber. Veritasium. I haven't seen that video, but that is crazy. Do you happen to know what Mario game it was specifically, so I can try and look this up on my own later? Because that is crazy. But I'm not gonna watch like a I'm not gonna watch like a 10-minute video on the live stream right now. But no, that's crazy. And if that exists, I really want to see it. In terms of speedrunning tricks, I think one of my favorite is the one that I just mentioned, going through the code, is pretty cool. But one of my favorite that I'm aware of is Super Mario Odyssey has this one like speedrunning glitch where I'll join the Discord and share some of my stuff if anyone wants to check it out. Be my guest. Let me go and get me a link. I haven't done this yet, but I want to generate do the thing where you type a thing in chat and the link will come up. But I haven't set that up yet. I will at some point. I keep getting sidetracked with other things, or like doing the actual like stuff I'm doing here. Slowly, I'm like improving my stream bit by bit. But okay, invite people, copy, and a little bit of wah. There you go, McStubber. Feel free to share whatever you want. It happens a lot, actually. It happened in an election vote that was taking place online, and the same thing happened, and it caused electors' vote to fly up to like 4,000. Interesting. I have to look more into cosmic rays. I know that there's a lot of stuff with that that can mess with computers, but I need to look more into a lot of that stuff. Is kind of it's cool. Cool things? Yeah, no problem. Maybe at some point I'll check out your stuff and show it on the stream. And if you want me to play like a demo of like a game that you have or something like that, something that's maybe reasonably short, I could do that on a stream at some point. Although probably not right now, though. I have to work on get this done. But what was I about to say? Cool speedrunning trick is in Super Mario Odyssey. So one of the speedruns for that has before you start the game, you want to play my game, Austin? Is the video that you have all of what exists in the game? Oh, JK, is not even playable. Yeah, I feel you. I have another personal project I've been working on a while that's also not in a playable state yet. It was, but then tweaking stuff, it's currently not in a playable state. I will hopefully get it back there one day. But I'm doing a lot of this stuff first. But what was I saying? Super Mario Odyssey has a glitch thing in the speedrun where before they start the run, they set the system clock on their Switch to like a few minutes before midnight of a daylight savings time. So then when they're playing the game, there's like one section, like 10 minutes into the run, there's a section where they do something and then they're supposed to wait 20 minutes of real world time for something to pass. So instead, they do that thing. Then daylight savings time passes, so then the system clock thinks that it's been an hour, so then that 20-minute thing happens immediately, and they time it so perfectly that, yeah, it's that I think that's like a that's not like super mind blowing of just tricking the system clock, but just for people to even like think of doing that, and not just that, but it's not just that they have daylight savings time pass, but they have to time it so that like they set so they don't go like. Okay, what am I trying to say? Some speedrunners, if they're not good enough at like having it be so precise, when they get to that point, they go out into the main menu of their Switch, go to the system settings, then change the system clock to be an hour forward, and then that does the thing. But super optimized speedrunners will just set the time to like a few minutes before midnight of the daylight saving time, before the run starts, so that they only have that much time to get to that section of the game, so that daylight savings time passes right when they get to that section of the game. And like, I don't know, I think that's a cool thing that they do that. Anywho, that's something. I also think, in terms of other cool speedrunning things, in Ocarina of Time, just there's like a glitch where you can get from like the first boss of the game and like glitch your way into like near the final level of the game, and that being also a thing I think is cool. And how it's so perfect in that it's able to work the way that it does. There's a lot of things that were like had to have been made with the game like so perfectly, so that glitching out of that level in that way happens to take you to that specific part of the game. But yeah, anywho, so that's that. What was I doing now? So I was trying to troubleshoot. Okay, one thing I can do to fix this just for right now is I think just having this second pathfinding object, having these be closer to like the turns would make this better, because this will force, I think what's happening, of why it was like jumping and turning and then going off the edge here, is that when it's at 9, it gets so close to 3 that it then decides that it wants to start heading to 8 like too early, and like 8 being up here is making it turn in a way that I don't want it to. So instead, by having this be closer, it won't like turn as much. Hopefully, that's my theory. And actually, well, yeah. Why did it fall off the stage immediately? That shouldn't have. Wait, I didn't change anything. What? Why are you falling now every time? Wait. That's new. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah. I'm just as confused as you are. I haven't changed anything in the last, like, few minutes of, like, how the AI is moving. I mean, this didn't break it, because I just did it and then it was still breaking. So, here, let me try one other thing. I have a theory. Theory is slowly breaking. My theory is that, so it has to do with the way the AI is facing. It's set to kind of move forward based on its forward direction. At the beginning of the game, I think it's trying to move to 5, but because of it facing forward, it's going like, it's trying to turn around to 5, so it's running off that. That's my theory, I think. So it probably isn't that bad if I just said to be turning like this way. That should fix it. I don't think yeah. It's fine. It's just trying to turn around at 5. Okay. That should be okay. I think I'm... Oh, no. Okay, no. I think other problem is that... Let me try one thing of actually having these be really close to the turn. I think that's something I need to do. Rather than having a bunch on these straightaways, I think I need more pathfinding objects wherever there's turns. This is the one thing I'm learning, because I'm not... learning that is good to... What am I trying to say? A thing that I'm learning about how these pathfinding objects work that's going to be good for when I make real levels later on is keeping in mind, like, general, I guess, guidelines for how far apart to space, like, the pathfinding objects to get the pathfinding to work better. Okay, yeah, there we go. So, in general, the more the better, but if I'm trying to... Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, cool. Because, yeah, there we go. Yeah! Can I catch him? Oh, well, okay. If I jump off, that's just me being incompetent player. But, no, let me see if... He has a reduced move speed. Ideally, one thing I kind of have to figure out is that oh no, you still fell. Let me. Okay, I know I can fix this. I can break this up even more. It's specifically, as I said, having more around the turns is better. If I basically have 3, like 1, 2, 3. And cool thing is, this is my favorite game, One Hit Gaming. Hello, hi. Yes, AI Chase. It's an unnamed game. I called the project AI Chase. It'll have an actual name later on. Yes, it should be your favorite game. No, actually, I do genuinely think that when it's closer to being done, it actually will be quite cool. What I have planned in my head, I think this could actually turn into something quite cool. So there is that. Let me quickly. Are you new here, or were you? Your name maybe rings a bell. Were you here in an earlier stream? 3 messages. Yeah, you were here. You've been here before. Yes. I thought I recognized you. Slowly, I'm like having to. I'm not the best with names. Slowly, I'm like recognizing people who turn up in chat over and over. There's been some mainstays for sure of the last week I've been doing this. But yeah. Okay. I can show you what I have been working on here. Let me just quickly. I need to fix some pathfinding stuff that's happening right now that's causing problems. Real quickly, I just need to do this, and now I need to reset up some of these, which will take I have to quickly do that, and that's going to take a little bit. 0. So 0 goes to 4 and 9. Now it goes to 4 and 11. 1 will go to no, zoom out. It's going to go to 5 and 7. 2 is going to go to hold on. One momento. It was working. This is going to make it fine-tuned to work even better. I don't have to actually fix all of these. I want to fix the few that I just moved. And okay, I'm just going to kind of double check all of them to make sure they're all working, because otherwise it's going to lead to problems. So this is going to 0 and 7. Yes, 5 is going to 1 and 2. Well, this should be doing. No, 1 and 10. 5 should be going to. Is that 1? 5 should be going to 1 and 10. Yes. 6 is going to go to 2 and 8. Sorry about this tediousness. I'll be done it in a second. And I purposely have this one a little bit further away because the way the drop off is. Okay, sorry. 7 goes to. This one's 1. This one's 4. 8 goes to 3 and 6. 9 goes to 11 and 3, so 9 goes to 11 and 3. Where's 11? 11 is and then 10 goes to 2 and 5. 2 and 5, so update that one. And then 11, last one, almost there, goes to this one's 0 and this one is 9. Okay. 0 and 9. Okay. Now let's try this. So now this should. I was about to say he should never fall off the edge. No, I know why that happened. If I stay still, that won't happen right away. No, it's going to. That's not what you want to see. I have a theory as to why. Oh, because I took away the one in the middle. That's why. I know why that's happening. I set him this way. Let me to clarify, so you all know why that's happening. I guess is because as soon as play mode starts, he's trying to run to 5. You use VR? I can use VR. Oh, I do use VR. Hold on. Bam! Oculus Rift. Another cool thing I could do. Actually, that would be really cool. See, the even more potentials of what I could do with this game, which would make it cool, is I could put this in VR. I can put it on a mobile app. Imagine that. That'd be just the paradigm shift of that, of having this one game that can be both a mobile game and a VR game. I could hypothetically do both. That's how fleximizable. How flexible Unity is. I'm like, that's not a word. Fleximizable. All right. Customizable, flexible. Just slap some sense into them. Yeah. Oh, you use VR, Slassen? Yeah, fair enough. But I could make this VR thing. That will be, just putting this out there right now, that will be terrifying with the guy running towards me in VR. I almost don't want to do that because I don't want to get, it's going to be scary. That's going to be like a horror game. I think once he's like a proper person, I feel like that'll make it less scary. I don't know. There's something about him just being this immovable thing that's not moving, that just comes at you, that I don't like. But that is unsettling, to say the least. But anyway, so why he was running off the edge? You have too much caffeine? Do I now? I don't drink coffee. That's the one thing. I've drinking coffee twice in my life, I guess. You had too much. No, I'm happy of there being a lot of people in this Twitch stream right now, and I want to be entertaining and all that. So that's it. You guys are my caffeine right now. But this guy running off the edge is because he's trying to move to 5 and he's facing the wrong way. So he's trying to turn around and he's doing a bit of a wide turn. So that is one thing. Is when he decides to turn around, he does kind of a wide turn. I could try and do more to tweak that later so that he turns a bit more snappier if he decides to go turn around. I will worry more about that later in actual map environment. And for now, I'm just going to put it this way. He's going to run to this one. Actually, no. There's a 50-50 chance right now of him running towards 5 or 10 because they are equally far apart from the player, I believe. So, no. Actually, no. Sorry. To be more... Oh, yeah, no, that's right. There should be... Hold on. Let me put this back facing this way. And I actually would like to have one of these in the middle. And to set that up with 5 and 10. And 10. Okay. Sorry. So now this should work theoretically based on my understanding of how the thing I coded works. Okay. Let me make this maximum. Now let's chase this guy. I'm hunting you. Oh no. Oh, I know why. Ha ha ha. He can't leave this spot because I didn't route the other ones through this. 12 is connected to 5 and 10, but like nothing else is connected to 12. So 5 needs to connect to 12 instead of 11. And then 10 needs to connect to 12 and 5. Yes. Yeah, so I do need to keep adjusting these each time I like make a new node, but like that's okay. Okay, so now you should run away, and you should jump. Yeah, look at that jumping. It's actually working, and it's quite cool. And there he jumps up there and runs away. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my gosh. It's actually I don't know why he tried to turn around like that. Something's not set up right with. What is that? What would be causing that? That was I have a theory, and that's having to do with how close he's getting to the player. I have a theory of how I can fix that, but I'll do that in a moment. But I want to test him. Sorry, just running the other way real quick. Oh, okay, I saw him jump up there. Okay, good. Okay, you have a flee script on it? A flee... What do you... sort of. Like how he's doing the pathfinding? It is... Yeah. He is choosing... Sorry, I should... Yeah, it might not look like it right now because it's a circle, but if I go back to this one, where it's more of a grid, the actual levels will be more open, not a linear path. Or more, I should say, like different kind of linear paths going in different directions, like an arena kind of thing. This, he does... He chooses a path to flee from the player, yes. But I'm realizing, that's what's causing some of that. Okay. So that I'm going to explain this to you guys, also what my understanding of this is. If the player is here, he is here, he's fleeing from the player. One part of his pathfinding algorithm is that he ignores the object that the player is currently on. The one that he's like, the player is closest to. So right now, the player is closest to pathfinding object 12. So when the AI does its pathfinding, it pretends that 12 doesn't exist. So that was with the intent of it running around the player rather than directly through the player. But I think this is causing a problem when I'm like almost on top of the player. Now it's treating it that 6 doesn't exist, but the AI needs to use 6 to know where it is. So I think that's what's causing a problem right now. So to fix that, how do I fix that? I could do something where basically that if the player is like really close to the AI, then don't do it pretending that 1 doesn't exist, but that could still cause it to loop around. I'm trying to think of maybe is there a better way to do this. Again, this is a problem that more pathfinding objects kind of makes happen less, but I think this is my understanding of what I think is going on. I could be wrong. Could be a different issue entirely, but so this is partially being a problem because of how spaced out the objects are. Although, like, they should be. I don't need to have, like, 100 going around here. But the more there is, the more accurate the pathfinding is, I suppose. So, let me just think about this. So, in this situation, if the AI is running this way and the player is here, it pretends that 12 doesn't exist. Oh, I think I get what's going on. Okay. So, in this scenario, it's actually worse than I thought. Not worse than, yeah, kind of. So, what it might be doing is that, if the... Actually, it might be not pretending that it doesn't exist enough. Or, hold on, I'm coming with different theories of why it's not working. But, essentially, if the player is here, it pretends that 12 doesn't exist. When the AI goes to run, it's now going to say, if 12 doesn't exist, it's closest to 5. And now, which is the furthest point from 5? It might actually route that around and say that it's 10. So now it's trying to move towards 10, which causes it to run back this way, or something along those lines. Rather than the furthest point from 5 is 3 or something like that. No. Right? Or no. Hold on, I need to go look back at how my code is actually running. Let me pause this on the first frame and then see what it's calculated as a path. I'm making theories based on what I remember coding yesterday when I coded this. Let me look at what's actually true. So I have some variables here. Yeah, okay, I'm partially right. So right now, current destination is 9. What? Your current destination is not 9. That's the problem. It's 9. It's not 9. Okay. Oh no, current destination is 10 on its way to 9. Sorry, no, 9 is fine. 9 is fine. But its current destination is 10. I was right. I was right. Okay. So to explain to you guys, I guess. So if the player is here, it should be running away. So it should be, the ideal thing is it runs around. It's okay that if its end destination is 9 or 10 or whatever. So, okay. Hold on. So, but right now, current destination, that's where it thinks it's trying to head to right now, is 10. Wait, hold on. So, it, I think, needs to, when it is really close to the player, think that it's closest to 5. Okay, so if it could think that it's closest to 5, and then run all the way around to 10, because then it pretends that 12 doesn't exist. That's what I need to do. Okay, so what I need to do is, in its pathfinding, determining where it's closest to code. Pathfinding overlap. No, hold on, am I doing this in the right place? I'm trying to think about this so I don't do the wrong thing. So, let me actually, hold on. Let me just test more data. Right here, it thinks that it's at 12, which is correct. It is closest to 12. It's closer to 12 than 5. But the player is also closest to 12. So maybe if it instead... what's the best way of doing this? Hold on, I'm getting a little bit... Not stumped, I'm like, I have potential things that could fix this. I'm trying to think of the best way it's going to be the most robust fixed. Okay, so let me take a step back, is that... The behavior, the functionality that we want to happen, it can still know that its closest thing is 12. I'm trying to say that, like, wherever the player is, it's almost ignoring, like, 12 from its mental map of, like, where the AI thinks it is. No, but that's what I want. So, no, that is what I want. Okay, no, yeah, so that's all that should fix this, right? So, if it thinks it's at 12, then that's making it go through 10 to go down to 9. Which is not what I want. I want it to, if the player is at 12, treat it so 12 doesn't exist, so its closest one should be 5. And then I already have that now when it does the pathfinding, it'll treat 12 as if it doesn't exist, so it won't cut through 12, so it'll run around. Okay, so that's all I need to do, is that on character closest pathfinding, this is the complicated script that does this. This code should not run. The NetImp. Hello. Oh, that's a cool emote. Hello. I will wave back as your emote is doing to me. Thanks. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing interesting AI stuff. Actually, funny enough. So, well, okay. The title of the video or title of the stream being "Can I make AI that jumps?" How it goes? It goes good. We got the jumping working. Now we're just fine-tuning it and having it not fall off the map, and things like that. We are making a cool AI game. Actually, hold on. While you're here, I'm going to quickly show you how cool this is. If I put the player just here to... I'm fixing a bug that only happens when the AI and the player are really close together. Bam! Look at that jumping. It's cool. It's really cool. The AI can run away. Or basically, it's playing tag with the AI. I can have it run around now. It's determining which ways to go. And it jumps. And it's so cool. I think it's cool anyway. Yeah. And the pathfinding works for not just a linear map. Like, it's very robust in a way that will work for more complicated maps. Like, if I go over to this scene over here, I do want to save this. Go back to pathfinding testing. This was more of a grid area. It's very cool. Yeah, I think so. Here, it runs away. There's a bug that's happening right now of just like when it's really, really close to the player, it kind of breaks. But as long as it keeps a bit of a distance, it's not breaking yet. And also, because this is tag, I also have the flip functionality of pathfinding its way to the player when it's it. Although it's kind of terrifying just seeing this thing run at you. Actually, I kind of want to just test this right now in I also have this other level. Before I was making the AI. Just the player moving around is quite satisfying. Oh, I got an error of something. I'll figure that out. But yeah, I think the movement is quite cool. And the AI basically has the very similar movement. I'm getting an error though, where pathfinding overlap. Wait, why do you have a problem? I would like to fix that here. I just started my Unity 3D journey, so I haven't gotten into AI dev. Fair enough. Well, best of luck to you with doing that. I hope your game dev endeavors go well. But yeah, if there's any questions that you have, any way I can try and help, I'd be happy to try and do that. I have I have a YouTube channel where I make tutorials. I have a Discord and stuff like that. I was watching model animations this past weekend. Oh, cool! Learning how to do 3D modeling stuff. Cool. I just this year I've been trying to get a lot better at doing 3D modeling stuff. Beforehand, I would always use very primitive low poly stuff and whatnot. Oh, speaking of me getting better over the past year, I forgot I had this open, but I guess I do. So this, if I bring back all the colors and stuff, bam, this is a guy I made. This is for, actually it's like an animated version of myself. You can see the resemblance and you see the lab coat. Yeah, this was a Blender animation that I made. Well, it's like a 5-second intro and a 20-second outro for my videos. Lol. Yeah. Let me actually bring up a thing real quick, because if you're talking about modeling, let me I have a thing. Bam, from that scene. Bam, actual proper render. That's my profile picture. I made it myself. He took 48 days to make from start to finish, and then it took another 24 days after that to make all that environment stuff and all the animations and technically that explosion as well. Yeah, so that's a timeline of that. It took a while, and that was with me being busy with working all that. And then here's a proper render of what you just saw. And I'm doing a cool thing where all of these jars that have stuff in them, each one is a reference to each of my tutorials that I've made, because I made 14 so far. And the idea is with each tutorial I make, I add a new thing into this front jar and then push everything down by one. So over time, more jars get filled, and then I have that, and it's quite cool. That's the idea. I made that submarine one recently. It's probably going to be a while before I make my next one, because I have a bunch of other stuff to keep me busy, like doing all this Twitch streaming stuff. Although you can count on that when I eventually make another tutorial thing, I will probably be streaming making the video, doing the editing, doing the writing the script of it, the planning, all that sort of stuff. Because also I do video editing things as well. Well, only my second to most recent video, if you look on my YouTube channel, this submarine, or how to make an underwater submarine in Unity, or whatever I called it. I spent 7 months making it. Technically, I spent 4 months doing the video, and then 3 months doing all this rebranding stuff afterwards of making the character and the animation at the beginning and all that. So that took a while, but I'm confident that making the next one will take a small fraction of the time, because most of that was learning and being busy with other things, and I have a bit of a template now that I can use for making future ones. It's cool, nice, cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. Well, also I'm biased because I'm the one who made it. So, But that's yeah, so that's stuff I've been doing with Blender. I don't know what program you're using with modeling, but I guess Blender would be my recommendation off of bias of it's the only program I've really used for 3D modeling, but it's also free. I will say that it does have a bit of a learning curve to get into, but yeah, and it is, I mean, a lot of 3D modeling programs can be difficult to use, especially if you're not much of an artist like me. I can't draw at all, so I 3D model instead. That's the funny thing. Usually people recommend that like you make a 2D games before you do 3D games because 2D tends to be better. But for me personally, I usually stick to 3D games, even if I do like a 2D gameplay, a game with 2D gameplay but 3D graphics, because I personally am just better at making 3D models. Stick figures, I can stick figures. Fair enough. You're better than me then. No, I mean I can try and do stick figures, but I can. But not that I can't draw at all. I can try. It just usually like takes a while. I'm bad with colors usually, coming up with colors for things. Naming for game. This is more for game planning stuff. I'm really terrible at coming up with names for like characters, settings, all that sort of stuff. Even like when I'm coding, coming up with names for like variables and function names and the names of scripts, I sometimes have difficulties with that. But yeah, that's that. All right, but what was I just doing? In this level, there was a what was the error? There was an error I was trying to solve. This is an old scene that's just for was just to kind of showcase the running around. But I have an error I'd like to just fix anyways. So there's no path calculator. Right. This should me too. All right. Me too for me too. You can stick figures. Yeah, fair enough. Well, yeah. Yeah, you can actually. The one thing is, so funny enough, I'm working on another game where I have more like shape creatures rather than like that's my way of doing like more lower poly characters. And the funny thing with that is, my reasoning of that is like, if I do you model too? I do. I do 3D modeling stuff. But and to finish my joke real quick, in my game I'm working on, I have like shape people, and my thing with that is like, if they don't have legs, then I don't have to animate walk cycles. So that's, yeah, I don't know, yeah. But no, I could make like stick figure type people. Lol, yeah. But yeah, I know I do 3D modeling stuff. I don't know if you saw this. Whatever your name. What do I call you as a short form? Can you help me pronounce your name a little bit? I would appreciate. But I made this thing. Bam! I'm proud of this because this took me about 2 months to make. Well, okay, 48 days. I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, so this is an animated version of myself, as you can tell by the lab coat and the hair. And my logo colors in the shirt there. Yeah, so that's that. So yes, I 3D model. Although let me stress though, that is easily by far the coolest thing I've made in Blender. I like the only like really good things I've made in Blender are this and let me find. I have another thing that is over here. Where's that submarine? This one. Bam. This submarine. And actually, this came first. I made this submarine, which looks cool. And here's I have a back view, I guess. So these two things, well, it's the submarine. This submarine and my character are easily the coolest things I've made in Blender. Nothing else comes close. So it's not like I make stuff like this on the regular, like I'm some god at doing 3D modeling. No, not even close. And this took a really long time to make. It's like, if you have professionals with this kind of software, like they could pump out this in like a day or like an hour. No, but no, this took me a long time to make. Although a lot of that was like watching tutorials and figuring stuff out with that. Yeah, so that was that. But I'm learning it. I'm getting better. This was also my first time doing stuff with procedural textures. So this stuff is all done with procedural textures in Blender, which they're a really neat thing. One other thing as well, in terms of what I use this for, bam, this was bringing that submarine into Unity with some cool post-processing effects, and I also made all these plants in Unity as well. And this whole environment. This isn't for a game. Well, it's for a tutorial that I could turn this kind of thing into a game maybe, but yeah. And also a slight hint how I made this look good. It has a kind of a nice art style to it. All of the materials, especially the submarine, have a slight bit of emission to them. So that's one thing of why everything kind of looks like bright and lively. Like the submarine, it doesn't look like it, but it has a slight bit of emission in its material. So yeah, that's a little thing there. I remember doing that. That yeah, makes it look nice. It kind of, that's more of like an art style kind of thing. But yeah, so that's that. Yeah, I have other like cool programming stuff that I've made. Like here, while people are here and interested in the things that I'm making, I'll get back to my game in a moment. I was talking about this game that I'm working on with the shape creatures. Let's go. This one. So this is what this was looking like at one stage in time. Yeah, and look at the kind of way the cube is animated. The kind of jelliness to it is quite cool. This is the game I'm hoping to return to at some point in time. Also, the actual cube there will have like a face and stuff, potentially. Hopefully, I kind of, it needs to look good. Hopefully, and this was also way before I did any of like that submarine stuff. So now that I have procedural textures under my belt a little bit, I can try doing some stuff there. That like blinking, that's cool. There was a ball character you noticed there. The main gimmick of this game was to switch back and forth between two characters that have different abilities and blah blah blah. So that's that. Wall jumping and yeah, some neat things going on here. And this cool like a bit of post processing with the rain and all that. Going back even further, before it was this game was going to be 2D and it looked like this. This is what I ideally kind of want the character to look like when I bring it back to 3D. With like the hair and the face and all that. And having arms but not having legs. So that's that. I stripped this away kind of when I was doing that stuff. This was my submarine at one point in time. That was kind of in the middle of doing texture stuff. And then one other thing now is where this game is today, which actually this was a year ago because I haven't really touched the game in like a year. I've sort of changed the idea. I stripped away the art to test this for this video, but look at this. I think this is quite cool. And this is my idea now for this game, is that these like tears in reality that you go back and forth between, and when you do that, you kind of switch from one character to another. And the animation isn't here on the cube, but I can bring that back. So imagine this combined with the cool art of the other video is of this one, yeah. So that's where this is going to go. Also, I should say right now, this little bit of like pink on the edge. After recording this video, I was able to get that to not be there. So in present day, this is actually more of a clean transition. But like late in the video, this one, it looks more like this, but everywhere. Ooh, how did you do that? Through the power of render textures and having 4 different things being rendered at once. This was, yeah, quite tricky to set up. But actually, I have a picture that it perfectly explains it. Right over here. Right over here. This is a nice visual explanation of the magic. So I have 2 cameras in the exact same place. I need help. Azulev. Hello, welcome to the stream. What do you need help with? I can try and, if you have Unity questions, I can try and answer them. But also, real quick, I'm going to finish explaining, what I was explaining to Austin here. I have 2 cameras at the same place of in the Unity scene, and they're both being set to render different objects. So one camera is rendering this with its own skybox, camera 2 is rendering this with its own skybox, but they're at the exact same place in the Unity scene. And then as well, I have a separate like set of objects that are these red shapes. Actually, they're magenta and how they're actually being used now. But then camera 1 renders this, and then through shader graph complicated stuff, everywhere where it sees a frame of this pure red, like testing the exact hex color, it swaps that out for what the camera 2 saw at that point. And that creates this cool illusion. Ideally, I want to eventually get this to have this border, but I haven't done that yet. I will. And then making it look more crack-like. Rather than being a circle, I think it'd be cool if it was more like shimmery back and forth. Like the edges of this were more like jagged. Stuff like that would be cool. But that's more polished stuff. Okay. Ozuldev. Okay, I see it's a question about getting base components. You want the cinema machine. I'm going to click your question. And yeah, let's see if I can help you out here. How can I get to the virtual camera Publica Vector 3 offset, shoulder offset? I would like to change the value in runtime with a script. What's the virtual camera? I'm not familiar with what that is. That's not the main camera, is it? Oh no, Cinema Machine. This has to do with, oh right, doing the Cinema Machine cutscene stuff. I haven't used Cinema Machine that much. But I've used stuff with like the timeline editor before, but I believe I need to get the base component Cinema Machine third person follow, but I don't know how. Okay, okay, so you're trying to get, so shoulder offset. Okay, so I think I remember how this works. Let me double check something. The Cinema Machine or virtual camera has a like over the shoulder mode, right? Oh, package manager. Yeah, if anyone else happens to that's watching this knows an answer to his question, then feel free to help me out and help him out, because I have a theory. I've never done this before, sort of stuff before, but I think so the Cinema Machine virtual camera is one of its modes is like an over the shoulder thing, right? And then shoulder offset is like how far over to the side it is, I believe. Maybe? And then you want to change the value in runtime with a script. Is it not? So it's not a public variable that you can set? That's very strange. As soon as wait a minute, hold on. Is it a public variable that you can set in the inspector? If it is, I might be able to help you with this. Because then this might be something that extends beyond just Cinema Machine stuff, potentially. I believe I need to get the base component Cinema Machine third person follow, but I don't know how. Okay, let me quickly Google a thing. So so I can see like a kind of a Unity editor picture of what this is looking like. What's it? Okay, sorry, Unity Cinema Machine virtual camera. I might be able to help with this. We're gonna see in a few seconds. I'm happy to try and help. So this is what this looks like. This has a I just need to kind of see where shoulder offset is. This is in like interesting. I can also just create one of these things in my Unity scene here. Ignore this error real quick. How do I create a do anything with this new machine? I don't have it the package installed. I don't know if I want to install the package right now, so maybe I won't do that right now. Maybe I'll use Cinema Machine in my project. New scene, yeah. But I have to install the actual like package, right? That's not. Is it? I thought it was installed by default. Let me just go to the package manager and figure this out real quickly. New scene. Don't worry about it, mate. Yeah, it's not. Okay, fair enough. Because I don't know how it'll take a bit to upload. But no, I still might, even if I don't actually experiment with it in my scene. I just want to see. So the only thing I don't keep AIing, I can help you out just a little. I just want to see one thing is, if you can answer my question so I can try and help you. Where is this shoulder offset? Where is it, like, in here? Is it just a public variable like this? Just like this? Is it something like that? You see that body? This guy? Yeah. Oh, is it a transform thing? Cinema Machine body. Oh, body in here. Oh. Okay, body, and then it's in all this stuff. There's something, if you scroll down more, that's like, wait, right, it's a subcomponent. Okay. So do you know how to get this body? I imagine that's a tricky thing. Could you go something like Cinema Virtual Camera? Oh, it's a, I imagine maybe, let me go open up a notepad so I can kind of type this out. So I imagine if you had like, on your other object that's accessing this, if you do like a get component, I'm gonna say CVC, the Cinema Machine Virtual Camera, but pretend I typed out the whole thing for sake of example. Does it not have like a dot like body maybe, or dot like some function to get the body maybe, and then from that like dot body dot what was the thing called? It was like shoulder offset. Nope, it doesn't. Oh, that's strange. How about look ahead time? Okay, there's gotta be a way. There's no way that this is like read-only stuff. Let me try actually. Sometimes as well, in ways that I can try and help is just knowing the right things to Google search can be useful things. So if I just try to search virtual machine camera get shoulder offset, I don't know if there's a something along these lines that I could find, or like machine extension. That derives from a different thing? Oh, that's so interestingly neat. Yeah, it'll see the wall, the camera comes completely constructed. I don't know if, target the extensions to force the okay, that might not be the thing. Class, interesting. Okay, another thing is that I myself could potentially be using this at some point, so learning things about it could be, good for me as well, which is another thing I don't mind helping. So, except there's a lot here with this. Wow, the sim machine is so complicated. Ooh, shoulder. Is this something? Maybe? Oh no, that's that's parameter thing. Never mind. Getting older over the shoulder camera thing. Having some issues. Okay. Maybe get. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I guess nah, didn't work. Unfortunate. How about get body? How to do scripting? Ooh. This is similar to your problem, right? Just a different parameter. So, something like this, maybe. If you look at the example, there's one scripting that goes down. How to do this sort of thing? You need to do something like this. Ooh. This maybe could help you. Ooh, get cinema machine components. That could be used to get sub components. If that's how this works, maybe this could help you out then. I don't know what the name of body or so then you might have to call it like orbital transposer or whatever. Is that what maybe go in here? Yeah. Oh, cinema machine orbital transposer or something. Yeah. Can you put the link here? I can do just that. Yeah. See, as I said, sometimes second set of eyes can be good because just knowing the right things to Google or something like that, or know kind of what to look for, maybe. And also, as I guess another thing is just if you have a big problem, kind of breaking that into sub-problems. So, like, in order to get a thing in here, first trying to figure out, like, how to get the body and, I don't know, something like that. I'm going to go try it. Well, best of luck with that. Hopefully that, this seems like it might work. And then also, it looked like you went, whatever you call this do you have to do, I guess you might have to do dot value. That might be a thing. Oh, no, it's x-axis dot value. Never mind. That's just because it's a drop-down thing. So, yeah. All right. Well, that should at least help you get the body. That's at least a step in the right direction, maybe. So yeah, that's that's an interesting thing of having subcomponents. Oh, my phone died. Oh no. Hold on. Let me quickly plug my phone in, and I use my phone to also watch my streams to give me an extra viewer. It pushes me slightly up more in the Twitch rankings of when you're scrolling through the thing, so it helps get more real viewers. So anyways, and I mean, I'm also watching my stream on my computer of on my second monitor of how I'm looking at chat and number of viewers. I mean, it's also that's number of views is above my head, but that is that. Oh, Oswald Evans is followed. Oh, thank you. I just noticed that. Sorry, I shouldn't even be wearing my headphones. I was wearing these and I'd hear the notifications. My bad that I'm not seeing them, but when I open stream labels, then I see them. Well, thank you very much. Actually, I don't know how I missed that. Oh no, you followed 10 minutes ago. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you for thank you for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Oh my god, that's so cool. I crossed 25 followers today. That is so amazing. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And everyone else who has followed me, both in the stream and in previous streams, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah. All right. It'll just make me happier and happier the higher it goes up. Well, no, but genuinely, I appreciate that. That this is not a zero. So, or that both of these are not zero right now. I am very, very appreciative for. So, thank you. Okay, so I guess Ozuldev. Yeah. While you try that, I guess now I get back to my pathfinding stuff. Do. What was I just doing? Oh, yeah. What was I just doing? I have to remember. Okay, so I had a problem I was trying to fix. What was it? Oh, in the this scene, this is an old scene I will be probably deleting at one point, but going into it was causing an error. I would like to just get rid of that just to kind of make my code more bug-proof. This was a problem with something being false. This Pathfinder, okay. This Pathfinder is null when there is no path calculator, when there is no path setup. So I just want to have a null check on this. So specifically, else if path calculator, no, hold on, actually, yeah, otherwise if path calculator is not equal to null. Not bull, null. Just as, yeah. Why don't you like this? Oh, because then return might not get called. So else return null. Bring that back. That's what it was before I added this bit. So this is a case of like, in a normal level that should never happen, but it's probably like better coding practices to have more of those null checks anyways. So yeah, just to like, because there's been lots of cases where I'm like, I'm pretty sure this will never break, but in case I'm wrong and there's bugs in the code or whatever, and then something does break, it's less likely to crash the game. Because when there's those console errors like that, I think in an actual build that can just lead to a straight up a crash. I think it might depend on what the error is, but yeah, or at the very least it will break things more than if there is no error. Because I mean, if that null check happens, that kind of is going to cause a logic error anyways, but I think it's better than a straight up crash, probably. I don't know, but anyways. Okay, so that's good. Let's go back to the other problem I was trying to do. I didn't do that part yet. I still have to do that step. So I want to, I have a lot of things open, and that's fine, okay. I can close some of them. This, this was the MS Paint thing of when we were making this little test level. We're going to be making a bigger test level soon that I'm worried about because I don't know how good I'll be at actually designing a level. Level design is definitely not my strong suit with Unity, unfortunately, but not game design in general. I tend to be very like indecisive with a lot of that stuff, and but we'll see how good we are at designing and level for this. Anyway, so what I wanted to do, to recap for the people who weren't here when I was going to start doing this ages ago and then didn't get to doing it. All I need to do to fix a bug, long story short, the way the AI path finds around the level breaks a little bit when the player is really close to the AI. Specifically when, so at all times, the player and the AI know which of these path objects they're closest to. So right now, if it was in play mode, the player knows I'm closest to 12, and the AI goes, I'm closest also to 12. If it's over, as soon as it's over here, it's like, I'm closest to 5. That's for part of the pathfinding. There is a problem when they both think that they're closest to the same one. With the running away, when the AI is running away. When the AI is chasing the player, no problem. Right? There shouldn't be a problem. It doesn't matter whether it thinks they're the same or not when the AI is chasing the player. But right? Yeah. But basically, when the AI is running away, these two being on the same object is a problem. So what I need to do is, for the AI, I need to set it so that, like, if the player is on this one, it can't think it's on this one, so it kind of goes to the next furthest out one, which in this case would be 5. Or if it was on this side, it would be this 10 one. And most of the code to do that's kind of there. I kind of just have to tweak some things. So specifically, the area that does that is this code. Specifically in here somewhere. Well, okay, path calculator. Okay, right. So I need to know. Wait. Okay, I need to know which pathfinding object not just the player, the it player is close to, because for reasons I want to. I'm coding this in a way. New follower. Oh, another one. Wait, is there Kakashi? Kakashi 3598. I will read the full names of the people who follow me. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying my content. I'm doing a lot more rambling than doing stuff, so I apologize for that. Well, I mean, I like, I'm interacting with my chat rather than just being absolutely silent, just doing the programming. I like to be enthusiastic and, yeah, talking with the people who are bothering to follow my stream. But yeah, we're slowly getting back to we're slowly getting to getting more stuff done with this. So right now we're just fixing a small bug. The pathfinding's working, the jumping is working. With the name of the title of the stream is right now, the jumping is working. There's just a small little bug with it that we're fixing right now that should be fixed real quick. But as I was just saying, I'm trying to purposely build the AI and the player's code so that they're not coupled like AI to player. It's more of like one character to another character, and I'm trying to do it in a way so that in the future I could potentially have 2 AI characters and the player is set to it, and then both the AI characters can run away from the player. Or there could be 2 AI characters and the player character, one of the AI characters being it, and the player and the AI character, the other one, both running away. Trying to be able to have, so that it's not like a one-to-one thing. It could be one-to-many and have that all still work. Make sense? So, yeah, that's the idea anyway. Because I think it'd be cool to, once this is working and we have more of an actual level, if I just plop several AI characters into it and it just works. It'd be great if it just works. There'll definitely be, some bumpy, things to fix, but the more I can kind of plan ahead for that functionality, the easier it'll be in the long run. So, yeah, so that's that. Now, so I want to... Oh, and then another cool thing then beyond that is if I remove the player entirely and just had 2 AIs that are playing tag with each other, and I just kind of watch that from the scene view. That would also be a cool thing to just see happen if it works. And then going even more beyond that, if I have a really big level, because ideally, if it works for 2, it works for 3, I can then scale it to however many I want. Imagine I just plop 10 AI characters into this level, and they're all running around playing tag with each other. I don't know. I think how cool that would look. And even then with the player being in there, also being a part of that mess. Yeah, that would be cool. So I want to allow that functionality to happen, and then even more so if I put actual multiplayer into this with multiple player characters, could do that too. But there's doing actual networking stuff might be the stuff I have to look into might be more complicated, so we'll kind of worry about that as we get there. All right, now that explanation, we need to make this stuff before we can do a lot of that stuff later on. Here is the roadmap of kind of things to make for the game to be done. A lot of these need to be fleshed out more, but then here's a lot of the planning for other things. Yeah, you probably couldn't see that for that long, but whatever. You saw that it existed. Let me get back now to actually doing this. So what I need to do is I need to get a reference to the specific pathfinding object that the it character, not just the player character, is closest to right now. Right? Yeah, that should be good. So I need to basically, I'm gonna make it public for right now. I'll what if trying to think of the best way to do this that again doesn't have that as much of that dependency. What if instead, here's an idea. Okay, here, what if the player what if each pathfinding object had a boolean on it that this is the one that's closest to the player, so only one of them will be active at a time. So whichever one the player, or the it character I should specify, is closest to, it sets that one to true, and then all the others to false. No, going through and saying all the other ones to false wouldn't be a good thing. No, that sounds like it might be bad on performance. Depending on going through to add camera recoil, it's for no reason harder than the adding weapon recoil. Huh. Interesting. Camera recoil. That does sound like it'd be difficult to get right, to not have it look all super jolty. You posted, hold on, actually I think I missed this. Did I miss this? Have you added... or no, did I? No, I saw your thing from before. Never mind. I want to make sure I'm not missing your updates, because yeah, cool to see them. And Mick, what was the one guy's name? Mick Stubber. I'll actually no, you posted things as well. Let me go check those out. I'll check them out together. Stream peoples, because this is my Discord where people can post things about game things. Public static variable, everything shares the same one to whoever is responsible for setting it. Okay, great idea. Yes. And then put that as like an enum, not an enum, like an array that's the size of however many things there are. Okay, yeah, that works. I'll do that actually in a second. Thank you very much for the suggestion. But also, okay, this is a trailer. I don't want to be watching like however many long videos on the stream, right? But I'll check that out later. But this is one person who was in my stream earlier. I don't know if he's still here or not. Who made a mobile game? I think new Android game trailer pending publication, which that's really cool. I will check that out myself later. Who knows? I could potentially play some of your guys' games on stream. We'll see about that. But okay. So having a recoil is easy, but making it smooth hard. Like I already have it so the camera rotates up, but it's instant and just looks bad. Fair enough. The lerp function might help you out, or there's a dot move towards function that is kind of similar to lerp that might help you. For rotation stuff, slurp or slurp, I guess, could help you out there. Just throwing out some things that I don't know, maybe could be helpful. Okay, but yes. So yeah. So have a public game object that is maybe this should be on the. I'm almost thinking so I can put it on its own individual game object. I might put it on the path calculator specifically because that is something that like all the things access. That having the one that the player's closest to its basically sole purpose is to affect the path calculation. So it does make sense to put it in that script. Path calculator. This doesn't need to be static necessarily. It could be static. Why not make it? Okay. So I need this to be a public hidden inspector so other things can access it. Pathfinding objects. That's what I'm doing, but I'm having a hard time detecting when the lerp has finished, so I'm just going to hard code in some time and just disable the lerping in like half a second or a second after the player last fires their gun. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, no, if that works, then it works. I've never done like a weapon recoil thing like that before, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how I would go about doing it, but you could also you could try doing it through an animation, perhaps if you do stuff with like the Unity animation stuff, animate the camera to do a recoil. That way, it's like I don't know, you can kind of maybe more so fine tune exactly what you want it to look like, and then when you want to do the recoil, call that camera recoil animation. That's just an idea, perhaps, because I know with those kind of animation things that you can more so play with the graph values of how it goes between the animation points. I know, but the recoil is procedural, and I kind of wanted to keep it that way because it looks nice. Oh, fair enough. If it's not a super consistent thing, then yeah, that would probably be something that you'd want to do. All right, so now I want to have this is going to be a hidden inspector. No, I'm going to make it public for now so I can see what it is, just to test that it's working, but then I'll make it a hidden inspector later. This is going to be a pathfinding object, and it's going to be closest to it. Hey, how's the tag game going? It's going quite good. It's working. I'll have to change the name of my stream name soon, maybe, but the AI can indeed jump. We did the jumping. Now we're doing some kind of bug fixing. Long story short, when the AI is running away from the player, there's a bit of a problem with the pathfinding when they're really close together. So that's what we're cleaning up right now. And so now with doing that, now character closest pathfinding, it already gets a reference to the path calculator. So cool, we have that. So now I want to test that. So going through each object. Okay, so ignore the distance one, or ignore the one that's closest to the player. So if no, I need to know if this one is it or not because I need to. Do I get the? Hold on. Wait, would that be a problem if it ignores the one that it's currently on? If it's it. If it's it and it ignores itself, that would be a problem. See, I do want to. It's not going to be a problem when. It's not a problem when the player is it, and the AI is running away from the player. This won't break then. If when the AI is chasing the player, it will break now, and if I don't, I need to in this script get the state of whether this thing is it or not. So I need that is a private character it state. I do have this in its own script, so, or this is all it does. Actually, this does, okay, that's not all it does. It does affect the changing of the it state, so it does do more than just store a variable. So then this is actually going to be, actually it's going to be, well, not that. Hold on. Come on. This is going to be this, except it's actually going to be dot equals, wait, why are you, okay, it's going to be in the parent game object from this one, because this is a child object of, so get component in parent, should do that. Probably. Hopefully. He'll get the right one. Yes. Okay, so then I want to, down here, go if character it state dot is it. If we are not it, I should say. If we're running away and closest path finding object, wait, not that, path calculator dot path calculator dot like closest to it is, and I have to actually set closest to it. I'll do that in a moment. So if we are not it and path calculator dot closest to it is equal to the one in the for loop that we're in the middle of testing, then ignore it. Hold on. So is not equal to, right? Wait. So if we are not it, and the one, actually, I'd like to, for the logic of it, I'd like to just invert these. That doesn't change the code. It's just for the like English explanation of it. If we're not it, and the current object that we're testing with is not equal to the one that's closest to the it character, then continue. Or sorry, then include it in our pathfinding algorithm. Okay. Yes. Okay. By basically not including in this calculation, it will include it in the pathfinding algorithm. I do actually need this down here too, though, because this might now lead it to a situation where, not where pathfinder equals null, but where's, or no, it is down here. Yeah, no, I need this down here, which means I do have the same code in two places, but that's fine. So yeah, this doesn't need to have it in both places. That's what I just need to have the rationale of, which, and only for like, yeah, it needs to be in the for loop when it does that, so I can't have this all be before. Okay. Just make sure that I've got the logic of this right. So now I need to set closest to it in the on the it player. So at the end of down here, oh, not at the return. I guess it's down here. At this point, it needs to return pathfinding objects. That's going through all of them. Sorry, right? Yeah. Okay. Did I not go? Wait, hold on. What? Closest pathfinding object. Hold on. Did I never set this? Excuse. Oh, is this from an old thing? Wait, hold on. Let me test something real quick. Sometimes when I've been making some of these things, I kind of like go back and forth between different ideas. Do I never use this? I thought I did. Oh, it's called, okay, never mind, no, I'm an idiot. It returns this. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Okay, ignore me. Closest pathfinding equals the thing it returns. My bad. So instead, I want to return, that's it, okay, yeah. I want to return the next closest one. So this will deal with that, boom, return that, boom. So I now want to, here in update, okay, if is it, no, the whole thing here, if is it, okay, technically for the sake of like I would like to have this be earlier because usually I like to have like getting references to like .get component things like on this game object and then like .finds just I don't know, kind of a structure, a consistent-ish structure. So if character its state dot is it, come on, then the pathfinding object dot closest to it equals. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. At some point, I'll go back through and comment through all this. This is for a school thing, so at the end of this, to submit it, I'll want to comment all my code, but so I just have this as public for now, just so I can again test the value. So from here, close to it is 12. So why'd you do that thing? Why are you running at the player? It's exactly the same as the problem we had before. Don't do that. Why did you do that? Why did it run at the player? I didn't swap its state. Jeez. Like every time. That didn't get me as bad as like the first time, but it shouldn't have happened. The AI is not it. It should be running away. Let me go into the first frame of this. Okay, I was talking about method, but it actually works way better than it should. Perfect. Cool. You're having success. I'm not. Oh, it did not work. Oh no. It's trying to run at 10. I don't know why it ran off the edge there. Well, okay, it's running directly at 10. Oh no, I don't. No, hold on. Darn, this didn't work. Why? I do have. I didn't use it, did I? Hold on. Did I not use the value? I did all the work to make closest to it. I don't think I actually set it up. Hold on. I think that might be it. I forgot about that. Forgot about that step. But where's? No. This should still be. No. Hold on. No. I did. Where's closest to it? I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. To test that this is working right. Oh, the goddess Lauren. I recognize you. You were here before. Hello. Hi. Yeah, welcome back. Look at this. Look at how insane this is. Am I on the right side? No, this side. Look at how insane this is. Absolutely bonkers. But, yeah. Also, the game is coming along quite well. Well, we are running into some bugs right now, but we're working them out. I thought I had just fixed it, but apparently not. And I also almost got jump scared by my character again. Hi, how are you? Ooh, I am doing great. Oh, it's still 12. No, okay, that's good. Well, it's not good, but it's good. It's still not working, but this being a 12 means I know why it's not working. If this was a 5 and it was still going to 10, then I'd be really, really confused. But it's good in that I now know why it's happening. This just isn't working. So, 28 followers, nice. I know, right? I don't know how this happened, but this is I've been streaming for a week and 3 days, and I've hit 28 followers, which is crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. I'm over halfway there to Twitch affiliate, I guess. So that's cool. That's 50 followers that I need for that. And a few other requirements, but I've hit all of them already. There's like a certain amount of time you have to stream. There's like on a certain number of days, a certain like average number of viewers, and like a certain number of followers. There's 4 things. I've hit all of those except for the follower one, which is crazy. Awesome. You are growing. Yes, I am, which is really, really cool. And also the game we're making is cool. It's coming along so nicely, and soon it'll be more than just this test level stuff. Although I keep getting on like side tangents about a bajillion different things and not doing a lot of actual game development, but that's okay. Nice. Average is hard to get. Congrats. Yeah, actually the average viewers is 3. That's the thing for Twitch. To get Twitch affiliate, you need an average amount of 3 viewers, and like we're at 5 right now, which is like crazy. Or I think, is it just 3 viewers? I think so, or something along those lines. Yeah. It's either 3 viewers or 3 people like in chat, typing in chat or something like that. Yeah, 3 viewers. Yeah, which is crazy. Now, to be fair, I did cheat a bit at the beginning where I was. Okay, I'm still kind of cheating now, where I have 1 view through my computer watching my own stream and one through my phone. Well, my phone's dead right now, but so I was cheating a little bit, but that's okay. I've been getting like oftentimes more than just that 3. Like there's been some times where I've been at like 10. I think 15 is the highest that we've been at so far. Although that was a result of the rate of a raid. But then reported, no, please no. Yeah, no. That was a result of a raid, but then most of the people left immediately, so that 15 didn't last long, but that's okay. Still, other than that raid, the highest we've been at was like 10, I think so. Haha, never? Yeah. I'm not like cheating the system that much. It's just, well, more so, I have the extra 2 views from myself on 2 sources just to push me slightly up in the section of like when you're scrolling, you know, when you're, what am I trying to say? In the section that I'm in, when you're looking through the people to just be higher up a bit. We all do that. I do it when I need to check the stream. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. And also, yeah, I'm looking at, one, I can see, make sure that I didn't just suddenly not go live and I didn't cut out or something. That did happen before, where I was talking to myself for like 5 minutes before I realized like, oh, the stream crashed. Oops. And that had to restart it there. But yeah, and I can see live view count, I can see how long we've been going, and I can see chat and all that. I can also see chat through OBS, but it's a little bit better to see just from Twitch. Exactly. And then I can also see the latency. I can see if I do this with my hand, how long does it take to update? Actually, I can test this right now. I remember that, haha. Yeah. Actually, I was talking to you when that happened. So, bam, right there is when, that's the latency I'm seeing on my own computer of when I waved my hand to when I saw me waving my hand. Okay, so bug-wise, there's a problem here. I was basically trying to, so long story short, the AI, when it's really close to the player, it's supposed to treat this 12 as if it doesn't exist. So when it's looking at which one is it closest to, it should be getting 5. If it was over here, it would be getting the 10. So it's not doing that right now. If I can do that, that should fix some of the pathfinding problems. Yeah, Payne, by the way, do you know about PC building? I was going to talk to you on Discord, but I saw you were streaming, haha. I have a cousin who's built his own PC. I've never done it myself. But I could theoretically, I guess. I'm definitely not that knowledgeable on like the hardware side of computers, so I'm definitely the wrong person to talk to about that. Sorry. I can try and provide whatever little knowledge I know, but that is very, even despite being in computer science or whatever, I got the lab code and all that. No, I'm not that great on like sorry, I should specify. I know quite a bit about hardware stuff. Like I'm learning like how CPUs work and blah, blah, blah. But in terms of like, how, and I know, okay. I don't know nothing about computers, but I know a lot of things about how some of those parts work from like how they relate to programming, that kind of stuff, which is kind of cool. But in terms of like the best graphics cards out there and the best hard drives and SSD drives and all that stuff, that's, yeah, I'm not the best person to ask on that. Getting good PC specs, yeah. Hey, just wanted to let you know it worked. Thanks for help. Booyah! Oh, that's great. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad I was able to help you out, Ozldev. Yeah. Oh, that's yeah, cool. And yeah, good luck with where you end up taking that, whatever you were using that for. Awesome. Glad I was able to help. Haha, I just wanted to know what my AMD doesn't have RGB. Like, do I need some sort of cable or program, or my AMD doesn't have RGB? Lol. Well, first problem with that is I don't know what AMD stands for. That's how little I know. I know what RGB is. That's part of the rationale behind my logo colors. Like RGB is pixel colors. Actually, it's the 3 main colors of light. But then you shift it over a little bit. The 3 secondary colors of light are cyan, magenta, yellow. That's my logo colors. It's also how printers work with why ink things are through that. Through the subtractive color mixing. Blah, blah, blah. Awesome. Looks like we're all having a little success tonight. AMD. Still don't know what that means. Sorry. Doesn't have RGB. Is that like a keyboard thing? I don't know. I couldn't, like RGB keyboard or an RGB, like having the tower have like RGB coloring stuff? No, it's the processor. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. Sorry. Even if it was like a keyboard or something, I would have no idea how to help you. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah. If anyone in chat happens to know, feel free to throw some answers. Haha, that's all right. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so what was I still need to figure this out though. So this isn't working. Why? The AI's path overlap thing thinks that it's closest to 12, which it technically is, but it needs to ignore the one that the player is close to. The other half of that is where's the AI pathfinding objects closest to it is 12. So that's part working. So it does know that whatever character is considered it, which right now is the player, and then eventually it'll be the AI when I tag them. So it's getting that part right. So it's like half working. So let me go out of play mode now. So the other half of that is that it's not ignoring that 12 when it should be. And do I know why that is? So not in path calculator, but over in whatever player is it thing. That doesn't have okay, this is something I'm gonna have to kind of decouple so it's not dependent on the player, but that's something I'll figure out later. Actually, I remember that yeah, there's a problem when I coded it that way. I couldn't think of a better way at the time. I'll figure that out later, as I said. Okay, so, but that's not a reasoning of why our problem is happening. Where is, what am I looking for? At the top, I'm looking for, I forget the name of what I'm looking for. Character closest, this one. I was like, just completely blanking out on what I'm doing. Don't mind me. Okay, come on. Try to turn on my phone, get back to having that extra viewer through myself. Okay, so, I want to have... This is the part that's not working, and this should be duplicated here. So, no, to be more specific, no, wait, what side? It's gonna be this side. It's this side of that's what's gonna be running now. Yeah. Okay. So, oh no, but then when it ignores that one, then that might go outside the closest path objects. Oh, we have a problem. Well, it could be a problem. I see why it's not working. Maybe. Because, hold on, is this one perfectly not? It's not, okay, I get why it's working. Why it's not working, so I can fix it, is that, there's, and funny enough, it would have been throwing an error if I didn't have that fix that I thought was never gonna happen. This won't happen in a real level, I think, but it still is a problem right now. So I need to basically test that. Oh no, okay, I can fix this in one line. Okay, so to be clear, there's a problem that I'm saying, look in this bubble for what pathfinding objects we're closest to, but ignore the one that's closest to the player. What? Can you go that way? Why'd you? Okay. Ignore the one that's closest to the player. The problem is that there is only literally one. There's only one. Right now, 12 is the only one in this bubble. 5 is almost there, but it's not, and that matters. 12 is the only one in the bubble, so then it says ignore 12. There's no other one for it to grab, so it ends up grabbing 12 rather than having a null check. Like it would have been like, oh, we didn't find any because we removed 12, so throw an error, but I have a if null check somewhere else, so it doesn't do that. Or more specifically, because I set this to 0, if it doesn't find anything, then it's getting the 0 thing of the array. So I just need to set it to so the check for that. What I need to have happen is if already ignoring 12, if in this bubble there are no pathfinding objects, then just look globally and have to do the checks with all of them, which is okay. So this shouldn't happen in a normal level, but I'm gonna do this. I say normal level is like anything other than a test level. I think will have those empty game objects be a lot more dense, and there's a point of when they're dense enough. And close enough together, this won't happen, but I'm still going to put in this fix anyway, right now, just to make sure that things don't break, because I won't know until I've made one of the proper levels how far apart they're actually going to be, because the one thing is that So ideally, like, the less of those pathfinding objects there are, the less I have to make and manually set up. But the more there are, the more accurate, I guess, the pathfinding will be. To a degree, I suppose. There's a slight part where that might become a problem, but anyways. Okay, so what I need to do is, if this is not equal to 0 and the only one that exists isn't the player, so actually I can test this directly. So its count is not equal to 0, so there is at least one thing in here, so I can test that 0, specifically, is not equal to this check. Basically, I have to run this check again, which, again, it means I run it in multiple places, but it's okay. So if... Actually, this, I basically want to bracket all this together. Because it's kind of all one thing. Because the way that ands work, oh, I guess I don't technically need it, but I'd rather just do it for the understanding of it. So if, no, hold on, no, this is a problem. This and definitely should be here. Not and. Hold on. I have something wrong here. Hold on, sorry. There is something wrong with the formatting of this. So, because the character its state shouldn't influence this not running this part. Okay, hold on. So if the count of... If the number of things in the bubble, if the number of those pathfinding objects in the bubble is not 0, and the only one in the bubble is not equal to closest to it, if we aren't it, right? So if it's not equal to 0, so let's say that, right? And we are not equal to it, and and blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, this is, but no, this is good. Oh, no, sorry, no, I do have this wrong. No, I don't. Wait, hold on. If, what do I have? I'm trying to sort of run through the logic in my head for, like, all the sort of scenarios, and I feel like something's wrong here because of this. So the four kind of scenarios are, well, so on the AI right now. So on the AI, in the case that we were just trying to go through, it should be going down here, and does it do that? So this is not equal to 0. Yes, correct, because it's equal to 1. And we are currently not it. Yes. And the only one that exists in here, the 0th element, is not equal to specifically the player one. No, but even if it is equal to the 0, 1, no, because it could be equal to, it could have multiple things in it, but the first one happens to be that one. I still want to use, no, this is wrong. Okay, this is flawed logic here. You're back going to take a shower? Fair enough. Well, see you when you get back, I suppose. I don't know how late I'm going to be going tonight. I do have the class to be at 9:30, so we'll see. Shouldn't be going till 4 in the morning like I did like yesterday. No, not yesterday, a few days ago. I wonder, was that yesterday that I did that? Maybe. I was very determined to solve a bug. But no, this is flawed. I need to say, not 0. I need to say, like, does this contain? Which actually I think I can do directly. Dot. Do I have a dot contains in here? Yeah. Not dot contains. If it's not 0, hold on. I shouldn't say if it's not equal to 0. If, take that out. Basically, let me build kind of that part of the if statement kind of on its own over here, and then kind of mangle it together with the other thing. So I basically want to test, so we saw, I want to test, so we are not it. If we are it, then it doesn't matter. Oh, well, have a good night if I don't reach you out. You too as well. Yeah. Slowly this game is coming along. We're making cool things, so yeah. I feel like we didn't do like that much tonight. I've been doing a lot of talking, not a lot of making, but we will basically have had the jumping made, so that will be cool. Maybe I'll try to haha, see you as well. Repeating myself there, but yeah, okay. Actually, I can get rid of these brackets here. So if we are not it, if we are it, then we don't care about this if statement not passing. So if we are not it, and this is dot count is equal to 1 specifically, That's the one thing here. Is it? I need to test this on if it's 1. Oops, not that. If the count equals 1, and that single 1, now I can go 0. I can do a dot contains, but I'll just do it. If this is a thing of size 1, I don't need to like find it. I know the exact position that that's going to be. Okay. Okay. So to be, let me just kind of build this as a separate thing. So why don't you like this? You are this. Oh, did I just didn't name you right. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so basically, if we are not it, and this has a size of 1, and that 1 is this, then we are basically wanting to, like, kind of like run. Wait, if this is all true, sorry, if this is all true, we want to run the down here area. Like, run the path calculator section, right? Else, run like normal. Okay, so I think I just had this backwards. Well, I still have to add the specific case for the 1. So I swap these. So if I swap these, I could put like this around the whole thing. To flip the whole thing. There's probably a way of kind of flipping that all in here. Wait, is this the same as if I just almost multiplied this in here, kind of like that sort of thing? If I went, if we are it, and this is not equal to 1, and no, actually, wait, no, I can flip it, but I change them all to ors, right? I believe. Not how this would work. I mean, I believe this logic makes sense. If I actually basically invert everything, like all these checks. Woohoo! I got camera recoil working. Oh, cool, awesome. If you want to post the video in the Discord, I'll check that out. That's really cool. Happy for ya. Okay, technically there's not. Yeah, then another back here. This does the same thing, right? I believe so. So let me run through this in my head. If okay, let me just do the thing. So if we are it, or so yeah, if we're it, we want to. Okay, these swap now. This was Boolean algebra right here, ladies and gentlemen. That I was just pulling out to do that, making them equivalent, equal things. Hold on, let me this do a thing real quickly. This and this. Gotta get myself back that extra viewer by having me viewing myself on my phone. Okay. So if we are it, run the normal section. Yeah. If this count is not equal to null, wait, sorry, or if it's not equal to 1, run the normal section. It's only, wait. Yeah. Or the 0th, oh wait, and, oh, I didn't change this. This is not equal to, if the 0th thing, oh, okay, yeah. So if the 0th thing is equal to, or if the 0th thing is not equal to closest to it, run the 0th section, or run the normal section. So then the like opposite of this is if we are not it, and like so this will basically what I'm saying is this will all like fail the if statement if all of these things are false, which translates to if we are not it and there is more than 1. I already have a test for 0, but and there is more than 1 thing in the count. And there is that there's more than 1 thing in the count. No. Sorry, there is exactly 1 thing in the count, and that 1 thing is the closest to it 1. Now, is there a way I can basically modify this to kind of include this in here inherently? So then the other thing here is that if this is equal to 0, run the if it's not equal to 0, run the normal section. So if it's not empty, run the normal section. If it's if it is 0, run the path calculator section, right? So so is not equal to 1 if So incorporating that in there would just be doing well, this. So if it's not equal to 0 and bracket around all this stuff, right? I don't know why. I don't know if this should take this long to get all this logic in here. I just need to make sure it's correct. Any one little thing that was wrong in this, and it would have all not worked. With the video, I'll check it out in a second. I'm just about to be finished having this thing maybe working. I just want to finish this first. Yeah. So if all this stuff is true, and just it's not equal to 0, run the normal section. Okay. So I think I'm good on this. Which then I just paste this on here. The else part is taken care of there. Oh, else if that's not equal to null. That that was another part of it. Just making sure that we don't have null references to things. Oh no, hold on. I still need to get path calculator in there anyways. So I can't have the null check be here because I use it here. So I actually need to then change this null check to be happening beforehand. So if it can't find the path calculator, return null from the get-go. So that needs to just encompass the whole thing, which is fine. Where's that else part? So this. If this is not equal to null, then do the whole down here. Oh, come on. And actually then this basically is going to go here. Right. And then I'm removing the check here. I don't need the check twice. Okay. So that should, oh, and there's an extra space here. Right, come on. Nope. I want that. No, but don't do that. Or okay, or yeah, do that. Do this. Sure. It doesn't matter, it's just formatting. Okay, so, just double checking that this is all good. I think so. Yes. Okay. I'll check out your thing, Austin, in a second. This should now work. If this doesn't work, I'm about to get jump scared by the red guy. So let me brace myself. No, okay, specifically, I don't have to worry about this if I say jump scared, like he was gonna rush at me and I would go into game view with him immediately coming at me, but, ooh, an error. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. Return null. If it's not equal to null, it's the... If path... What do you have a problem with that? Oh, index was out of range. Oh, that's not where the error was? You have here, highlighted here, like that's where the, if I move to a different line. Usually you tell me where the, you're going here. Why do you have a problem with that, huh? Oh, I also use the path calculator here. Sorry, actually, I need this to all be out here. Which then means I don't need any of this here. So, yeah, okay. So, well, that was one little thing, but, wait. I don't need this. Do this, and this should all then reformat. I said this. Oh. I typed the wrong thing. Wait, what? That's doing weird formatting stuff. Okay, sure. So this should have done this from the get-go, but that wasn't the reasoning for the problem, right? Index was out of range. Must be non-negative. Blah, 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 blah. Let me go back into plain mode and see if it still has... Okay, no, it still has this error. At here. Mindis index. You're not negative. Oh, you're out of range, though. It shouldn't be, Why do you have a problem? Pathfinding objects is, are you empty at this point? You shouldn't be. Let me just see which one it tried to grab. What it thinks it's doing, really. So it's gonna still error, but it's gonna be a print statement. Austin, I'll check out your thing in a moment. I didn't even get what? Why didn't you print this? In the you guys can't see the console, but for me, it's behind my head. But it's just still getting the argument out of range thing. But I'm not didn't do a print statement. The print statement's right before this, so it should have printed and then given me the error, preferably. Weird. Let me do this. This should print 0. Let me just, I don't know. Unless the, hold on, let me put this down here. Put the console down, not behind my head, so you can see it. Collection. Oh, try printing it in the if statement. I mean the for loop. Okay, well here it printed the 0. Yeah, I think I will. So normally when you click this, wait, let me look at the actual reading the thing here. Get close path line 62. Let me manually go to line 62. No, it says here. Interesting. And we know at this point that path calculator is not equal to null because I have a null check for it here. If it's not equal to null, I'll do this. So I know if it's getting in here, it printed this 0, but yeah, let me print this up at the end of the for loop. Let's try that real quick. Let's see what it's equaling. Yeah, it didn't go where it needed to. So it did this. So it just continued to be 0. Okay, no, that's wrong. Okay, that's for sure wrong. Wait, why is it doing that? Unless, wait, oh no, is pathfinding objects not set up yet? Because, oh no, you are, wait, hold on. I have theory. No, these are public variables. You exist for sure. Wait. For a second I thought that was maybe something I set up in start, but try printing in one of the if statements and see if they're not passing. Yeah, I can do that. Well, actually, if this is always being 0, it does mean that this is never passing, but hold on. So, maybe I did mess up something with, wait, if hold on. If this character is not it, hold on. Let me look through the rationale of what I think should basically see, when should this if statement be true? So on the AI, and that's where the problem is, it's not it, so that's true, and if we are not it, and now the closest pathfinding object is not equal to the closest thing. Wait. Do that, but then still potentially ignore itself. Okay, no, that overlap is fine. Okay, so then get the distance between that object and ourselves dot magnitude. So let me actually print this dis value. That will be something that'll give me more information. I'm more also just curious about how many times that runs. If I go into play mode, but on start. Okay. I don't know, it's not telling me what line things are happening on. Oh, is it the, okay, so this never ran. Oh no, okay, it never ran, sorry, that's not a problem. It never ran, meaning that this if statement was never true. Which actually is weird. Okay, so that's part of the problem. This if statement should be true every time, for every single, okay, yeah, so that's the problem. This if statement should be true every single time except for, Like for every single node here except one of them, and that would be 12. So now I test the, so why is it not? Let me test basically before the if statement what values are kind of going into the if statement. So let me get this one. Oh, I see what the problem is. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, because I didn't update where this is using it. Or this is getting the wrong thing. Okay. The entire point of this else was so that if this was 0, get the data from the pathfinding thing directly. But then here, I still use the closest path thing anyway. I know this is empty. This is empty. That's the problem. So of course I isn't going to work on here, especially if I'm trying to do it manually. Okay, that's the problem. Yep, okay. Yep. That's the problem here. So this, and I did replace it here. I replaced it not enough. Like I replaced it here, but not here. So that should be fine. Now it should work. Please. Okay. So again, what should happen is it should run to 5. Okay, no errors immediately. Please don't jump scare me. Okay. It's running away. Yeah. Okay. So now, again, it running away initially was always, or before this, it was working. What I've now fixed is that it kind of messed up the pathfinding when the player and the AI are like really close together. It would mess up and sometimes turn around to try and like kind of cut through the player to get where it needs to go. It shouldn't do that anymore. It should, continue running away until it actually gets caught. So yay, woo, yay indeed. Although one thing I still might do is that how close you actually have to get to the AI to. Oh, okay, I keep falling off. I don't need to improve that gap. That gap is not every jump will be this length. This is meant to be the furthest the player can jump. So it's like almost a pixel perfect jump. Actual jumps in the level, like there could be some. Those will be the hardest jumps. Oh. I don't like whatever that was. Let me go into that again and see what's gonna happen. Oh. Okay, maybe this isn't working as good as I thought it was. Okay. Hold on. I have to do more debugging. Let me just see that these values are working as I think they are. So on the AI, it thinks its closest object is 5. That is correct. He tried to dip on. He tried to hit the dip on you and failed. Yeah, indeed. Okay, but what we wanted to change, we did successfully change. There's now some other underlying problem, I guess, which I don't know what that is. Well, no. Okay. So right now, what I wanted to happen still happened, in that the AI is here. It thinks its closest object is 5, which is what I wanted. So if it thinks its closest object is 5, it's now should be trying to head towards 1, right? Current destination is 1. Its end destination is trying to head towards 9 right now. So why? Oh, this is gonna be hard to like, kind of test. I need to. I'm just trying to think of what do I need to make happen when it was spinning around. Okay, maybe I need to almost like pause it like right before it actually kind of dies. Bam. Okay, probably didn't pause it soon enough. He fell, so now his things are gonna be off anyway. But right now he is trying to move towards 9, and he was trying to go through 6 to do that. Current destination. Oh wait, no. Current. No, what? Hold on. So. He got to like here somewhere, and then decided that. So he wanted to decide to go to. Where is he trying to go? No, that is wrong. Okay, no. Sorry. Let me back up. His end destination is 6. That's totally fine. His current destination that he's trying to go towards is 9. Oh no. Well now, okay, I didn't pause it fast enough. It makes sense. He thinks his closest one is 11 right now, so he thinks he's trying to go to 9. Okay. In this instant that I've paused it, it looks like it's correct. So I just didn't pause it fast enough. It hiccuped, but then it kind of fixed the data before so I needed to just like pause it faster. Well, no, I need to. Okay, I need a way of pausing this like right when I like hit a button on the keyboard. I don't have enough time to like move the mouse up. What's a quick way I can like, I don't know. Idea. If I just go something like, if I just make a piece of code that's basically like, if I hit escape, go time.timescale equals 0. That will work for now. So like debug time dot debug escape pause. Not well. Debug freeze. This should freeze everything. And actually, funny enough, is this works as a good time to test that it actually will freeze. It should, because all the stuff that's moving through rigid body stuff. But eventually, I will have like a pause menu, and when you hit that, it'll freeze probably with time.timescale equals 0. So I mean, right now I can kind of test the framework that will be that. Because if you don't move things right, then you could try to freeze the game with time.timescale equals 0, but still have some things move. Which, yeah, you wouldn't want. Unless you do want that for some reason. Imagine that in, like, a horror game or something. But, like, you go to pause the game, but there's some, like, it doesn't actually completely freeze. There's, like, one monster that, like, disobeys that. Okay, so what was I going to do is just a simple, if... like freezes sometimes. Input.get key down. I'm gonna make it escape. That seems good. Escape. Whoops, no, not that. It's keycode.escape. No, I said keycode.escape. And I'll check out your thing in a second, Austin. I just want to try and figure this out maybe while like I can figure out maybe what I need to do. If we hit the escape key, then just go time.timescale equals 0. I'm also actually just going to have a thing where if I hit escape key again, it becomes not 0, just so I can then restart almost if I didn't pause it at the right time. Or like just do like okay, so if time dot, this doesn't need to be fancy, it can be messy, it just needs to work. Then or no, okay, 1, then else make it 0. This. It works. So now escape. I don't know if the escape should be the toggle button, but it's a toggle button now of pausing. Let me test that first. Oh, I didn't put it in the scene. Of course, it's not going to work. Just kind of like go like just put it on an empty game object for now. It'll as I said, debug freeze, and then let me go find that debug freeze. Blah. So let's test the debug freeze and then test the greater problems. Oh, this example of what I was just saying is that the camera moving up and down is not based on something that time-to-timescale influences, but that's... I almost want to fix that first. Let me go fix that first while it's on my mind, because I'm going to forget, because that should be an easy fix. I just need, I'm going to have to change the speeds here. Equals something that is influenced by time.timescale. Okay. Rotate, so vertical times turn speed times time.delta time. But then compensating for that, I'm just going to multiply, put an add a times 10 in there. That'll make it so there should be like, I might now have to tweak that camera up down variable a little bit, the turn speed, but it won't be by much. Hopefully, oh. I can't. Up, down, move into, so, okay, I have to multiply it by more. Let me actually, yeah, wait, hold on, what? Multiply this by 100? Bring it back to, what it needs to be. I mean, technically, okay, no, to be more specific, time.delta time is usually, let me double check this before I speak wrongly. Time.delta time is usually around like 0.02. It's not exactly that, but it's around there. Let me double check this. No, oh, well, it's a frame rate thing. So this is 0.01 right now. So actually, that's even faster than I thought. which means I want to increase this even more. Ideally, I mean, I can change this a little bit. I kind of want to like leave this as being something I don't have to make like having a lot of zeros on. Oh, did I make that too much? Wait, 1,000 may have been too much. Just 100. Okay. Slowly fixing one thing at a time. This was something I was gonna have to fix anyway when I made a pause menu. So, okay. Okay, fine. At this point, I'll just what is the the player turn speed was 8 something. Okay, let's try doubling this to 12. This wasn't how it was before. I have to remember kind of 20 maybe. Remember 20. Actually, if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to put this to 1,000, and then I can change this down to 2. Why not have a bool that can disable mouse controls? What do you mean? No, I still want the... Oh. I could have done that, yeah. But still, like, even still, I would have liked to have this not, like, this, the movement scale with the time scale, because, if I wanted to have, let's say, like, slow motion for some reason, that would break there. So I'd rather, yeah, this should be freezing things anyway. I would like it to anyway. So, yeah. Oh, is this fine? Oh, he fell off the map at some point. Wait, 1 was better? Trying to remember more, like, what was kind of similar to how it was before. True. Let me just do something real quick, because I'm kind of forgetting how it was before. Let me get rid of this for a minute. I just need to see what it looked like before to kind of... it was fine before. Just kind of be able to put it back similar to how it was before. So now, okay, it was like this. Okay, so... Just trying to think of... I wonder if there's a way I could almost, like put in time to time scale, but then, like, almost invert it or something. No, no, that probably wouldn't, that would defeat the point of having it. Not that. So times this turn speed, that's the 6, then times time dot delta time, but then adding a, like, ideally, so something I can multiply it by, actually, okay. As I said, okay, theoretically, actually, I could go, I know that, okay, 1 divided by 0.001, right? That's what time dot to tell time usually is. Why don't you like this? You don't like this because why? What? Even if I did this... Oh, this is making it a double? You don't like the division, fine. Fine. Whatever. I'm not just messing up my brackets, am I? Between vector 3 and that. Oh, I'd have to put it in there. So I could do this. Whatever, no, I shouldn't be having to do this anyways. Hold on, I can do that math myself and just put in the number. Let me double check. I need to see how many zeros that had. Okay, let me do this. I was printing time dot delta time. I just need to see the number of zeros that I was dealing with. Oh no, I can see it here. So, so usually 2 zeros. That's actually closer to 0.002. So 1 divided by 0.002, let's say. 500. So multiplying this by 500 should be really close to what it was before. That's all I was trying to calculate. Okay. Yeah, this is the same. I think. Not if I can't make jumps. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Oh, it seems the same anyway. Where's the AI going? Let me also get rid of this now. I think actually now it's moving maybe the tiniest bit too fast, but so I'm actually going to turn that down to 5. But where's the AI going now? Why is it? Was it running off the edge immediately? So where are you trying to move on start? You're trying to move towards 1. What? Oh no, never mind. You think you're at 5, so you're trying to move towards 1. That makes sense. Oh, again. Okay, so now we're back to I need to get up close to him, see him do his weird... Oh, there he goes. So what was that? Where did you think you were trying to go just there? If I caught this fast enough. So, actually, that was like really early that I tried to turn around. So, you are at... He thinks he's at 12. That should be the case, yes. And then he is now trying to move towards 4 as his end destination. Which is, where's 4? 4 is there. Sure. And then he's trying to move there through 5 there. Okay. Okay, I caught it too late, I think. But that makes sense. That is acceptable movement. I need to see when he does the weird turning around thing. No, doesn't work when I fall off. I should make this maybe a different button. No, I can't even really, No, let me make it. I have a better idea. Let me make debug freeze mouse 1 right now. Mouse 0 is the left click. It'll be easier if I can left click to stop rather than having to move my finger up to escape. Oh, come on. Whoa, what? Oh, because I'm left clicking to go into play mode. Is that really calculate? Triggering that right away? Oh, no, maybe not right away, but... I'm clicking to go into the game view. Right, that's why. Let me make this right click then. Sorry, a lot of bug fixing I'm having to do on the fly. Or just changing my my debugging tools. Where'd he go? So where is he going? Like, what is this? Where'd he go? He fell off the map immediately. Now that he's down, he's not gonna... I just froze it immediately as soon as this started. I just want to see where he's sometimes apparently trying to go. I guess if he's... Right, he's facing... Okay, so one thing is the case that won't usually be the case in the normal things. He starts facing the exact opposite way from where he then decides he wants to go, which is why he has to turn around. And it's when he turns around that he falls off. So that's something. So, I mean, one thing that maybe would help with this is... if he could do 180s faster, maybe that's something he can do. Or okay, maybe okay, actually no, maybe this is the point where I actually start where I do more work on the AI functionality of his movement. So right now, what he's set to do is treating him like the player for a second, so I can talk in terms of keyboard inputs. He's set to like move the mouse left and right, just the horizontal movement. Move the mouse left and right to turn where he wants to move, but then he's acting like he's holding down the W key at all times. He doesn't use the equivalent of A, S, and D. I don't think I'm going to make him use the equivalent of A, S, and D right now, but what I could do is that when he needs to do like a 180 specifically, or like turn more than like 90 degrees, then hold off on that W input for a little bit, so that he can turn on the spot and then run the direction that he wants to run into. I maybe more than 90 degrees. Specifically when it's more than like, let's say more than 90 degrees. More than some threshold that we can set. That would help with this. It's still, okay, there's still a separate problem that he's turning around more often than he should be, but that would at least make it so that when that happens, it doesn't result in him falling off the edge as much. So that is one thing I can do. But I'm going to fix that problem second. There's still a weird problem when he's turning around more often than he should. I want to fix that problem regardless because that's still a pathfinding problem that I'd like to fix. So, but that's just another thing to add. Let me kind of almost remind myself to like just AI turn in spot. Just something that just like can like what was that? Oh, I remember. That's the thing I wanted to do. Kind of a thing, hopefully. That hopefully I'll do on this stream before I end things off. Okay, so I want to go to the... What do I want to do? The AI, just have him start facing the other direction. Because the way this is set up, because I have the player start right beside him, he is always going to start by trying to run towards 5, so he's going to spin around. I don't know why he sometimes falls off the edge and sometimes he doesn't, but, okay. So now let me... I need to kind of catch him. I need to chase him until I notice him do his spinning around thing. Oh. Okay, well, I don't know if I paused that at a good time, but he thinks his current destination is 1... Or he's trying to go towards... Wait. His current destination is 1, because he thinks he's at 5. Okay, yep, that is correct. And his end destination is 9. Okay, that is also correct. So I caught him too late. I hit escape. He's definitely too far gone now. Darn. But that was it. Is it a problem with like right after it should be independent of the jumping, because the jumping is kind of independent of his pathfinding. So him turning around right after a jump, I keep hitting escape. My bad. I keep I don't know why I'm now so used to, I don't know. I'm so used to how I made it escape for him to do the things. Okay, I just need to, I don't know why I made it escape for him to, or wait, what am I trying to say? Okay, well, I keep going to hit escape to do the debug pause thing when I should be doing right click. That's innocent, whatever. Okay. But also the him turning around shouldn't have to do with his jumping, because there being a gap there has nothing to do with the pathfinding. The jumping is done differently. Did I catch it? Current destination 4. I think I'm still pausing too late. 4. Ah, okay. No, end destination is 4. Current destination is 12. Oh, darn, okay. This is hard. I don't know if I can... Okay, boom. Okay, I think I got it. Okay. He is turned around right now. Why? He is thinking that he wants to go towards 2. Wait. His end destination is 2. He wants to go towards 7. Aha. Okay. This is a problem that I thought I was fixing, but I thought I had fixed. So why? The player's in the middle of crossing this gap. So end destination is 2. Bam. Current destination, he thinks he's trying to towards 7. Where does he think he is right now? He thinks he's on 4. Yes? But the player is on 0. Oh, the player's wrong! Oh! The player... What? Okay, that's not... Okay, huh. Why? Why is that? Interesting. Okay. That's useful information to know. Okay, so that's why... Okay, that makes sense of why the AI is messing up. So right now, for some reason, the player thinks that he's closest to this one, which makes sense of why now this one's being cut out of the AI's pathfinding, so he's trying to run this way. So we know now why it's going wrong. That is good. Like, it's good that we now know, so now I can hopefully fix it. So the question is, in this current situation, why does the player think it's closest to that one? Where should it be closest to? Well, depending on where I pause, he started turning before I had hit the halfway point of the jump. So a moment ago, I should have been closest to 7, and then in this instant, I should, I believe, be closest to 4. But either 4 or 7, like, yeah, oh yeah, well, right now 4. But definitely not 0. So why the heck is 4 not close enough? Unless, okay, no, here's a theory, wait. If we pretended 4 doesn't exist, then 7 should be closest, though. I was gonna say, like, because the AI is at 4, the player is treating 4 as if it doesn't exist, so then it's thinking that's closest to 0, but I still think that, 7 is closer than 0. And 0, like, this one doesn't have a 0 beside it, but it's the only one without a number, so that's why I'm calling it 0. Okay, so interesting. So one tiny thing is that, get rid of that. Player closest pathfinding. Wow, we keep coming back to the script. This is the one that, like, isn't working too well. So so the player specifically, just abstracting away. Okay, that's gonna give me. Okay. Trying to compile code at runtime, it doesn't like that. So I have to get back into that situation, or a situation like it where I see it. It doesn't have to be at the jump. It shouldn't have been the jump that was the problem. I think it was just more so 2 points that are really far apart. Bam. See? So if this is proof enough that it had nothing to do with the jump. It more so, I think the problem. Fancy it jumps now? Yes, it does. Except there's problems with it. Not with the jumps, but with the some of the pathfinding quirks. And more specifically, what's happening now is it was running away from the player, and then it decides to move to this point that's on the other side of the player. So now it tries to turn around and beeline through the player. But we're close to, I think, figuring out why. Oh, what the heck? Oh no. I was hoping we were. Now this is not having close pathfinding object problem. Why are you turned around right now? Unless you've already started to correct yourself to turning back. You did. Did you? No? Uh-oh. Okay, Austin. Let me take a quick break from this. I was going to do this and I didn't do it before. Austin, you made a little quick video of your thing, and I wanted to check that out. He's been posting regular updates of his progress with doing cool things with his game stuff. So that's the recoil, but happening in slow-mo, I guess. Cool. And then you had did you have the camera recoil in there? Oh no, I see it. Oh, it is kind of in there, I think. Or for me, I guess to tell what is your mouse movement, and it's kind of cool that he does that because he straight jukes you. Yes, but it's not supposed to happen, which it is. I was trying to keep it straight. Oh, okay, cool. And it's the code that does it. Oh, interesting. Oh, LERP stuff. Okay. Oh, it's recoil up and to the side a little bit. Hello, hi, William. Let me bring this back over here. It's cool that but as you were saying, Chaos. Yes, it's cool that he tries to juke you, but it's still not. It's leading to problems where he's running off the edge here. I don't want him to stray too far from his path because it's leading to him running off the edge. Which in the arena there'll be walls, but I want him to. He shouldn't be doing this because this is leading to more. In this specific case that you just saw, it looks like he jukes you. In more actual cases of this going wrong is where he kind of turns around and runs directly into the player. But either way, this is very unintended behavior. I could try to program more of a juking later on, but this is very unintended, so I want to solve this. Yeah. So right now, okay, I've paused it too late for testing this. Now once he gets to 10, his pathfinding will be correct again. But yeah. For William, who just got here, look at this. When he's far away, it's fine. It's when he gets really close to the player, when the player is really close to him, that's where we start to have problems with it. Look at that. Huh. I didn't pause it there. I just observed the weirdness. Let me see if I can get back into that exact scenario, because him randomly deciding to turn around like that is weird. Bam. Why did that happen? Specifically, I put in a debug thing where when I hit right click, the whole game freezes. So that's how I was doing that. Whoa, the jump? Yeah, it's cool. The jumping is working. Both for jumping gaps and jumping up things, which is really, really cool. And the way I made that jump, I should be able to do basically the same system for interacting with things in the map. And if I had let's say a thing that you have to slide under, the player would run and hit a slide button, that would work the same for how he detects a jump. It'll work the same for how he detects that he has to slide under something. If there's a thing on the map where against one wall there's a button, you press it and then some trap happens somewhere else in the map, the same system will work for the AI doing that. Now in this case, in terms of AI difficulty, it'll be every time he runs past the button, he'll interact with it. But I mean, unless I had like a random chance of him interacting with it, I suppose. But yeah, anyway, he will be able to interact with anything that the player interacts with if I program it right. But anyways, but right now we have this AI problem. So what exactly is going on here? So the player is right here. The player thinks that he's closest to 0. Oh, interesting. This is the development. Okay, I think I get what's going on here. I thought that because he was like, okay, good that I found a new case where this isn't working. I believe that, so right now, of the pathfinding objects, he thinks that he's closest to 0. Before I was testing this, I was like, what? He thinks he's going past 4? What's actually happening here is I think something's going wrong when he's trying to figure out where he's closest to, so he's defaulting to the first one in the list, which is 0. I think that's what's going on. And because that's happening, the AI is then thinking the player is over here, so then it's like turning around. So then that's what's causing that to happen. Okay. So that's useful information that this should be easier to fix than I initially thought. I think just my if statements are kind of wrong. So on the character that is it, let me look at the case for that, because I guess I wasn't really thinking about that too much when I was making this. So let me run through this as if let me basically like do the logic of like, if I'm the player, these things are true, what happens, and let's see if I go to the correct place. Right now, the player, actually, the end if statement that I should be going through with the player, well, one is that the one that it's closest to should be 6, and also it's in the use case where everything's outside of this bubble. So it is testing all of these because they're all outside of the bubble. So that means it should be going into this part of the else. That is one thing. So it shouldn't be testing here. It should be testing over here. So let's see if it's actually doing that. So on the player, close range count is not equal to 0. It is equal to 0. Oh, hold on. It is equal to 0, so it goes straight down here, right? It is equal to 0. This list is empty. Okay, so I don't need to bother. I think all of this if statement part is correct. I don't need to worry about that. This is equal to 0, so false, and it's going to else. So we know that part's working. So we know it's basically we know it's calling this chunk of code and not accidentally calling this chunk of code. Right? Let me kind of double check that. Yeah, because it's an and. It's an and, so that's all good. Okay. In here now, on the player, it says this equal to infinity, this equal to 0, this distance. So I'm guessing actually probably it's this that's wrong. If the player is it. Oh, this is very wrong. Oh. Cause, oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Wait, no, yes it is. Wait, what? Cause, basically what's happening, yeah, no, this if statement on the player is being false every time because I didn't put this part in right. So, okay, no, so I know how to fix this. So if the player is it, or the player is not it, and all these other conditions, that's what this should be. So yes, this is in here twice, but it makes sense from the logic. So if the player is it, run this regardless. Or if the player is not it, and this other thing is true, then it does the if statement. This should work, but now also I have the same thing here, so I just need to update that there as well. So, okay, cool. So that helped to go through the logic of what should be happening and realizing that it wasn't happening. Because yeah, oops, my bad. Be the case in both of these scenarios. Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Now we really cross our fingers and yeah. Every time recompiling the code in the runtime, it doesn't like that too much. That's okay, because that won't happen in a build. So now we really cross our fingers and say, please work. Let me go maximize on play. Oops, I didn't mean to go out of play mode, but I'm confident this is gonna work. I'm gonna be overly confident this was going to be amazing. And oh, oops, I need to be able to play good in order to test this out. Now, the one thing is, this jump is like the pixel perfect jump, so most jumps in the actual game won't be that far. Oh, I know why that happened, but that's a different problem. But let me just keep going anyway. Let me test this like even more a little bit. I know why that happened. I think I know. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna fix that, but we just kind of hang back. Yeah. Long story short, when I'm really close to the player, he's gonna. Oh. That makes sense. Does that make sense for him to do? Maybe. I mean, like, the ideal thing is that he never. If everything was programmed properly, like, so an actual arena for a level, all of this would have walls. So he would just bonk into the walls. It is working better than before. I guess I should say that. He isn't doing a full 180 like as much as he was before. But there's so like okay, as I said, the final act, an actual level in an area like this would all have walls, so you can't fall infinitely. So if he in the middle of turning bangs into the walls, like that's okay. But like the best case scenario is with how wide this is, he should never actually be hitting the walls. But and the only part where his AI is kind of messing up is when the AI or when the player is getting really close to the AI, which is a problem that would be fixed in an actual level when there's more of these pathfinding objects that are even closer together. So that is one thing I think I'm somewhat confident of. We're testing in an environment where these are very far apart. If these pathfinding objects are like really close together, this will be fine, I think. Solstice, you said a thing. So could possibly put a second pathfinding object in each corner to make it where it can't just ignore the corner. Oh, actually, that is a good idea. That is good. Okay, because actually, yeah, that would help. Okay, something's happening with like the jump where I saw it was trying to like almost turn a little bit. It was trying to turn kind of in the middle of the jump. Like that would be maybe solved by like having another pathfinding object like halfway through. But yes, because what's happening here, for example, when you notice here how he was turning early. When, let's say, the player is here and the AI is, like, here about to jump, the AI is treating it that this thing doesn't exist, so it thinks it's closest to this one, so now it's going to do the turn. But now if I have a double one here, yeah, it's going to make sure that it gets there. What if... So I could have a second pathfinding object, but I'm wondering if maybe I could set, like, a pathfinding object's type as corner. No, that's going to be super complicated. Never mind. It'd be so much easier. Like I could maybe try doing something complicated like that, but it would be so much easier if I just do this. They don't have to be right on top of each other, but just like really close together. Basically, or maybe they could be on top of each other. Nah, let's go just really close together. So now I do have to kind of correct these. So 13 is going to be connected to 9 and I want to lock this. Oh, let me put the console back up here so I'm not blocking the inspector as much. So 13 needs to be connected to 3 and 9. 3 and 9 it's already connected to. Then 3, I then only need to update the ones around it. So then 3 needs to be connected to 8. What? 3's not connected to 8? What? Oh, I didn't, sorry, I didn't, I was going to say, that was going to be a bigger problem. So then 3 is connected to 8 and 13. And then 9 is connected to 11 and 13. Let me just kind of test this corner on its own, and then I'll kind of fix the other corners. I don't know how many like corners there will be in the actual environments. That's like one thing of like, okay, I'm close to you, you're good. Huh? That was a really nice juke. Wow. Why does he turn around like that though? So he's still he's not turning around as much. But that was kind of cool. Like, that was completely... Okay, why was that happening? Let me see if I can dissect why that happened. It's like he went from 9 and he died. Yeah, but right here, I mean, like, that was kind of really... Wait, he saw the second pathfinding object in corner, so the ignore didn't work. But there still is, like, a root system where he can't decide to go from 8 to 13. If 3 if he so he has to go from 13 to 3 to 8. If he pretends that 3 doesn't exist, there is now no connection between 8 and 13, which is why he shouldn't. If he's at 8 and 3 doesn't exist, and he wants to go to 13, he has to go around the whole map. Is how this should be working, and then like vice versa. So let me see if I can get a good freeze frame of that when he turned in the corner there, and then see if I can then dissect what his what some of his code is saying. Down he goes. No, I want to pause it more in the corner, because yeah. Nope, I got to him too early. And again, okay, to also just elaborate more, I believe most of the problem comes with when both the player and the AI are both closest to the same pathfinding object. That's just another thing I should add, is that a lot of the problems that we're having is, that's why I say that this will be, I think, more solved when there's just more of these, if I had more of them, if it was more dense, because the problem is coming from when the player and the AI are both closest to the same pathfinding object, and that's what I'm trying to work around. So just to, I guess, reiterate that point. I'm pretty sure that's the problem anyway. That's what seems to be the problem, because when the AI is not close to the player, it works totally fine. We are not having issues when the AI is running away. And then the flip side of when the AI is supposed to be chasing the player, I haven't been testing that in a while, but that should still be working. When the AI is chasing the player, that's also should still be working totally fine. Because then when the AI is really close to the player, then it'll just beeline at the player. So that's that. I want to get you to, okay. I'm not doing the, I need to get him to, I don't want to get too close to him until that one corner that we've been trying to test. Okay, then we get really close to him now. Run at him, me. Okay, he's turning, I think, maybe. Let me look at this in here. Where's my mouse? Okay. I want to look at, so the AI thinks that he's at, let me go to the scene view. With the player at 8, furthest object is 8. Furthest is 8. Oh, or no, wait, that makes, no, wait, hold on. That's a thing. That's an interesting thing that I've noticed. Wait, why is the furthest from, oh wait, no, I'm not selected on the right thing. Hold on, no, wait, 9. Right now, 9 thinks its furthest is 8. Oh, that's an interesting thing. Right now, 9 thinks its furthest is 8. That's maybe something that needs to not happen. But let me go more into this really quick. Let's check the other parts of it. So, and it makes sense if something is being cut off here and it has to go all the way around. That partially makes sense. But okay, so right now, what am I looking for? So right now, the AI is trying to. It has an end destination of 7, which is here. That works. And the current destination that's trying to go towards is 13. Is 13? Okay, that's why it's spinning around. Oh, okay, that's a problem. That is a so its current destination should not have flipped to be 18. So let me look at the other parts of why that. Where does it think it is right now? It thinks that it's at 3. Oh, that's the problem. Oh, okay. That I realize that. That's a logic error. Okay, so that is, again, okay, so this is another thing that, as I said, will be solved with more dense objects. So okay, here's what oh yeah, okay, so right now there's this long straightaway where there's these aren't here. I'm trying to think. Okay, now I'm trying to think how I'm gonna fix this. So there's no of these empty game objects along this straightaway. Right now, when the player is closest to 8, and let me just double check that that's the case. The player thinks it's closest to 8. Yes. And so because the player is closest to 8, the AI is going to treat 8 like it doesn't exist. If it's treating 8 like it doesn't exist, it's now then going further, and it thinks the closest thing to it is 3, and not 6. So it thinks it's at 3, so it thinks that it's on this side of the player, so now it's trying to move towards 13 and then 9. That's why it tries to turn it around. Okay. So by pretending this doesn't exist, that isn't really, or that isn't making this go the opposite way. If these are okay, sorry, what am I trying to say? Is that if the one closest to the player is pretending it doesn't exist, and then it's kind of like, almost think of it like widening the sphere until whatever the second closest one to it is. But that could be the one on the other side of the player. But if all the objects were like equally spaced apart, then that would be fine. Like when I was testing this in the other scene where everything was all grid based, that would still work. And again, in a real level, how likely is it? When is it ever going to happen that in a real level, I don't think I'm going to have this far apart the objects, the empty things, because there's not going to be long straightaways like this. Like as you're going down a straightaway, there might be, you could turn this way and this way. You go all the way around. So I need a lot of these empty game objects along those paths. Yeah. So, and again, an actual level won't be this like a circle, but I'm just trying to think of. With a lot of the other problems, I was able to think of solutions for them. Like, even though this probably won't happen in a normal level, let me just solve it kind of in case. This is something I can't think of an immediate best fix for without doing like a lot of work. But if I just put more of these objects, which I maybe should do, like maybe every kind of like one unit, kind of, then that should fix this. In addition to doing the corner thing. I'm just trying to, before I do that, I'm trying to think of if there is a better way. Is there anything else I could do? So how could I have it, if it treats 8 like it doesn't exist and it goes now further than that, idea! I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, no, wait, no, that only works in this linear thing. I was going to say that maybe, rather than treating 8 like it doesn't exist, it looks at 8, and it looks at the two connection, or it could do that, yeah. Okay, so under normal circumstances, so this one is closest to 8. I'm pretending it's not, but it is actually closest to 8. So what if instead I looked at 8, looked at all the connections to 8, and then see which of those connections is furthest from the player, then head towards that one, or something like that. No, can I even do that easily? Because again, I'm trying to think of, I could, for this specific scenario, I'm trying to think of a way that works that's when it's not so, like, binary of, like, go this one or that one. If I am going just, like, if it's this exact scenario, what it could do is look at the two connections of that are connected to 8, and then be like, well, so it's closer to 3 than it is to 6, so I can't say which one of those two is closer to the player, but I could say which one of the two connections is closest to the player. Don't head towards that one. At the very least, I could do that. Which one is closest to the player? Ignore that one as well. So then it's ignoring 2. It can ignore. It's no, that doesn't work. Sorry, that doesn't. That alone wouldn't work, because then it would just find 13. Then it would think it's at 13, then it would try to head towards 9. Whoa. Why'd that happen? That scared me. Don't do that. Jesus. Oh, look at the replay thing. Can I see? Why the heck did that happen? That startled me. Please don't do that. Heebie-jeebies. Okay, so the other thing, though, is, okay, so instead, though, what I can do is that basically if this closest object is this, then it has to choose, choose as where it's trying to go next as just the furthest one from the player. Okay, so that's going to be more complicated, but I could do that, and that might still be something I want to do. So let me also kind of, I'm still going to do AI turn on in spot. That'll make some of these other problems better. Okay, so let me write this out, and then I can try and figure out what I'm actually going to do. So I want to do something along the lines of, basically, if player and AI, or more specifically, because I want to make it more general to not player and AI, but just two characters where one's 8 and what's not. If it's character and this, whatever, like, this is, this character, like, the, whatever, you know, that this code is on, so, character, are both closest to same spot. Basically, I had, the logic right now is just ignore, ignore this spot. That's what it's doing. But instead, I want to change this to, so first of all, look at all connections to that spot. Not just, because again, not just a binary, because there could be like multiple connections, like there could be more than 2. Right now, like all of these only have the 2, but in an actual level, I'm going to make a lot more connections. Like in an actual level, 8 could maybe be connected to a 13. Maybe, we'll see kind of how that ends up more so being. Look at all connections to that spot. And maybe this could fix the corner problem. Well, yeah, this could fix the corner problem for being too close. Because one thing is that when it's ignoring the spot that it's actually closest to, it makes it go to the next spot early. If it still did know that it's at this spot and the one that it wants to head to, that might be actually more preferable. That would fix, that would allow us to not have to have the double corner thing. So that could end up being a good thing. I'm going to have to rewrite a bit of this, but maybe that's okay. So look at all connections to that spot, then find farthest connection to it character. For now, I'll then set that as this character spot. That's gonna be an easier thing to do right now rather than overriding cur destination and end destination or whatever. Yeah. So this, and actually even then, like I could still do the double corner thing, but so this is what I want to change the functionality to. So again, to recap for both you and myself, before it's doing just. Then furthermore, I still do want to keep the functionality of ignoring that spot in the pathfinding algorithm. It still does ignore this spot. Ignore this. This spot in the pathfinding. That should still happen, so that part doesn't change. It's just setting where the AI thinks it is right now. So I guess I'm more so ignore this spot in where let's see, this character thinks it is. Yes. So ignore the spot in where this character thinks it is. This is what it's doing right now. This is what we want to basically change it to do. So look at all the connections to that spot. Find the furthest connection to the it character, and then set that connection as this character spot. So actually, I should more so say ignore this spot in where a character thinks it is, which then follows it up by like get next nearest spot. That is what that's doing. And then ignore the spot and pathfinding. Ignore the spot. Okay, so. Okay, now I gotta translate this into code. So I'm gonna put this over on the side here. You were seeing it, but now so I can see it here, and then I can hopefully do it here. So in order to do that, I should only have to change stuff in character closest pathfinding, because all I'm basically trying to do is I'm not messing with the pathfinding. I don't need to for right now. I just want to have closest pathfinding object. It's this variable that needs to be set to something different. In only the case where the running away character, because if the character is it doesn't do any of this. It's just it's only the running away character that when it's close to the player, that's the only time when this happens. Really close also, like as so close that they're considered to be on the same spot. Okay. And I already have closest player spot, right? Closest to it. I have this already, so I have that spot, I can then get all the connections. But then, not just, okay, sorry, I can make this a little bit better too in terms of what's going to be easier to calculate. Let me update this a little bit. So rather than say, not get furthest connection to it player, more so because it'll be hard. It might be harder to get the character from this, but instead this will be easier to go find furthest connection to it character like closest spot, because I have that already. So rather than say like find the one that's furthest from 8, or sorry, like look at all the connections to 8. No, hold on. Not find the furthest one from 8. No, wait, hold on. Is this still going to work? Hold on, let me double... Might still have some part of this wrong. Wait, let me double check one thing. Because in the case, if the player was here and the AI is here, let me just make sure this kind of functionality still works. If the player is here and the AI is here, it's going to think that's still close. Okay. No, then the normal thing will happen where it thinks it's closer to 3. So that still works. Yes. So then... no, I do want to do furthest one to player, not the furthest one to the player closest object, because I don't want to see furthest one from 8, because that could still be wrong. Actually, it's very unlikely to be wrong. It will probably most of the time be fine, but I think it's better to find the furthest one from the player object itself. So let me take that back. But how am I going to get the... I'll have to figure out how I get the it character. No, so let me... To it character, specifically. This is more likely to work, simply enough. Okay, if both the it character and this character are closer to the same spot, then look at all the connections to that spot. So it's going to get the 3, and it's going to get the whatever one's up there. Then I think up there was 8. No, what was up there? It's like 6. It's going to get the 3 one, and it's going to get the 6 one. Then it goes through each of them, which shouldn't be that many, so having a for each where it goes through each one shouldn't be too bad. It's going to be like 2 or 3, kind of maybe 4 like tops. So then it's going to have to go through and test each one, how far away it is from the it character, then find the maximum of that, and then and that's going to do that just through like, subtracting transform stuff. Right. And yeah, and then make that connection the one that we want. Okay, so it's good to just plan this out here so we know what we're doing, and now go into doing it in code. And I'm going to go out of play mode now and just do okay. So yes, so now what we want to do is to do is implement that. So let me put my kind of notes here on the side so I can see it. And now start doing it. So the first thing that we want to do is, on this character, if the it character and this character are both in the same spot. So first thing is, how do I integrate that into this code? So I need to, first I need to detect, okay, right, I missed that step. First I need to detect that the it character and this character are both in the same spot. I don't actually, no, I do that here. I do this here, sort of. So I need to kind of rewrite some of this. So hold on, let me just kind of, I might need to kind of like enter key a lot of this down, and then sort of rewrite some of this functionality, and then kind of integrate it back into what we have. Let me sort of do that. Okay. Just to write some of this on its own. So first we go. So if this character and the it character are both closest to the same spot, so I can do that by even better. Okay, I can keep this functionality almost. So keep this functionality, but don't do the ignoring. Don't do the ignoring, and then I just test our path calculator dot closest to IT, and the thing it was going to return the same, and then do this extra stuff. Okay, so that's what I could do. I don't know if that's the best way to do this, but I'm going to do that. Yeah. So if I'm going to remove this functionality, just making sure I'm removing the right parts. I think all of this, whoa, and all of this, and then the if state functionality in here. So I think the entirety of the if, right? Other than the making sure this isn't 0. Yeah. I had to do a lot to make that, but this will be better. And it's going to kind of remake a lot of that functionality. So what this is going to do, I don't like that these are return. Can I put both these returns in one place? Because otherwise I have to if statement this whole thing. Or I have to do like code here and then code here, unless I put it in a separate function. So just trying to think of if I can have basically only one return statement, that would be preferable. So what I do is, so both of these calculate the same min-dis index. The only then difference is basically what array it uses. It's either up here it uses like this array. Actually, this is a list. It uses this list or it uses this array, but it does the same thing. So I could make a an array called make an array that's just like what do I call this? An array that's called like array to use, either this one or this one, and then do that on both. Actually, it's not that bad an idea. Can I convert a list into an array? Like if I kind of sort of copy it? Let me see if I can do that, because I don't know if I can. To array. Okay. I can't do that. Okay. Interesting idea. I've never done this like this before, but so I'm going to make an array of, because they're both array of the same type. So that's one thing that this has. Yeah, if you copy it with a for loop. If I copy it with a for loop. Copy what with a for loop? I'm not sure what you mean, but I can do the dot to array up here. Basically, so both of these are of the same type, and they're of type pathfinding object. So let me just go pathfinding object array to use, and then have be nothing yet. But then up here, this is just going to go. So if this was true, then array to use is going to equal this. So array. To array? Never heard of that. Oh, I could use a for loop to basically make an array out of it. Fair enough. I didn't know to array was a thing either, but I just figured that out when I put a dot in there. So array to use is going to equal this dot to... Oh, whoops. We're good there? Okay. Dot to array. So, why don't you like this? Can't convert a pathfinding... Oh, whoops. This didn't make that an array. Now this should work. And then... Else, I'm going to kind of copy the rest of those bits out of there. Otherwise, array is going to equal, because it's doing the same thing to both arrays. So this is probably also better on performance. Well, I don't know if it's better on performance, but it's better on the code anyway, I guess. Yeah, I was going to say just loop through the list of an array and then add it to whatever you wanted. Yeah, fair enough. That's probably what I would have done if I couldn't just have it do it for me, essentially. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so array to use equals array to use equals path calculator dot just that, and then now I can convert both of these basically being like after here to just say to use array to use in the for loop, which will now be length, and then array to use I. And then it's going to return array to use min index. And now I should be able to then make sure nothing else was different between those bits of code, right? Nothing should be, to my understanding. Yep, just kind of making sure. Okay, this reduces how much stuff there is here. So that's something. That's something I could have done regardless of what I'm now doing here. But now it just makes the next part of this easier because there's only one return statement. Because now I'm needing to test what this is before to almost override what it returns. So now basically, overriding what it returns. So there now is going to be 2 return things, but in how it was before, there would have then needed to be like 4. So basically, now I want to test if array to use min index. So this is going to be what it thinks is the shortest point to itself. So this is now the closest thing to, in our case, the AI. I just got a notification that you went live again. Oh, huh. Wait, there was even huh? Let me check this out. Not in the Discord. Huh. Maybe because I crossed midnight, so I don't know if that does anything weird with that. The bot is still not working. I did, yeah. It didn't work still. I'm trying to set up that thing in my Discord to automatically send out a notification when I go live. It's not working yet. I've been trying. But yeah, it hasn't worked yet. So if this, this is gonna be the else case of it, but else so this actually is gonna be here. I'm gonna delete this part from there in a second. But if the pathfinding object it gets from this is equal to the one that's closest to the player. What is that? Path calculator dot closest to it. So not just the player, it could be whoever is it. If it's another AI or the player. So if what it thinks is the closest to itself is the same as what the AI thinks is the closest to itself. Where's the part? Hold on. Where do I calculate? Oh, this here. Sorry. I was just trying to find that. Then it should do something different. What was then? It does. Then it's going to do this stuff. So now we know they're both in the same spot. It's going to do this stuff over here. So now it's going to basically. I'm just going to kind of write the common parts of this. So look at all connections. Then find farthest connection, and then basically return that connection. So that's all this should need to do. So let's do that in stages. So look at all the connections to this, and I'm going to be using this multiple times, so maybe I should put that in a variable. So because that's probably better on performance or something like that. Whoops, no, I don't want any of this. So go path finding object closest to me. Self. I don't know. Closest to self equals this. And now if closest to self equals blah, then go. So the else case is that's just going to return closest to self. If it sees that it's closest to the player, then it's going to do something else. Why don't you like this? Colon expected. Oh, yeah. So it's going to look at all the connections. So I need an array of pathfinding objects that are all the connections. Connections equals... how do I actually get these connections? Oh no, it is a list. Actually, it's a list here, so I need to convert this into an array because yeah. Nope. Oops. Why am I connections equals closest to self dot connected objects? And actually, this is it is an array. Okay. Yeah, no, this wasn't a list. So bam, we got the connections. Part one of this done. Find the furthest connection. So this is going to be for each connect. Oops. Brackets. Connection. No. Setting the type first. Pathfinding object connection in connections. There's also usually my personal naming scheme that I sometimes do with a for each loop is basically have the array name be plural and then for each the singular in the plural. So that's that. So this will be for each individual item of the array, but the individual non-plural version in the plural version. Yeah. So for each connection, find the furthest. So this is going to be the exact opposite of how I found the min distance, which does mean so this is going to have a lot of extra calculations, but this happens in the somewhat rare, not too rare scenario of the player being really close to the AI. So this won't run too often, but as we saw, because most of the time the AI was running away fine. It's just when we're about to touch him is that he gets all weird. So this should fix that. So I need to do... So basically I'm going to copy all of this, because this is kind of how I did this. So, actually... I'm also just realizing this probably could have been a for each loop, but no, because I needed I specifically. Oh, and this is going to need to be a for loop because I need I specifically. Oops, okay. So I don't get to do the fancy for each loop, but that's okay. So this I'm basically renaming to, so max distance is going to be, it's going to start out being 0. Max distance index is going to be 0 to start off with. We are also, this is going to make an assumption that each node should have something it's connected to. The connections thing should never be empty. I guess we could test that it's not empty, but I guess we'll do that kind of at the end. But that will only happen if there's like only one connection node in the entire scene, which shouldn't happen. Or if there's just one floating off somewhere that's just not connected to anything, which will be a problem of like accidental bad game design of not setting up that properly. Anyway, so float distance. What do I use distance for? Why don't you like distance? Because I use this distance up here. What do I use distance for? Oh, saving the distance. Wait, why do I have min distance? Oh, that's just because I call this multiple times. So this is, well, actually, I should say, cur dis is what this is. Float max dist, blah, this, and I guess this is the same float, but I'm going to reset it to 0 anyways. Okay, except it's still going to be cur dis. Current distance. Okay, so now current distance is going to equal, so actually no, this is going to be still going through, it should be going through all the connections. So go through connections.length and then connections I, blah. So now it's going to subtract them and get their magnitude. And now I should, well, 1, put max and put max and put max. And then I think just swapping these signs will now do the reverse. If the current distance is larger than the max distance, set it to the max and record the index number of that one. And now I don't have the for each loop, but that's okay. Now return that connection. So returning that connection is going to be return connections this max index. Otherwise, return closest to self. But now I'm gonna just, so this should work now, and I'm gonna get rid of our planning comments. I'll go back and properly comment a lot of this stuff later. I'm probably like at the end of the project, frankly, but I should do that at some point. So now I just wanted one more error check in here of just making sure that connections array is never, no, why are you doing, oh, never mind, okay. Okay, so then, and, this dot length isn't, dot length is not equal to 0. I guess. And then I could, no, that's fine. Okay, whatever. Okay, so now I think this should work. We're about to find out. So theoretically, that will now set it like in this circumstance. It won't set itself as 3. It's going to see that 6 is further away, so it's going to set itself to 6. So now that should work everywhere. Why? Why? So let me test the initial thing of this. So right off the bat, these two are at the same, which is at 12. So this should think it's at 5. Is that the case? 10. Ooh. Wait a minute. No. Wait. What? No. Furthest from the player. I said. So it's now thinking that it's at 10. Did I go? Oh, I went furthest from itself. That's what it did. It went furthest from itself, not furthest from the player. Okay. Where did I just do that? So transform that position. No, I want the player's connection one. So that 12. Wait, the furthest one from 12 is going to be equally both of them, actually. The furthest connection from... so it needs to be the furthest... No, wait, but this is going to have another problem. I'm just realizing. Because now if the player goes here... Oh, shoot. I mean, this isn't good yet. If the player is here, then right now in this instance, both the... Let me do this and then... both the player's closest to 12 and the AI is closest to 12. But the furthest connection of 12 from the player is actually going to be 10, which this would cause the AI to try now going towards 10. So maybe furthest one from the player isn't what we want. So in this case, how would I get it to know that it wants to move towards 5? So I want it to say, so if these two are on the same spot, then look at 12. Look, I still want it to look at both of its connections, because the end result is that it should choose one of its connections to go to. I just need, I think, different logic of how I choose which connection. So the rest of, so up to that point, I think is fine. So how do I choose a better, so in this instance, how would it know to go towards 5? It could choose, oh, no, this is even easier. No, don't do, no, wait, oh no, hold on. Shoot. Wait, hold on. In this instance, it's the, which connection is the closest to here. Sorry, which connection is the closest to the AI? This would make it choose 5. But when I'm over, like, here and then AI here, in this instance, they're in the floor right now, but that's okay. Just looking at, actually, wait, they are? Oh, yeah. But when they're here, I don't want to click, I don't want to pick the furthest connection to the... Okay, so maybe I need 2 layers of this, I think. How about this? So I think actually what I need is if its character and this character are both closest to the same spot, then maybe go, look at all connections, then go find, how about this? Find closest connection to character. No, wait, hold on. No, that still won't work. Because that won't work. Okay, this is basically what I need to test. I need this scenario. What algorithm works for this case and the case with up here? I'm thinking of like things like something that will work for this case, and I've thought of things that will work for this case. I need something that's going to work for both, and if it works for both, it should work for most things. Ideally, it'll work for everything. So I was going to say that basically, if these are connected, actually, I mean, I still can maybe do that. Okay, hold on. So go back to this. I'll effectively do so. This is what it's actually. I don't need this. This is what I was doing before. So. So look at connections at the spot. Then, okay, find closest connection to it character and find closest connection to self. How about this? And then, if like both closest connections are the same, then do something that I'm still thinking of. But then basically it would be else set let me make this wider. Set that connection as this character spot. Then this part still happens. Actually, I might need that line still. Hold on. Okay, so... But then if both are the same, which happens in this scenario, then I think I want to go towards the furthest connection. Okay, so so find furthest connection to it character. And then I know for a fact that this will not be the closest connection or whatever. What if I found the furthest one from the player? Find furthest connection to it character. Okay, that's what I do. Then... Okay, this might work. This might work. Okay? I think so. So, ignore the spot in pathfinding. That's happening, like, elsewhere. Okay, so I'm just slowly modifying this to cover all of the different cases that are problematic. So, look at all the connections. So if we determine that let me just double check that this is going to work for both of these cases. And if it works for both of these, then it should work going forward for like all others, hopefully. If the it character and this character, so in our use case here, it character is the player, and this character is the AI, are both closest to the same spot. Yes, right now they are both closest to 8. Then, look at all the connections to that spot. So it's going to get 3 and 6. So it's now looking at both those connections. And at the end of the day, it's going to choose one of them for the AI to go to. It just needs to choose which. So now, in terms of making that decision, find the closest connection to the it character, the player, and find the closest connection to itself. Find both of those separately. And then see, did it just get the same one? If it got the same one, which this case it will have, find closest connection to it character, that's 3. Find closest connection to self, that was also 3. If both closest connections are the same, now find the furthest connection to the it character from the player, and that's going to be 6. And that will be the one now that it wants to travel to. Okay. Okay, I mean, technically, depending on how I set this up, that connection could be everything else, but that's not important. So that works for this use case. If I put these guys back over here, now let me just test the same logic, and does this also work? So when they are like this now, okay, so if they're they're closest to the same spot right now, yes, they're both closer to 12. So then, find the closest connection to the it character. It's going to get the connections. The 2 connections are 5 and 10. It's going to get the closest connection to the it character. That is 5. And it's going to get the closest connection to itself. That is also 5. Both of them are the same. No, wait, hold on. Oh, no, this doesn't work. Shoot. No, wait, hold on. Darn it. Darn, this doesn't work. Oops. Okay, no, wait, yeah, no. Find closest connection to the it character. That's 5, and then this one is also 5. If they're both the same, which they are, find the furthest connection to the it character. Set that one. That's gonna make it. It's still gonna make it run to 10. Shoot. Okay, so that doesn't work. So what needs to happen instead for this logic, for this use case, is it needs to find... Thinking. What if... Here's a crazy idea. What if I took the vector, like, between the player and the AI and, like, use that somehow? And then basically, like, I somehow pick one that's, like, in that direction, but more so, look at, like, the vector between the player and the AI, go that direction a bunch. Let's say, like, it goes, like, 10. And now find the closest connection to that point. That would get 5. And in the other case, it would get the other one. As long as they go it far enough. Okay, that could work. Is there something along those lines that doesn't require me to do vector math? Which I mean, I can do supposedly, but is there a better way? But that would be a thing that might potentially work. But more so, what if instead? So in this case though, so what needs to happen? It's the one that's closest to the player. Okay, no. More specifically, I guess more generically, it's like move towards, or like, sorry, pick. I'm just gonna say pick. Pick the connection that is closer to the AI than the player. That is okay. That actually is better. That is more so what it's trying to do. That's essentially what the vector math would have done. So rather than all this, are they the closest? Are they the farthest connections of individual of these different spots? Instead, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to pick the connection that is closer to the AI than the player. That would work. Okay, that's more maybe simpler to work with. So now converting this to up here, and actually, okay, technically, again, I'm trying to abstract it away from this character or AI and player to this character than than the it character. Okay, so in order to do that, I am gonna have to get all the connections to this spot. That part doesn't change. We kind of and then the end part of ignore this spot in the pathfinding, that also doesn't change. So, because that's gonna happen regardless. So, pick the connection that is closer to the player. So how can I test almost like go through each connection and like for each look at distance between okay, so how about look at okay, I got this. Okay, so go through each connection and for each look at distance between connection and this character. How about okay? Let me type this in a way that's not like this multiple sentences. So go through each connection and for each next line. Kind of like tab this out to simulate like how the indenting is going to be and the going in loops. So look, get distance, get distance between this connection, this connection and this character. Then get the distance between connection and it character. Subtract them. And the distances will always be positive, so then I'm subtracting that. Subtract them, store that value. Then at the end of this, then do find smallest of these subtractions and whatever I call those subtractions. Those whatever. Subtraction of these subtractions and connection associated with that number, and then that's the one it needs to pick. Okay, set that connection as the spot. Okay. We're doing this. Maybe. Hopefully. So this should work. I believe so, right? So let me run through this again before I go and code it. Let me basically run through this step by step with both of these use cases and that are basically very opposites of each other and see if it works. So if both characters are closest to the same spot, get every connection, so 5 and 10. That part we know stays the same, because we know the correct answer of what it should pick should be one of the connections. Okay, then get the distance between, for each connection, so 4 or 5 and then 4 or 10. Get the distance between the connection and this character. So get the distance between connection and this character. So this and this, let's say that's 5 for ease of numbers. And then get the distance between connection and the it character, let's say that's 10, subtracts them, that gets an answer of 5. Okay, then find, then go through the next one. Okay, actually, technically, be this. Then next one, so 10. Now it's like get the distance between the connection and this character. Let's say this is now like 20, and then to get the distance between the connection and it character, that's going to be like 5. Then let's say this is 10. It's going to subtract those. It's going to get a negative numbers because it's going to go like, it's not just going to go like, so like with this one it would be the equivalent of going like 10 minus 5, but then this way it's going to go like 20 or 10 minus 20. So like one of them will be a positive number or one will be a negative number. Actually, that's the one thing is then, so positive numbers will mean that the AI is closer to that connection. And then negative numbers will mean that the player is closer to that connection. So technically we can then pick any of the positive number connections, but specifically then we're going to pick the smallest? Wait, I want the smallest or the largest? The largest means that the player is like going to be the largest means that the distance between like the player and that connection and the no, I want the largest then, right? Hold on. The largest of those subtractions, assuming that so okay, basically I'm going to put like, so positive means this character is closer. Negative means character is close. Closer. Okay. Then find smallest of these subtractions and connection. Okay, so then I want to find the largest. Because the largest of these subtractions, and I don't know what a good name for them is, means that it's the greater variance in the distance between that connection and the player and that connection and the player, assuming that it's closest to the AI. So I don't know if that made sense at all, but basically what I'm saying is, if I do like this, if I do this, no, this won't be a problem. This use case will never happen. Your mom's greatest variant. Great pun. Knocked it out of the park. 10 out of 10. Welcome back to the stream, Lightning Stripes. Yeah, so continue my thought. I don't know how did the AI come? It's working, except for a very specific situation that causes a really bad bug that likely won't really show up in a real level. Basically all these points, I think you maybe remember how these blue points work, but long story short, the more dense they are, the less likely this bug is to happen. So in this test level where they're very far apart, this bug happens more. But when this bug happens, it can cause the AI to randomly turn around, randomly do 180s, and like run off the edge. I'm just about to potentially solve that problem. We've been working at it kind of for a while because it keeps like snowballing. Like it's a whole bunch of little things that I've been having to fix to kind of solve this problem, but will result in a better AI. You got this. No sweat. I have basically this now, like the pseudocode of what I need to now implement. So to finish explaining this for, I guess, everyone else, is long story short, what was I just saying? So so actually I guess I can kind of explain this to you, Lightning Stripes, as well. Is that the problem happens when, so at any given time, both the player is looking at like, which of these blue objects am I the closest to in this moment in time? So in this case where everything's paused, the player's closest to 12. And then the AI does the same thing. It also looks at which one it's closest to. Right now it's closest to 12. The bug happens when they both are closest to the same one. If they're closest to different ones, no problem, the AI is working perfectly. When they both are closest to the same one, there's problems. So right now I'm basically trying to override that and say, if both of these are closest to the same one, have the AI pick this one and pretend that it's closest to this one. What was happening before, of how it's bugging even more, is when it tries to ignore this one and pretend it doesn't exist, it was sometimes picking this one, or sometimes it would pick this one over here. And when it picks this one over here, it decides to do a 180, and that's a problem. And then sometimes it was like going like 180, 180 again, 180 again, and then like that causes it to just kind of like and then run off the edge. So that's a problem. So what we're now doing is having this kind of complicated algorithm to just say to make it pick 5 instead of 10 in this case, in a way that'll work for all cases. Long story short, but it took a while to get here because there's a lot of like scenarios that I had to test. There's 2 scenarios that I had to test for making this work. And I lost the other one. Okay, if I just AI over to here and player over to here. So the 2 scenarios that I'm actually now just about to run through in my head, in my algorithm to see that this is going to work is if the, nope, wrong area, well, wrong way, let me swap these around, is that if the player is right here and the AI is right here, they are both closest to 8, I want the AI to pick running to 6, which means that it's not, so initially what I did is, so it wants to move to 8, okay, look at the next closest thing to 8 and move towards that one. I thought that would work, but in this case, it's going to try and pick 3, which makes it run this way, which I don't want. So long story short, from skipping over all of the failure, this, I believe, should work. So now basically what this logic is saying is that if, so its character and this character, it character is right now the player. Hey, man, how's everything going? We're just about to maybe solve this bug. I'm just going through the explanation of the solution code that I'm about to implement. So basically, in this use case, when its character is the player and this character is the AI, this character being like the character that this script is running on, that the code is running on, which is going to be the AI, if they think they're closer to the same spot, which is 8, then look at all the connections to that spot. So that's going to spit out 3 and 6. And now it needs to decide, okay, should I be moving towards 3 or towards 6? And that's what we've been getting wrong this whole time. But now I think I have a solution for. And now in order to decide whether to go to 3 or to 6, it's going to go through each connection. And for each connection, get the distance between that connection and the AI, and get the distance between that connection and the it character, and subtract them. And then look at the largest of those subtractions, and that's the one that we want to head towards. Weird, that sounds like complicated math, but it should work. And then set that one as the one we want to go to. And basically, a large number means that, like, the player is, so actually, in general, after these subtractions, a positive number means that the AI is closer to that point than the player, and the it character, and a negative number means that the it character is closer. So of these subtractions, if it's a positive number, that means that the AI is closer to that connection, so that's one of the potential ones we want to head towards. And if it's negative, that means that the player is closer to that connection, so we don't want to head towards that one. And then the largest of that means that there's the largest variant in that number. That's what I was just saying. That's why you joined the stream to me. I assume hearing me say variant out of context. So, yeah, of that subtraction, we want the largest variant where I don't know what name, there's probably some terminology of what that, like, subtraction would be called. I'm not creative enough to know what it is. But basically, the AI being closer to that connection than the player by the most, if that makes sense. So we want to find the connection where the player is closer to that connection than the player by the most amount, if that makes sense. So that works in this case. The other case over here, so basically the 2 cases of where this needs to work, it depends on what side, actually, so I didn't need to be moving that back and forth. It needs to work if the player's on this side or on this side, and that's where we've been running into problems. If I knew it was going to be like this, so in this use case, I just need to see which connection is closest to the AI. If right now, the closest connection to the AI is this. 5 is closer than 10, so it could have just picked that one. But that doesn't work in the case down here, where 6 was not the closer connection, so it can't just pick the closest connection. So then I thought, okay, what about picking the furthest connection from the player? Well, that doesn't work either. Here, the furthest connection from the player is the 5, but when the player moves here, now the furthest connection from the player is the 10. But I don't want to move to the 10. So these are have all been my like failures of attempts of getting closer and closer, but no cigar. Where now I think I've gotten it to now having this like subtract, like basically use both of those numbers and determine not just the closest one to the player, not just the furthest one from the player, but find the connection where the AI is closer to it than the player. And if there's multiple, then like the one where that distance is the greatest. Okay. That's all my explanation. Let's actually code it. That explanation is this pseudocode. Okay, now let's do this. So first step is I already have like this if statement. This if statement is this if statement here. That's already done. Look at all connections to that spot. We've got the connections. That was already there. Next, go through each connection. We have a for loop doing that with some stuff to at the beginning of it. Go through each connection, and for each connection, okay, so you can see this. I'm going to move this off screen in a second so that I can see it while I'm coding. So, get it all. Look at it. Okay, so now going through each connection, I need to first I need to basically, and I'm going to need to make more variables here. So let's go so I need a float of, what do I call you? Character. So character dis and float this char dis. No, I don't want to use char because char sounds like string chars, you know. So I'm gonna write full character dis. I mean, character could also sound like that because char is short for character, even in that context. But whatever. This is better. This is fine. And then I need a float for what do I call that? It's the subtraction. I need a float for what that subtraction is. I do need to save that number. But what do I call it? Just not subtraction. There's like probably a term for this. So the it character distance to connection and the this character distance to connection, the subtraction of those values is how about this? Variance of dis. Dis being distance, that can be the short form. That's fine. Okay, so now, actually, I need to find eventually the largest of those values anyway. So this math here is finding the largest number. So I'm going to kind of copy and have this be later because I'm going to use some of this. But now I'm going to kind of delete it here. So actually, now also that's where these numbers are being used. Okay, so go through each connection and go get the distance between the connection and us, this character. And actually I'm going to put this doesn't really matter, but I'm going to put that first because that's what I'm getting first. So this character distance equals, I feel like I'm doing rocket science at this point. This is getting so complicated. I don't know if any of you are understanding me still, but I hopefully I'm doing a good job at explaining myself. Even if you don't understand everything, at least like the general concept of what I'm trying to accomplish. Hopefully maybe it makes sense. So the distance between the connection that we're looking at right now and ourselves, this is transformed opposition, is this character distance. Then we need how do I don't have the it character. I need to get the it character. Yeah, so okay, well it character distance. And I have capital. I don't start variables with the lowercase, but no. It is like a special thing. No, whatever. No, I can do whatever. It character. Okay, it character distance is going to equal, so this needs to be the player's distance, or the it character specifically. So how do I get that right now? Do I have any, I could like do some, get things and find components, whatever. Do I have any variable right now in some script that is kind of basically just that already? I have so path calculator closest to it. I have that. I think I'm going to need some kind of global reference to what character is currently it, just to get its position. Right. So I'm probably going to want to put that in, not getting it here, but I'm going to get that in a different script, and then which one? The path calculator, probably. So I'm just trying to think of if there's make sure I'm doing this the way I want to be doing this. So not individual path finding, it won't be the player that's always it. I want to get whichever the references to the one that's currently it. And this part only runs if this thing is not the thing that's currently it. So this won't be a problem. Like, this is already... Is it? Let me double check that. Yeah, no, this is... Oh, actually, it's not, but it should be. Let me double check. Hold on. That, where's the big if statement that's doing this? Okay, no, let me do this. So I do want to say first that make sure that we are not currently it. The one doing this calculation is not it. Otherwise, it's gonna have problems when it's chasing. So if this character, no, not this. If I don't have an is it. What's my is it thing? So if character it state. Whoops. Maybe character it state should have a reference to some kind of static reference to whatever is currently it or something like that. No. Well, no. Okay, so, but maybe this. No. Whatever. Okay. If character it state dot is it. No. Dot is it. And we're not it. Sorry. If we're not it and blah 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 blah. But if this is not true, so if we are it, then it skips to this. Yeah, okay. There we go. So now, that was going to be a problem later. So now, I'm trying to get the it character, and I think I'm going to basically have that be running on something. Some kind of, I actually was going to need that anyways, I think, is some kind of global thing that is storing who is currently it right now. So I think I was going to need that anyways. So I'm going to put this on an empty game object, on a new thing, basically. That's all it's going to do is just store who's currently it for anything in the scene. Because I'm going to need UI stuff to access that. Maybe some like game manager stuff to access that. Yeah, I can imagine there might be, for this game, when we get to more of the polished side of things, there's going to be several things probably that want to know who is currently it. So having it stored on this like one public place will be good. And yeah, so this is going to be something like that. So, and actually then another thing is that right now that is one other thing. Hold on. To elaborate more on this is that each character, so both the player and the AI, have their own thing to be able to tell, like a Boolean of whether or not they are currently it. I could then remove that, and then they access this instead, and they look at it to see that we're currently not it, and then they access that to make themselves it if they need to. So I could do that as well. Because again, I'm trying to also do a thing that's not so binary. I want to be able to support if there was multiple characters but only one of them are it. So that's another thing that I'm trying to keep track of. Hey man, how are ya? Hello, Garnet Kane. Welcome back to the stream. We are getting very close to solving some bugs and getting all this AI stuff to work very wonderfully. I keep talking a lot more than I am actually doing, but it is helping me also figure out solving these bugs. We've been doing a lot of bug solving today. We got, funny enough, so I have the stream called like making AI that can jump. That was what this started with. But we got it to jump pretty early on, and then since then we've been figuring out a lot of bugs that we've only started noticing once we made this like test map to test the jumping. So it's still very loosely related to the jumping, but the jumping we kind of got working ages ago. But this is going to make just the pathfinding work better. And more specifically, we're fixing bugs that are happening exclusively when the AI is running away and the player is like right behind the AI. That's where a lot of problems were happening that we're fixing. More specifically, you see these pathfinding objects of that. These decide where they move towards. Okay, I've explained the long version of this a bajillion times now. I'm going to just give you like the very simple version, which is simply if this one and this guy, like this guy and this guy, are both close to 12. AI needs to say, okay, go move towards 5 rather than moving towards 10. There's basically been problems where sometimes, because the way the logic is, it decides to move towards 10, so it pulls a 180, and that's a problem. So that's what we're fixing in the very, very short form. So the immediate thing we're doing right now is just setting up a global thing to say who is it or not, because I need a reference to whoever is it. So we're setting up a global kind of thing that anything can access that says, this is the character that's currently it right now. In a way that's not like a binary like thing to be able to scale it up. If I had like 10 characters, only one of them is it. I don't think I could try to set up a thing where having multiple characters that are it. So like there's 10 characters, 2 of them are considered it. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I can confidently say that's not going to happen. And if it is, I'll deal with that when I get there. But I would like to have just multiple things exist that only there's only one it. Anyway, so let me. What do I name this game object? This is going to be the game object that's keeping track of who is it right now. So what do I call this? It keep tracker. It tracker. It character tracker. Yeah, it character tracker. Yeah, and then I'm going to make a script with the exact same name. So it. Character tracker. Okay, I do kind of have to end things off soonish. Tag your it. Tag your it. Yep, that's what we're doing here. I'm not it. Actually no, I am. Wait, I am it because I'm chasing the AI. So yes, you are correct. I'm trying to tag the AI. The whole point of this is to be able to be not it, I guess. Okay, so let's do this and then go public. Yeah, basically a public. I could make it stack, but tag no tags back. No tag no tag bags. At when I was in elementary school, we used to play army tag all the time. That was good times. Primarily like grade 6, 7, 1. Yeah. Okay, so an army tag is basically like tag where once you tag someone, then they're it as in addition to you, and then slowly then like a lot of people just chasing like one person. Yeah. Until there's only one left. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so what do I want here? I said so public. Do I just want a game object, or what do I want? Is there any game object specifically? I think I'm just gonna get the game object. I'm just trying to think if there's a better thing to get here. Oh, ooh, that could be a power up or something. Tag no tag back. That like it stuns the AI for longer, maybe. Ooh, possibly. But a tag no tag back only works when there are multiple things. If there's only the two, the player and the AI, then that doesn't really work. But if I scale it up for multiple, then yes, I could totally try doing that. Yeah. So public. What am I trying to do? Public. Oh, I just had an idea that there could be like a team tag mode. We're imagining 2v2 somehow, where basically you're on a team where, well, however that could work. I don't know how that works. Doing something along those lines could be maybe interesting, but where you have like 2 people that are it and 2 people that aren't it, but as soon as, so imagine like a red team and then a blue team. As soon as one red person touches one of the blue people, one person on the blue team, now both of the blue team are it, and then both of the red team are running. That could be a neat thing. That would be really cool for like more of an actual like multiple human players mode, I guess. But yeah, okay, random idea I thought of there. Okay, so, but just imagine how cool it would be. If I get this working and be able to scale it to have multiple AIs, even getting the AIs to run away. Just imagine if I'm able to place no player, but just 10 AIs in this big arena, and they're all able to play tag with each other. I think that'd be cool to look at and watch, assuming it kind of like works successfully. But then you could also throw in the player in there in addition to that. Okay, so especially once we have a big arena. If you have this massive arena and then you have all these people running around in it, I think that just conceptually in my brain sounds cool. But we got a lot of work to get there. So I need to stop talking and do more coding. So what am I doing? Just having a public, I think I'm just going to do a game object. No, I can do just all I need really is the transform. I think all I really need is a public transform of the object that is currently it. I think that's all I really need. Yeah, public transform it character. And that's all this keeps track of right now. It could do more stuff later. I think this is all this needs. And then, specifically, I can... well, I need to go actually set this up to be set. Right now, there's nothing that is changing its value. I need to go and... I have a script that's like... where is it? Character it state. Oh, there's a warning. I'll look back at that in a minute. So... this right now has how each character is keeping track of whether they are currently it or not, and I suppose they could still have this, but I want this to more so be using the thing I just made. So private it character tracker, and it gets. I'm making it capital in a lot of places because rather than saying like I don't know, because the definition that I'm using for it in tag, I guess. Although if I do this now, I guess this has to be lowercase for. My usual naming scheme of this thing. So in start, I need to actually get that reference equals. I can do find object of type it character tracker. Okay, so then I need to. From there, I can drag in the reference of whoever I want to start being it, which in most cases, the player's going to start being it. So a game starts with the AIs running away from the player. So by default, this will be the player, but that I will have to be like a drag and drop reference. So find object of type though, and then actually, so if I've already supplied this, then I can say if it character tracker is equal to us, equal to what the script is on. Then do that. So if it character tracker dot get. Not that I see this as a problem, but is it conventional to use this many scripts for AI? Yes and no. So actually, it usually is a good idea to have like different sections of code be in their own scripts. So that is a good thing to do usually that you want to have in Unity games in general. So forget the AI stuff. Just getting a player to move, you usually want like rather than just character controller, having character move, character turn, character jump. Not that I guess you don't want like scripts that are only like 2 lines of code, unless you have a good reason for it, like I do with the character tracker. But generally, you do want different scripts for different pieces of functionality. So I have like character turn, camera turn, character move, blah blah blah. That is good usually. But then, yeah. But then with the AI, yes, it is totally getting really complicated in how it is working. That is for sure. But I also keep going back and forth between different ideas. In the end of the day, actually, I don't know. I don't think the AI is actually using that as many scripts as you might think. Right now, I think the only, other than the moving, just ignoring that the AI uses character state, move, and turn and jump to move. In terms of just the pathfinding and the about to be calling these functions, the only scripts that the AI uses are AI pathfinding inputs, AI trigger interaction input. So and those could have been together. I purposely separated them because AI pathfinding input is determining how to move around the map. Trigger interaction input is having the AI figure out how to jump. So those could have been together. I chose to separate them because they are kind of independent. On top of that, there is a script for each of these pathfinding objects telling itself what objects it's connected to and it knowing which of these objects is the furthest away from itself. So that is important for the pathfinding. So that's that. But these scripts are very tiny, I think. Yeah. Then it has path calculator. This looks at the whole path and does the calculating of all the path stuff. So that's 4. And then in addition to that, we have this global thing, or we're about to, that just keeps track of who's it. This is for the tag. This has nothing to do with the actual pathfinding. This is specifically for the fact that it's tag. So that's 5. And that's, I think, everything, unless I'm forgetting something right now. And technically, AI interaction input has nothing to do with the pathfinding. So technically, it's only 4 scripts. No, okay, I lied. There's one more. There's pathfinding overlap. This has to do with, this is a script that is just a performance saver. All this does is save on performance. Well, no, it does. Okay, never mind. I lied again. Well, this could have been incorporated into the other AI code, but it being its own script is a performance saver, so that is true. This just is no matter or wherever the AI is on the map, it looks at the one of these that is closest to itself. So that's 5, and that's important for the pathfinding as well. So that's 5, which might seem like a lot, but I guess I've just given justification for each script, and some of them could have been not as separated as they are. Okay, and then technically there's one more actually, which is just, so that's all for all the pathfinding. Okay, that's interesting. Good to know. Cheers for that. Haha. Yeah. Okay, one more script, so technically makes it 6, is the jump trigger specifically. This is just, and this could have been information on the AI, but I want each jump trigger to have the possibility of having a different jump time and jump again time. So that was a game design choice. So that makes 6. But that is just for the jumping, exclusively the jumping. And then there's going to be new scripts for each type of interaction. That all these do, actually this is not code. Well, it is code. All this does is store numbers. There's no like functions on this. This is just like a place to store numbers, effectively. So I don't know, it's like 6, kind of. Just so that each one can have its own numbers. But then there will be a new trigger, like interaction, like button trigger, ice trigger, slide, or no, bad examples, but that kind of stuff. Everything that they can interact with, there's going to be like code to do with that, probably. So that is there's going to be more scripts from that, but I don't know if you count that, because most of them are just going to be saving like numbers and instructing the AI to do stuff based on it interacted with something called with the tag jump trigger. So. But yes, this is all the code like in the game. Some of this is just doing stuff for the player. Yeah, and then again, I'm also building this in a way to be able to have as many AI as I want, ideally. So that's another thing there. Okay, so that's that explanation. So yeah, to recap, I guess just saying, I see that down here. The only pieces of code that actually influence the AI, other than the generic like the moving that's both on the player and the AI, is AI pathfinding input, AI trigger input. Jump trigger has a technicality, it's just storing numbers. The it character tracker, which is just, I wanted a global thing in the scene to keep track of who's currently it. Just because other things will be accessing that, like the UI and whatever. So I just wanted something in the scene that's like a global reference to whoever's currently it. But that like could have been on the AI if I wasn't doing that. Because the player doesn't need to know who's in or not. But the AI will. All the UI elements might need to. Like if there's something on the screen that like as a UI that's like more indication. And I'm missing one, I think. Okay, then path calculator and pathfinding object. So the only ones that actually do the AI stuff, because AI trigger interaction doesn't do anything with the pathfinding. It's just like when it interacts with the jump trigger, do the jumping stuff. So the only ones that have to do with the actual pathfinding stuff of controlling the AI is just AI pathfinding input, path calculator, pathfinding object. So it's technically just 3, if you want to be technical. But then they're also actually, okay, 4 just to know who's it. Because basically this is then like a toggle of if the AI is it, do some things, like work in one way, and if it's not it, do a different way. So this is kind of like a Boolean without actually being a Boolean. But so technically 3 doing most of the work. Yep, okay. got that out of the way. So what we were doing here is if it character tracker dot is dot it character is equal to us. So, and this is of type, this is a transform, so equal to our transform. So if we are the it character, then on start, then set no, not that, wrong thing. Just set is it to true. Oh, come on. So then set is it equals true. Else. I know by default if I don't set it to true it'll be false by default, but this is usually just good to do anyways because it's good form, I guess, of being readable or whatever. So this also means I'm now going to change this to being private. No, not public, but hide-in inspector, I think, for now. Eventually, I think I can convert this to being private. I almost actually don't need this is it anymore. I could do some refactoring to just use this in if statements, but I'm going to keep this for now so I don't have to change everything yet. Because I just want to... I keep getting like further from the main thing that I'm trying to solve. There's just like all these like middle points that I'm needing to deal with to be able to get to the thing I'm trying to do. I was just trying to, on AI pathfinding input, this is my pseudocode for fixing the bug that I'm trying to fix, so I'm slowly doing that. The thing that I needed to get next was just getting a reference to the it character, which right now is the, in this case, is going to be the player. Let me also, before I forget to, this it character tracker, I need to put the code on it, and I'm going to say that the player starts being it. Yes. No, that's fine. Okay, we're all good. Actually, one thing I just wanted to do because it might, it shouldn't cause problems, but let me just, a weird wonky kind of quirk of Unity and starting with a public variable and then setting it to hide-in inspector later, is that right now, from my like stuff I was doing, the players is set to true and the AI's is set to false. Just because I hide them in inspector, like they will still be that true and false in the background. I would rather, so I'm going to set this to false and then go back to hide in inspector. So that is a case where that wouldn't work. I said this was good coding. This would have had a bug if I didn't do that, where the player would always think that it's it on start. So that's that. Anyways, because hide in inspector doesn't like reset the default values of those variables. Like if it was a float that I set equal to 10, just because I then hide it in inspector doesn't now make it start at 0. It will make it start at 10, because that's what it was before I hit it in the inspector. It's a weird thing that I am only aware of that because I spent like hours of like, why isn't this working? This is being the wrong number, and then discovered that was happening. So there's me passing on my knowledge of my failures. So hopefully you won't run into the same problems. Okay, so now. With that, no, I'm not done yet. Sorry. Oh, I haven't actually. I just set the starting it character. Once there's like a change of who's it, I need to set up that. I forgot to do that entirely. So, in order to do that, this is the code of changing who just tagged who. So I need to go. Actually, funny enough, it's actually this, but without the equal sign. So now the new it character equals us, our transform, or whoever this code is running on, and that will do that. So that does that. Now I need to go back to not here, back to the closest character thing. Where are you? Character closest pathfinding. Some of these script names are quite long, and some of these variable names are quite long. That's just kind of a symptom of me trying to have this be explained what it is, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, so now this. I need to still get the it character, but I'm going to now at the top need a... Actually, I won't need a reference to character its state anymore. Or maybe I will. Private... Whoops. Actually, I won't eventually, but I'm going to still for now. Private... I'm just going to be slowly phasing out the need to reference... For anything else to reference character its state. So that's something. But not yet, because I have bigger fish to fry. So, do that, get this reference. Why do you have a problem? Nope, okay, you're fine. This equals find object of type. Same thing like with the path calculator. Go, it character tracker. And I want like these getting the references to be in like the same order, so I'm gonna do it that way. Okay, now, and I can do find object of type because there's only ever going to be one it character tracker in a scene, so that's something. Now, I can now use to get the whole point of doing that was just to now go it character distance is going to because as part of this, which I'm not going to re-explain right now, I need the it character. Get distance between a connection and the it character. So in doing that, it character distance. Blah, blah, blah. So this is now going to be it character tracker dot it character, which is a transform, so I can go straight into dot position. Okay, that was the whole point of doing that. And then now it's just I don't know, this better structured stuff. Okay. Dot magnitude, but yeah. So now that gets that position. So the next step of this is I need to subtract them. That's going to store this. I need to make sure I just subtract the right ones. I need to subtract... Hold on. I need to subtract this one from the it one. Yes. Just making sure I'm doing the right order, otherwise this will be wrong still. So variance of distances is going to be this one minus this one. No, wait, this is wrong. Wait, no, hold on. Do I have this backwards? It's the good thing of what I want to know is the distance for this character being smaller than... No, so this is backwards, yeah. Right? Yes. And the y is, in this exact use case, that... if I'm looking at that connection variable is, let's just say, for sake of example, it's this blue object. I want to say that, look, the distance between red guy and this blue thing, and the distance between the green guy and, why are you going through the floor? Are you going through the floor right now? No, you're fine, okay. And so, I want to look at two distances. The distance between red guy and the blue thing, and the distance between green guy and the blue thing. And then I'm subtracting those. But I want, basically, if red guy is closer, for that to be positive. So, and if green guy is closer, then that to be negative. And this script is running on red guy. So I want to say if other thing minus me... Wait, hold on. So... okay, using this as an example so I can see the math. It basically, roughing up numbers. So distance between here and there is 5, let's say, and distance between here and here is 10. I go 10 minus 5, I get 5. That's positive. I don't want that. Instead, I want to go... Wait. Okay, so instead, so this is 5, and this is 10. If I go then... No, that was correct. That was this. I want to subtract this one minus this is 5. I get a positive number. Positive is good. If it's like this, so let's say this is 2. So distance from here to here is 5. Here to here is 2. Then I go 2 minus 5. That's negative 3. That's bad. So I want to always subtract green minus red, or the it character minus the not it character is the abstraction of that. The generalized version. So it character minus not it character, which is what I have here, so that's correct. So I just need to make sure that the logic of this is right. Okay, so now I have that. Next step is, positive is good, negative is bad. So at this point, I could just say pick any of the positive ones, but specifically I want to, the best choice is pick the most positive, so the largest number. Yeah. Which, yeah, so that's what I want. Which is basically the best scenario of the one that both, so it's the best scenario of the connection that the AI is closest to and that the AI is the farthest from. That's kind of what that number is. So it does both. Just having one and the other doesn't always work. I need to basically get both of those information and where they both are good. Okay. So with that said, so find the largest number of those subtractions. This is code that already kind of does that. I need to kind of now mix this code with this code. And I actually can combine them together. Rather than going through a for loop twice, I can sort of do it all at once. So specifically, first I want to make, or just define these numbers that I use for getting the largest number beforehand. And then I want to go like, so cur distance in this scenario is, actually, it would be kind of variance of dis, but no. But whatever. Anyway, so cur dis equals blah 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 blah. Actually, in this scenario, I'm gonna go cur dis equals variance of dis, and then do this stuff, which I think means I can kind of combine these as one variable. But I'll do that in a moment. Then at the end of this, return the connections with that max dis index. That should theoretically work, which means now, one, I don't need any of this, and I actually don't need, so specifically, I get rid of, right, hold on, this is correct, right? So I don't need this, and then instead I can, I don't need variant, oh wait. Variance of dis equals this, if and now basically replace, get rid of cur dis, here. So if variance of dis equals this, get rid of this line, put this in here. That's all I'm saying here. So this should work. Okay. Took a while to get here, but I think let me just kind of do this, and everything else here should be right. I think it will be. Is there anything else I'm forgetting here? Let's go into play mode and... Okay, so we know... Okay, so I think this should work now. So the running in circles thing, that's still a thing. But, yeah, that's still fine. Okay, so the AI was already working before... when we're far away. It's when we get really close that everything breaks. So now I just need to run after this guy until I get like really close. And then see that it's working. It seems to be working. Oh, it's working. Yes, it's doing it. Oh my god, it's working. Yes. I'm close enough that this is testing this effectively. So now let's try the reverse. If I can actually touch him. Oh my god, it's terrifying. And now I'm running away. Oh my god, I hate it. Oh, he fell, but okay. That's a whole nother issue entirely. Oh my god, he gives me the heebie-jeebies of of when he's chasing me directly. Okay, but woo, we did the thing of everything we were trying to do. So before I fix whatever was happening with it chasing me, I want to do one more thing. Is that now I can start to phase out using this is-it variable. I should be able to replace every instance of this is-it variable with using the character tracker instead. So I want to do that first. Which basically means I'm going to start by... I'm going to get rid of this variable and then see where all the errors are, and then should be able to work from there. So first thing is that I don't actually need this test. Can tag is equal to actually, so I do need to set up this can tag variable. So actually I do need this test, but effectively I just need this is equals true. Actually, I mean, technically, if I wanted to do this in one line, I can do equals this Boolean, which I don't know if that's like maybe not as clean, but that's weird. I've never really done like this before. This is a very strange thing to do, but effectively this is saying like I need this can tag variable to have like a delay between like when in that switching of who is it, so they can't like instant tag back. There's like a delay of like a second or two, basically, using this wait to tag time. So effectively, though, if we start being it, we can tag immediately. If we are not it, we can't tag. That's what this Boolean is doing, effectively. So I could have done like if basically this is saying if we are the it character, we can tag, else we can't tag. But this does that in one line. So now, if is it, that should be replaced by every case of is it should now be. Actually, basically this Boolean. And that makes it like, yeah, I think better. So if this is us, I don't need to now change these here because, so I don't need to say, this was, sorry, I'm just realizing that I should have named this better. This is the other character change state. Let me just first say that first off. The one that is not us. So, like the thing that we hit. Okay. So that was one like just little like just a naming thing. But now we don't need to set ourselves to not be is it. We will set can tag to false, and then we don't need to set other one to true. But instead, we want to say who we touched is it. So equals not transform actually, but that's probably why part of what we were just doing wasn't working. Oh, that's entirely why that bug was happening. Great. So phasing this out actually may be solving that bug of why he ran off the edge when he went to chase us. Great. Beautiful. So he was still thinking he was it he was thinking he wasn't it as far as chasing us was going. He was thinking that he was it as far as chasing us. He was thinking he was not it as far as his pathfinding was going. So there was a discrepancy there. This should solve that discrepancy. If that makes sense. So it character tracker dot it character is equal to other character it state dot transform. Then wait, let me double check. I can now get rid of this. Yes. So that's gonna fix this, but there's some other code somewhere where I'm using is it. Let me have the errors tell me where that is. So now, okay, it's in closest character of pathfinding. So now this script I think shouldn't need the character it state at all, because the only thing it needs the character it state for is that is it variable, which is now it's getting through here. So I can get rid of that, and now just follow the red lines instead of follow the yellow brick road. Instead of follow the yellow brick road, it is follow the red wavy lines. Okay, it's funny. So now instead this should be this dot it character is equal to transform. So that Boolean. And this is saying is equal to us, that like we are, if we, oh wait, hold on, let me double check that was, if we are it, just making sure I have the right, if it is, like I want this to be like equals or not equals. LMSGO, watching that with jump is so satisfying, I know, and it's going to be even more satisfying but as we add more functionality, because now the framework's going to be in place to add more cool stuff to interact with. And not just that, but this is a going around in a circle. We can now have like slopes and like all this crazy stuff. So soon we'll then be designing a proper test level that's going to have verticality and like more jumps, a lot of that stuff. Well, as I said, we're eventually going to add more functionality, but first I want to just have a test level that has just running around slopes, jumping on stuff, jumping over gaps, and like multiple levels, and then maybe like falling down large distances. I want basically a test level with all of that stuff, which is a lot on its own, but then we'll be going beyond that to have like just more things to interact with. So that's the idea, which means I'm gonna have to do some level designing, which I am worried for of my skills in actually doing that, but we'll hopefully be able to do this. So here I want to test that the player is not it. So if this is not equal to transform, and that should be that. Is that it? That might be the only places where that happens. Let me have the errors tell me where. Oh, no, that wasn't the... well, this is now another place. Now, AI pathfinding input. Okay, so this needs to now... instead of character its state... Oh, pathfinding input. Okay, so now this needs to... This will get replaced by the other thing. So actually, that's going to go down here. I had basically all the things that are on this character here. But I am now getting reference to another game object that's wherever else. I'm going to get it in between here, just to make it consistent with some other things. No, no. More specifically, I'm going to get it before here. Just to make it consistent with another place where... I know on another script, I went and got the id state tracker before path calculator, so I'm just having it be the same here. But all this stuff is path related, so I'm putting it here. This is completely an organizational thing, but id state... No, character... No, what was it? I forget what it's called. It had, like, tracker in the name of it. It character tracker. So... then I call it, no. Come on. No. I call it the same thing. Come on. Give me what I want. I call it the same thing but lowercase. Now, getting this reference is going to happen right. So I'm going to get rid of character state. I don't need it in this script anymore. And then oops. Then the also imagine how cool this will look when, rather than having a capsule, we start having like a person in it. That's another thing. And ideally, it'd be funny. I want like a person doing like a silly, stupid animation, like potentially having like twirly mustache kind of villain with like a top hat, and he's running in like this kind of a way. I think that'll be really hilarious if we do that. Or if something, or there's more running in like kind of a way. One of those two things, or both, because we might have. Each level will have a different like person that you're chasing for the story of it. So we can play around with that stuff. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, depending on how menacing we want it to be, we can either have like the early level has like the silly villain that's like, oh no, I'm running away, or like chasing top hat or whatever. Maybe the last level is going to be the more intimidating guy that'll actually be more like not scared and determined in his running. And then when he's chasing you, he's going to maybe look angry when he's chasing you. So I can do that sort of stuff. Yeah, okay. Angry without it being scary. I don't want it to look terrifying. This isn't a horror game. It could be. Yeah, but no. Hahaha, not scary, determined. Determined to kill you. So, yeah. Or determined to get the thing back that you stole from him. That's is that. Because you are a spy and he is a villain. You stole a thing from him. Anyway, so what am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing here? Character turn, get the rigid body, do this, then here. It character tracker equals find component, wait. Well, yeah, no, find object of type, character. I'm back. I lost 3/4 of my brain cells trying to learn coding. Well, I've lost that last quarter too, trying to do all this. This has been so complicated and so confusing that, but we're getting there. It's almost better that I'm doing this all in like one sitting, because having to take breaks and then come back to this would make this even harder to then just remember what I was in the middle of trying to do. I'm currently in like a state where I like very thoroughly understand how everything works. Tomorrow when I come back to this, I'm gonna be like not in this mode of thinking, so I need to make the most of it while I can. Ooh, whoa. Oh, hey, someone just followed. Hey, I saw that like for the split second. Hold on. One Hit Gaming. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, that's what's listening to 29. Woo, thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Woo. But also see your code here. Public void shoot. Last shoot time. Okay, I see all that code there. That makes sense. You were trying to do, so it looks like a shoot function thing. Interesting. Give me one rigid body, velocity, I see how that works. So you're instantiating it and then setting its velocity to be moving forward. Yeah. Cool. That is a way that makes sense of shooting. Equals. Wait, last shoot time. Oh, okay. Okay, a thing that I think you are doing that perfectly works, but a thing that might be less of a headache to do is that I think you're using time.time as a way to manually calculate like when the player can shoot again. There's a nice handy dandy thing called coroutines that can have delays like that for you, where you can basically type. Actually, the code is something along the lines of basically like wait 2 seconds, do this thing, and then like so that is one thing that here maybe I can at least show a random coroutine that I have. I have a coroutine over where's a good where's my player jump function? Jump. Where's my jump function? Jump code. Player jump over here. This jump function just okay. Well, my code of what I'm using in here it might be a bit more complicated, but I do have a was effectively. Actually, here this is very close to what your jump code is. Well, or sorry, your code for shooting ammo thing. I imagine if you basically have this like wait to shoot again, and then you go like can shoot equals false, yield return new wait for seconds, whatever delay you want, a public variable, and then can shoot equals true. Then that can be perhaps an easier way of doing your shooting if you want to. If you already have it coded, then you don't need to change it. But just for the future, or I suppose, or any other time where you want to wait a certain amount of time, this can be an easier to make way of doing it. Now, one thing with doing this of how this works, this is called a coroutine. It has to start with this IE numerator thing. So it'd be like IE numerator, wait to shoot, your boolean, blah blah blah, and then how you call it. You don't call it like a normal function. You almost do, but. You go start coroutine and then the function. So rather than just going the function, that won't work the way that you expect it to. You want start coroutine, blah blah blah. So that's something. Yeah. So I don't know. That helps you at all. Just thought I'd mention that since I see you're doing something that I've at one point with like learning Unity stuff programmed a gun shooting thing and using the time.time subtracting way of doing it. So. Yeah. Whoa. Hold on. Okay. So continue what I'm doing, which is like I've joked like almost rocket science at this point. Like my god. I want to basically go it character tracker equal or is equal to transform is replace this not here by saying that it's not equal to transform and then that's passing that along. I want to then put this here as well. And that was just normal, so it's equal to transform. Hello. Hi, Kaz. Wait, Austin saying anything. I missed that message. Let me read that. Hello, coroutines are, although coroutines are useful, I wouldn't suggest it for automatic shooting. It's just too complicated for a beginner and too much extra needing instead of just subtracting last shot time minus time and comparing that to some float. Fair enough. That was a typo. Hi, Austin. Was that a result of going to hit like backspace instead of dot or something? Or I don't know. But yeah, fair enough. You don't have to use coroutines. I just thought I'd pitch that they exist as just a potential way you could look into later on of just having delays in general. But yeah, it can be a more of a complicated thing. I'm on my phone at school. Fair enough. But yeah, I think. But yeah, Kaz, you've missed while eating breakfast. We're just about to have this AI stuff functioning. So funny enough, the name of the stream being like making AI that jumps or whatever. We did the jumping like ages ago. We've been bug solving ever since. And okay, we've been troubleshooting like a very specific scenario, but that like for most part never happens, but when it does happen, it like really breaks the game. So it was worth solving. It was specifically the case of when the player and the AI are like really close to each other, when you're just about to tag them, then things were breaking a lot. So that doesn't happen that often, but it happens often enough that like it was important to fix, I think. Yes, I would definitely suggest looking into them, because they can be extremely useful in some cases. CG, cool job? Cool job, maybe? Is that what CJ stands for? No, it's congrats. CG is congrats. I remember you said that before. Right. Okay. What was I saying? Yes? Yeah. I got it right in the end. Okay, but what was I just about to do? I'm replacing a thing where... So beforehand, each character, both the AI and the player, kind of kept track of whether they were it on their own. I kind of refactored it, so now there's a global object in the scene that it's keeping track of who is currently it, and everything goes to look at that to determine who is it. That makes it more easy to... I could have 10 characters, and all of them just look at this one thing to see who is currently it or not. Or like who is currently it. So that's a thing there. Rather than each thing on its own keeping track of whether it individually is it or not, because I don't need to, like, having it be, you know, all in one place is easier. And it makes it easier to, I might have like other objects that aren't players that need to know who's it, like UI is the big one. So having it have one place to look makes it easier for that. So yeah, I'm just replacing this here. So this needs to be wait, hold on, make sure that was true. So this should be, if it's equal to transform. I'm almost done this. And then you'll get to see the awesomeness that is all this code working. Okay, that should be it, maybe. I'm waiting for the code to compile. No immediate errors. I will note that down because that sounds useful. Yeah. And you can... But yeah, I guess it can be a complicated thing, but... And the coroutines can be complicated, but for the very simple case of just, like, wait 5 seconds, then do something, that might be something you do a lot, so being able to do that in coroutine can maybe be easier to do that for that specific case. If you just simply want to wait 5 seconds, do something. Or, like, wait a certain amount of time, do something. They can help. Anyways, so now... Wait, hold on, let me double check something before I test this. So, it character tracker is the player. So the player is set to be it, the character's going to run away. I just want to make sure that I know that the AI is not going to run towards me. So look at this. Oh, yeah, as I think Austin or William said, the jumping is very satisfying. So the only thing right now that would be a potential problem is that right now when the AI gets as far away from the player as possible, it's on the other side of the map, it starts spinning in circles, which isn't inherently a problem. Like, it's kind of the right thing to do. Well, I could have it stop, but I'm confident that in a real level, this will never happen, because the level's going to be, that circle around the green thing is a collider or what? It's a trigger thing. That's just... it ends up being a performance saver, where, let me just show it. So you see the blue objects here that determine, they're used for the pathfinding of the AI. Oh, got you? Yeah. So in order for, I'm just going to say the player, in order for the player to determine so for the AI to work, the player needs to always know which pathfinding object it's the closest to at any given time. So a very costly way of doing that is every frame, look at all however many pathfinding objects. In a real level, this could be 100. So like in every frame, look at all 100 pathfinding objects and then do subtracting transform like positions to get the distances between each of the 100 objects and the player to determine, can you use something like that? Something like NavMesh? That's the only way I know, sorry. People keep suggesting that, and yes, I could have done NavMesh for this, but look at what I've done without using NavMesh. I've been able to make this work without NavMesh, and I really like how it works without NavMesh. But yes, I could have done NavMesh stuff, but I purposely chose not to. For a plethora of other reasons, but I've gone on this rant many times now. But that's okay. I have used NavMesh before, so it's not that I don't know how to use it. It's just, for this thing, I had, like, my own reasons for trying to not use NavMesh if I could. Well, you learned more this way, so yeah, I also learned a lot. And also, this is a school project in a programming class, so there's, like, a little bit of an incentive to, like, have done this cool math stuff for the sake of, impressing my professors or something along those lines. Not that I'm trying to purposely reinvent the wheel, I guess, because that's also can be a bad thing to do, but, like, I have a plethora of reasons of autocorrect. I have a bunch of other reasons that'll kind of more come into effect later, with why I wanted to do this myself. One bonus, I guess, is that it makes the AI, in the way that I made this, extremely similar to the player and how it moves, which is a thing that I wanted, which through the NavMesh might not have happened to the same extent. And oh, hello, Will. Look at this coolness. Oh wait, no, I wasn't finished my explanation of the sphere because Cos was asking about that, and other people who might want to know. So the sphere is a performance saver of knowing which of these pathfinding objects is close to the player. If the player is like here and there's like 3 in this circle, basically rather than if there was 100 pathfinding objects and like looking at all of them to see which one's closest to the player, it only looks at the ones in the bubble, basically. So that way I don't need to test like 100. I through on collision exit, or on collision enter and on collision exit events, I always know which ones are inside the circle, and then when I want to know which one's the closest, I just look at the distances between only the ones in the circle, so I don't need to test all of them. The AI does the same thing. So one thing I could do is, I can adjust the size of this circle, but ideally I want the size of the circle to be so that there will almost always likely, makes sense, like what I type, fair enough. So there should always be ideally, there's always at least one object inside the circle. I have a catch where if the player, I don't know, is out here, something happens, if there's none inside the circle, then it does go and just calculate it based on all of them. But that should be a rare case, so that should be fine. That's only going to happen probably if, the player falls off the level or something, which shouldn't happen. But also, I mean, in this level, this test level, yeah, actually it's going to happen over here because of how these are spaced apart. I think that in a real level, these are going to be a lot more dense, so that's another thing there. But the bubble helps. I can't call it a bubble, whatever. Anyways, so look at this AI. It's cool. Look at the way it runs and jumps away and all that. It's cool. Oh my god, why'd you do that? No, wait, what? Why'd you do that? Oh no, this might not... there might still be some slight hiccups, but it seems to be working a lot better. Maybe it's not at 100%, but maybe that's just something I have to live with. I have a theory of why that makes maybe happen. Why does your eye keep scaring you? I don't know, because it's mean. That's a problem. I just realized one thing that I want to do. I want to make sure that there's never a waypoint that's like in midair, because if it decides that that's the furthest waypoint from where it wants to go, it'll kind of like freeze in midair and then drop. So yeah. No. Oh no. Aw. Bye. Okay, so it's still not perfect, but you've noticed, I think, it's better. It keeps getting better and better. And a lot of the parts where it's like the little hiccups that it has are things that I think will happen even less in a proper level. It juked. Stop it. Oh my god. I hate it. No. Why does that scare me? What the hell? Yeah, okay, no, go out of play mode. Guy. No. It's a green bean. It's a red bean. How could that scare you? I don't know. There's something about... I don't know. The suddenness and the unexpectedness. How do I mess that up? And I think part of me thinks that when it's an actual like person with a running animation, that it will scare me less. I don't know. There's something about the like, I don't know, inanimateness of it, but it moving anyways that I don't know. Some weird subconscious thing that's like, I'm telling you, you need googly eyes on it. Yes. That requires me to make googly eyes. I don't know. Is it, here, let me test one thing of, just... If I get rid of the random like front temp in the backpack, do I find this does my subconscious find this less scary, make it a horror game? No. To see this running around rather than... I'm bracing. If this suddenly decides to run towards me, is this like less scary? It is, actually. This isn't as bad. Okay, hold on. Why am I less scared of this? It still like gets me a little bit. I swear I'm not exaggerating there. Like, I don't know what it is, but there is something that's like slightly creepy. I don't know. I can't totally describe. I don't know. But okay, something's happening with it. It's still turning around anyway sometimes. I think it's happening less. So what would be the problem with this? So maybe, okay, so it could be that actually one thing I never even tested is that
Like, my potential solution here might not actually be working, but I think it is. Or maybe it's, like, working in reverse. Here, let me do something here. If I go into play mode and, like, pause... actually, I am going to, I think, still bring back the directional things. I do like having that for knowing what way it is actually facing. It makes seeing that it's turning around easier. On the first frame, so predicting what's going to happen is that player thinks it's closest to 12. AI should think that it's closer to 5 because it's ignoring 12. Is that what is the case here? It thinks... Oh. Current destination is 10? Oh, no. Wait, what? Oh, no, that's fine. It's fine on frame 1, but it'll fix itself on frame 2, I think, right? When you go to frame 2, it should fix itself. Oh, no. Wait, maybe not. When do you update to V5? You update to V5 at some point. You updated to 1 here. Wait. And that makes it fall off the edge. Oh, so it actually fell off the edge. Huh. Interesting. It fell off slowly. But, Okay, so you're picking 10. That is a concern. So, let me look at more things. Pathfinding overlap. Thinks it's at... Well, okay, it did set closest pathfinding object to 12, but that's not what's being returned as... No, that is wrong. It shouldn't be 12. Wait, on the next frame, does it become not 12? At one point, does it be... Okay, no, it's not working. Haha, XD. Yeah, you're laughing at my misery. Laugh it up. No, okay, let me do another thing of quickly saying... looking at what the player is closest to. Let me troubleshoot this a little bit more to make sure things are... being what I think there. So, the player thinks it's closest to 12. That is correct. The AI thinks it's closest to... 12 right now as well. This is wrong. It should think it's closest to 5 because of all the code I wrote to make it pretend that 12 doesn't exist. Okay, so why is that not happening? So it's this that isn't working as I think it is. So more specifically, this should return connections max distance. So is this reversed? Wait. This. Okay, I need to print out, I need to do some print statements to test this. So what is it, these variance distances, I just need to print out what they are, I think. And that will help me come up with a solution to this problem. So I need to print, I want to know what connection we're currently on so I can know what this distance is. So connections dot name, no, dot, connection, connections I dot name plus a space for wait what do you see what is maybe the problem? I'm gonna just troubleshoot print out these values because I think these values aren't being what I never knew that C# and Unity had a print function. It does. You don't have to use debug.log. Woo. Unless apparently for some reason the one exception is if you're doing custom editor windows. For some reason, you have to use debug.log in custom editor windows. I don't know why. Shocked face? Yeah. Actually, I have a theory as to why, because when I'm doing this stuff, I'm deriving from mono behavior. Maybe when you don't derive from mono behavior, then you don't have the print function. Or, now that I think about it, I don't know if it had using Unity Engine instead it had using Unity Editor. Maybe it's Unity Engine that gives you the print function. One of those two things. How does it show? In the exact same way as debug.log, if you're familiar with that. It would put something in the console. Wait, do you know of debug.log? That's another thing for debugging. They are identical, I should say. Debug.log and print, as far as Unity concerns, are like the same thing. Yeah, so that's that. So connections.name, then I want to print variance dist. And then maybe I'll print out like these as well, because some of them might be wrong. But I'll look into that. Once I see what these are, I need to just see them first. So it should print out, that's why I'm asking you. Ooh, fair enough. Okay. So predicting, this should print something like pathfinding object 5 space, like something near 5, and then, no, it's going to be, basically the distance, it's going to be actually the distance between like this minus this, which is going to be like, well, whatever that is. So it's going to be like less than, this is 10, right? So it's going to be like maybe 6. And then it's also going to print pathfinding object 10 space some negative number. That's the distance, like -6. So that's what numbers I'm predicting it's going to print. I'm guessing it's working wrong because it's not printing those numbers. It printed nothing. Okay, I think that's okay. I'm pretty sure it's going to be after frame 1 when it runs. No. Okay. Oh, it's a start function thing. Maybe? No. Or something like that? I don't know. Let me just wait and see if it eventually fixes itself. No. I think this is a start function conundrum. Because I think on the same frame... hold on. I mean... Okay, let me... Let me do something to troubleshoot this. So in a real game scenario, these will not, in the start function, be on the same object. They're going to start like a little bit further apart. So let me do something to kind of brute force test this. Is if I start them somewhere else and then move them together and then have a frame, this should go buemo. Oh no. Oh, okay. Then that's more problems. I'm pretty sure moving this should be causing. Still like on collision enter stuff. I don't know if it will because I'm moving it manually, but I'm hoping it will. Okay, so that is still a problem. Why is it like doing this now? It kind of wasn't doing it before. Oh, interesting. It's like Tokyo drifting. That's funny. Okay, no though, but okay, so what's the problem here? Sorry, I'm trying to think of what is the problem? The problem is that I'm thinking that basically, if I move this back here, something along the lines of that the pathfinding overlap things is that it's almost, maybe it's running the AI one first and then the player one second. How often do I update this? I update this on... No, that shouldn't be a problem. That shouldn't be a problem. Even if it does the AI one first... Oh. I might have missed this, but is that... Wait. But why is that collider on that player? Oh, why is the big circle on both of them? So it's a trigger, and it is used to determine... No, it's fine. No, I don't mind explaining. It is used to determine which of these blue things is closest to the... Oh, the autocorrect? Ah, fair enough. Not a problem. But the... what was I saying? On a given object, so these both happen like independently, so I can only, if I can explain it on one and then it is the same on the other. So basically, it's used to determine which of these blue things is closest to the player. But rather than testing all of them, because it doesn't need to test all of them, it only tests the ones that are inside the bubble. Now, in the case that there's none inside the bubble, then it has an else, where then it does test everyone. But most cases, the better performance thing is that basically it only tests the ones inside the bubble. Oh, okay, so it's the same as the red beam? Gotcha. Yeah, and then the red does the same thing. So the green calculates which one's closest to itself, red calculates which one's closest to itself. Yeah. Now I'm trying to set up a special thing where the AI, if it determines that the player and itself are closest to the same one, then I don't want it to do that, because then it will try to, in this exact case, it'll try to pathfind itself going through 10. So then it tries to loop around and go down 10. I gotta run because school's starting. Okay, well thanks for seeing. Same thing. Nice to see you, cuz, and hopefully I'll see you around. But what was I saying now? So right now the basic problem is that if the player's here and the AI's here, because they're both on the same thing, it can potentially... It has like a 50-50 chance, kind of, Thank you for the stream. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I'm not stopping just yet. I'm gonna be probably soon. I kind of need to soon, but I want to solve this if I can. But basically, the in this exact case, the AI is gonna try to run through 10. That's a problem. I'm trying to basically force it to pick 5. So pretend that 12 doesn't exist, and when it tries to see which one is it closest to, pick 5. And there's a bunch of that. The thing I would do in this case is just see, excluding 12, what is the second closest, and that would be 5. That would work, but only in this case. There's cases where I don't want it to be the closest one. So I'm trying to basically pick up on all the potential scenarios and solve those. But and I basically have done that now. I think this basically will figure out the best connection it should travel to, but that code isn't running as I thought it would. Once I have it running as it should be, but I don't know why it's not. It's running an update. No. It's this function. So this function is this function. It's running in an update assuming this isn't null, which it's not null. It gets it here. This is like just a null check of like if something's gone wrong. If there is no path calculator, in which case it does nothing, and that's fine. But, so this, assuming is not null, this should be running every frame, and that running every frame means that it will get to here no matter what. So that means that maybe this if statement is wrong, like in how it's set up, because it's not calling this print statement. So that might be the problem. Austin, hey, I have a question. I have an answer for you. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Only way to find out is if I read your question, which I guess I'm waiting for it to come through. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I need to basically go. Okay, I think something's wrong with this if statement that I need to troubleshoot. So let me almost pretend that I'm the AI and go through the different checks of this. So, and the player. Actually, hold on. It was the player. Let me double check here. If I go this. They both set up each other so correctly. So actually, no. To be more specific, so the proper case of what I'm expecting to happen is the player does not run this code. The player goes just to here. The AI in this scenario should use this, I believe. Yeah. So let me test if that is actually happening by just kind of manually seeing. So right now, it thinks it's going to 12, which is wrong, which means I think it's returning this. So if we are, oh, that's the problem, darn it. Okay, it's that. It was that exclamation mark. I basically, this exclamation mark was, like, it was basically, I meant to move it, not duplicate it. That might be the only thing that was the problem. Having that exclamation mark means that, like, none of that trying to fix things was running. Like, that statement, that if statement was basically being false always. Well, I'm debug.logging transforms rotation, local rotation y. It's printing 0. I can answer your question. It's printing negative 0.7, but in the inspector it says the y rotation is 90. That's because local rotation.y is not this inherently. Okay, so the short answer is what you actually want to print is, so transform.local rotation.Euler angles.y, and that's a whole thing. So the short answer is do that, and you'll get the x, y, and z value that you expect. So look, the whatever rotation.Euler angles, it should, if you start like, so it's like EULER angles. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I'll just elaborate a little bit more on why that is. So when you just get a rotation, it's stored in something called a quaternion, which in the back end of Unity is, I don't know how quaternion works, apparently they're really complicated, but it stores 4 numbers, X, Y's, or W, X, Y, Z. I don't entirely know how they work, but I think all 4 numbers are always between -1 and 1, and somehow that makes rotation stuff work. But then it has, but then if you go .Euler angles, then it spits out the 3 number equivalent that is these angles. But apparently in the back end of Unity, I think using quaternions is better. Trying to do all the calculations with these rotations can cause problems. Because, well, one case is why that is. Something called gimbal lock that can happen. Does Unity have a problem with gimbal lock? I don't know. That's a hard way of explaining. That's something I don't think I can explain, but ignoring that buzzword, when you have problems with rotations in Unity, when you go like above 360 and then like to 720, but above that, and then like sometimes it snaps around to like negative numbers or whatever, where basically you can have multiple rotations that equal the same thing, and that's like problems. Quaternions, I think, don't have that problem, so like it would loop around in a way that like it doesn't continuously go up forever. I think, because I think Quaternions have 4 numbers that are between -1 and 1, I believe. So, okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to look into Quaternions more. I've been using Unity for... Well, okay, I haven't bothered to look into Quaternions that much, other than what I've just explained. But I hear they're really complicated, apparently. But all power to you if you want to try and go do that. But usually, Unity has a lot of functionality where you don't have to worry about Quaternions. So, let me teach you another thing real quick as well on that's going to help if you want to set rotations manually. You can't, if you go rotation.Euler angles, you can't like set that equal to something. So you can't go or like rotation.Euler angles equals like a new vector 3 whatever. The Euler angles thing is a read-only thing. So if you want to set a rotation, you basically want to go like, so let's say you have transform dot rotation dot Euler angles is how you read it. I'm not going to type that out, but you basically want to go equals quaternion dot Euler, and then go like new vector 3, like 0, 90, 0, and that's going to be now these 3 numbers are this X, Y, Z. It works beautifully now. Thank you. Woo! Glad I could help. But now, helping you more is that if you want to change a rotation manually to like a rotation here, I know this part, I have it set up kind of like that, so that's why, I don't know, it uses this. And then if you want to print it, then it's transform. If you want to print a number or like get an individual number, then it's this dot like Euler angles or something like that, dot X or dot Y or dot Z, right? So that's how you get those numbers. Another cool thing is a really fast way of going like a rotation of all zeros, rather than doing like basically a shorthand of doing this is doing quaternion dot identity. That's just a shorthand apparently. So that's one thing. So that's something you'd use more often perhaps. Okay, anyways, and then another thing, let me go on more of a rant, is that you can have, if you want to, there's this other function that's like transform dot rotate, capital R, and then here you pass in like, you've helped me tremendously, well yeah, glad I can help. Great to hear that. This, and if you go basically transform.rotate this is a vector, not a quaternion. I think this will then rotate the y-axis 10 degrees. So now, but this will basically add 10 degrees to the y rotation. Or, you put in a different thing and it'll be the different things. So you usually might use this if you want to rotate something every frame. Then you put this as like a really tiny number to happen like every frame. Oh yeah, that's what I use for rotating the player on the y-axis with the mouse? Exactly, yeah, cool. Actually, that I think is what I use on the on my camera to go up and down. The left-right is the player turning, so that's through rigid body torque stuff. So that's stuff there. Anyways, I need to stop explaining. I need to actually do the do. That is fixing this. So actually, I think I did. Getting rid of that exclamation mark might work. Maybe. Please work. Actually, let me. Oh, okay. That's good. That was good. He didn't fall off. Now, okay. Please don't. He shouldn't. Please don't do the turning around thing. I'm bracing. I should be able to catch up with him. I should. Oh. I don't know if I like that. Darn it. No. Okay. That didn't startle me as much, but still not. Why is that? Okay. I'll troubleshoot this real quick by. Let me get back into that situation. I added custom functionality where if I hit the right mouse, it freezes the game, so then I can go into and pause it and then check these things. Oh, you fell? Aw. That's also not good. Well, I love this. I don't. I mean, one, I want my AI to be working properly. Oh, I know why that's happening. I know. If he turns. Okay. that is a problem with the jump trigger. I have basically a thing that says like when he jumps, wait a whole 3 seconds before he can jump again. This is too high, and actually I think on all of them it's probably too high. Oh, that is why he's sometimes jumping, turning, and then not jumping again. I made it too fast of when he can jump again, because I basically trying to make it if he jumps and then lands and then hits this, he's gonna try and jump again. So I'm basically trying to time it of how long will it take him to jump, and then have that be longer than. After he's like hit the ground. So 1 second might be too short, but 3 seconds is definitely too long. So now at the very least he might double jump. No, that's fine. Okay. And then he turns around. Yeah. And again, in an actual level, there won't be bottomless pits like this. It'll be that if you fall, you just fall to a lower part of the level. So it won't be... In an actual level, it won't be that bad if he does fall, but ideally he should be able to make it across gaps. Okay. So... Oh, he tried to turn there for a second. I want to get, like, in that exact corner seems to be, like, the best example of it, where he, like, turned around quite, like, all the way. I'm so braced. Turn around, you. Okay. It didn't freeze. I only got scared there because... I didn't know where he was. You know the horror game thing of not knowing where he is and that being, like, terrifying? I thought, like, I hit right click, I'm like, okay, the game is frozen. Then as soon as I saw the camera move up, that meant it's not frozen, he could be right behind me, moving, about to, like, me turn around and I'll have him right up in my face. So that was, like, preemptive being scared of, like, what could happen, but didn't, thankfully. Darn, why are you so terrifying? You sus red guy. Okay, let me just, also this didn't need to be in, why was this, I did right click and it seemed like it didn't work, but maybe it did. No, okay. I can't bug fix this if I keep falling off the level myself. Whoops. Okay. So I need to, so recap, I guess, of, well, what I'm trying to, I'm trying to pause it right at a time when he's, like, doing his, like, randomly turning around, which only happens when I get, like, really close to him. And this corner seemed to be a place where it was happening, like, the best. Perfect. That's what I was trying to get. He's in the middle of trying to turn around. He hit the jump thing, so now I need to find out what's going wrong here. So why is he deciding not to jump? So he is here. So he should be... Okay, so right now he is, I think, closest to 6, and the player is closest to 6. So he should be, ideally, trying to move towards 8. I'm predicting that he's trying to move towards 2 for some reason. So let me look at that. So right now his current, yep, that's what I thought. He is trying to move towards 4. Where does he think, where's 4? These are out of order the way I made them, but he's trying to move more towards 4, which makes sense. He's trying to move through 2. That is the entire thing I've been trying to prevent, is having go the other way. So, but in doing that, where does the player think he is? The player thinks he's at 6. That is correct. The player, sorry, the UI, or the AI, should be thinking he's at 8, which is not what's happening right now. Right? Yeah, okay, so so something's wrong with the if statement, though. That's actually, this is good news that it's 6 and not 2. Actually, it would make sense that it shouldn't be 2. If it was 2, that would be more problematic. But it being 6 and this being 6. I have a whole section of code of if both of these are equal, do something. But apparently, I think that's not happening. Basically, this one should be saying, this is 6. If this is equal to the other one, which they are, make it not 6. Make it like anything but 6. Actually, that's essentially what I need to do. Like, well, not essentially. I need to make it anything but 6. But no, not anything but 6. It needs to specifically be one of the connections, and I have the math already. This should be getting the right connection, but it needs to not be 6 first, which I think is happening as a result of this if statement. It is really long and has a lot of parts to it. I think something in here is wrong. So, oh, I didn't mean to go out of play mode. I just realized I did that. I should have... Let me kind of go back to, like, kind of... Oh, no. The, put the AI here, the approximation so that I can, like, look at this. And the player here. So, at this moment... But on play, it worked. That's the weird thing. Okay, let me go back here. Let me double check that it worked on play. In this state, it worked. So it wasn't a case where it was always failing. It was something else that was causing it to fail. in this, wait, I have an idea. In this instant, in this freeze frame in time, the AI is trying to move towards, no, why are you moving towards 10? What? You fix yourself really quickly, right? No, you're still not working. Okay, oh, you're not working right. You're working, like, close to what you need to do. Let me also put the game view down here so I can just see what this does at the beginning. It does this little twirly thing. It does. It takes, like, a few seconds to correct itself. That is wrong. It's not correcting itself as often as it should. It should never have any frames, or at the very least, it might have, like, a single frame where it's wrong, but then correct itself. But not, it's taking too long to fix itself. So let me troubleshoot this then. So what should be happening here, let me go basically like this, is that. So it's picking 10. Where does it think it is? It thinks it's at 12. That's the whole thing my code has been trying to prevent. Okay. So let me run through this as if I'm the AI. If I'm the AI in the script now, what things are true? So in this if statement, if the it character is not myself, true, and closest to self is equal to, sorry, let me back up a little bit. Basically, at this point, it has calculated from this code that 12. It has calculated that 12 for closest to self. So now at this point, does closest to self equal path calculator dot closest to it? This should be 12. So yes, this is true. And the closest to self wait, is this correct? No, this is right. Okay, never mind, this is right. Yeah. So, and the closest to self thing dot connected game objects dot length is not equal to 0. This should always be true. This only breaks if there's only one connection that's not connected to anything else. So this should always be true, always. So is this being false? But it shouldn't be, because closest to it. Closest to it might not be updating as it should. Maybe that's the problem. Closest to no. Let me test this. Let me basically this might be the problem. That this closest to it. Okay. This might at least give some information. I mean, I can see this is something I haven't tested if this is the right number, because this. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's just see. Null. Okay, and then you have times being null. Oh, okay, you're not updating. You should be updating every frame. You are not updating as often as you should. Well, maybe not every frame, but you shouldn't be null right now. So, okay, that's good. It's good that we figured out what the problem is. That's what I should be saying. Like, obviously it's a problem, but it's good to be making progress as opposed to, like, the alternative is like, nothing's working here. Yeah, so this is all, yeah, okay. So, in order to fix that, let me go to the pathfinding calculator, or path calculator script, which is over here. Path calculator is here. So, closest to it. What updates you? Oh, wait, did I make this variable but I never set it up? Did I never set this up? No, I don't set it up here. So I'd be like, oh, I'm an idiot. But no, I don't set it up here because I think I have another script that sets this up. Because if I comment this out, I have another script that sets this up, right? Closest to it. Pathfinding. I set this up somewhere, right? Yes, I set it up here. Okay, I was going to say, if I didn't set that up anywhere. Okay, so this is instead, so this should be setting, so this means that this should be running on every frame. So this will mean, and this is totally fine, I think, that on the very first frame of the game, it will be null. But then on the very, because if the AI, so if the AI does its pathfinding before the player does its this thing, then it will be null. But on the very second frame of the game, update should, because it's running every frame, it should correct itself. So that's okay. That it doesn't work frame 1. but it depends on the order of which they run, and that's only in start. Then from there going forward, then it should work. But it's obviously not working. So this is being null. So why is this not running? So we want to say that if the thing that we're currently on is the it character, which is true for the no, it is the player. This is the player. Right? Let me double check. This is the it tracker starts being the player. Yeah. Okay. So this should be true. So why are you... Maybe... Wait. Do you have an else return null? No. Unless... No. Okay, this is weird. This is getting stranger by the minute of why this isn't working. So... Let me do this. Let me do this. More specifically, let me do this. So maybe this somehow, for some reason, isn't running or something. Let me test that theory. It's not running. Oh, what the what? Excuse me? That's like it. Okay, wait, maybe my it character checking is flawed. It's because this should be running on the player. The player should be okay. Oh no, that means that like maybe So I know for sure if path calculated doesn't equal null, this should never not be true. But you know what? I guess I shouldn't be making assumptions. So let me go. I want to print the name of the game object that this is running on. So go like transform dot name plus space plus this. So this should print out like, well, maybe it's just not running on the player for some reason. So like the whole script, the whole update function. I don't know. No, print it out twice. It's like, wait, what? No, what? Oh, because the game object is called pathfinding overlap for both of them. No, I want the parent dot name. Let's go transform dot parent dot name. You can see my level of confusion of just what? Because like it's like I assumed there would be two things and then there was only one. It's like there's no way there'll be one, and there was. But now that I see it made sense why there was one. So there we go. So player pathfinding 12 and AI pathfinding 12. Okay. Check mark. That's what we wanted. Let me just get rid of the one here on this. It's not important. Do, and then do. Okay. So both of these being 12 is interesting. So I'm guessing that this is failing somehow. Why? I'm gonna go and test this. I'm gonna put brackets around this because plus this Boolean. It's not this transform because it's the parent. Oh, that's it. That's the problem. It's not. Of course, it's not it. It's because it's the transform. I should have gotten a very a component reference on that. Okay, I understand. I understand. Okay, why it's not working is because I'm saying it character tracker says the player is it, but these scripts aren't on the player. This script is on pathfinding overlap. So I need to say .parent.transform to have the player. That's my mistake. Okay, well I figured it out. That's good. I mean, yeah. .parent. Whoops. Which also means that I need to correct this everywhere. You don't like that? Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, wrong area. Transform.parent. And parent, I think, also gets a transform. So I need to correct this everywhere on this script. So let me go and basically click that, so now this all highlights. Yeah, all this is flawed. This should all be transform.parent. This should be... No, this is fine. Just for the check with the... I'm an idiot, but that's okay. So now, I don't even think I need that. No, I will have this. Now that this should run, but I'm... Okay, now it should work. Please. It's funny. I spent basically the results of these bugs. I think this might be working, but the results of these bugs was that I did all this coding, this extra coding to make this the pathfinding be better, but because this Boolean was being false, it's like it was doing none of that. Like, it's like I wrote the code. It's not just like I wrote all this code that was like buggy and flawed. It's like I wrote all this code and it should be working, but up here, like this if statement that's like always being false is making it so this never runs. So that's like the crux of like all of our problems here. Play raw. No, wait, what? Oh no. Oh wait, no, I didn't update the print statement. That's why. Stop scaring me. Jeez, this should be .parent. Like I updated the code, I didn't update the print statement. Wait, why do you have two print statements? What? Where's the other print statement in this? Hold on. I had like two print statements somewhere. Oh, this. Sure. Because now I can also further just test that those values are what I think they are. So let me go into the play mode from this kind of being paused. Okay, so player true, cool, AI false, cool. So now pathfinding object 5, this variable distance is like this 6, and then that one is this -6. Beautiful. So now if I click the AI, it should think it's at 5, and it should then think that it's trying to move towards 1. Correct? Booyah. Boo to the ya. And yeah. And then then I want to sorry, I was about to check something else. So pathfinding overlap, that's it. This, it thinks it's at 5. Yes. And then this should think it's at 12. Yes. All right. Well, that was just, okay. We tested frame 1. Let me I think I'm confident enough to get rid of these print statements, and then we'll test the rest of this for real. There should be, best case scenario, he should never be doing the 180s again. Come on. If this works, he should not 180. He's gonna run and all that. Let me go. Okay, let me go in a full play mode. The full experience. Where'd he go? And he should now also, as a byproduct, be just less likely to fall off the map in general. That's the other part of this. The sometimes juking is kind of cool, but it was also leading to a lot of him falling off the map. I gotcha. Okay, again, I need to brace for if he suddenly turns around. Please don't. It's like I'm waiting for him to suddenly turn around at me. It's like, oh my god, touch him. Oh, I didn't touch. I stopped too early. Okay, one other thing. So I think this is working. Because he's running so perfectly, I can't tag him. I think one thing I want to do to tweak this is make it so that you don't have to be like right up in his face for you to tag him. I think there should be a little bit of like overlap of you get within like, 1 unit of him, then you tag him, just so what you just saw doesn't happen. Where I was like right beside him and like I couldn't tag him. I was holding W. Well, yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I could just right now just like increase his whole like collider thing here, but like I have this overlap, I think I'm basically gonna have a tag overlap, but it's gonna be like really tiny. Have it so you have to click. You have to click or something, tag him maybe. I'm sorry, what? You have to click or something, tag him. Oh, have it so you get close and then press a button to actually tag? I could do that. But then you just get close and you'd just be spamming the button to tag him. But wouldn't... I don't think I want a case where... I don't think I want you to bump into him, though. It's like, if you don't press this tag button, if you get this close where you're, like, hitting him, I don't know if I want that. That feels like functionality I don't want, and that introduces an extra button to the game, which I don't want to have too many buttons. I'm already going to be having more buttons for other things, so I'm hesitant to add a new button for something that's kind of, not useless, but... like, I'm already going to have a bunch of other extra buttons, I think. Like, in terms of, by the end, I think all the buttons are going to be WASD, moving the mouse, maybe, or space to jump. I need an interact button of some kind. Let's call that left click. And I need a shoot weapon button of some kind. That's right click. So all those buttons are being used. and I might have shift as a crouch or a go under thing, like a slide, I should say. So I'm kind of out of buttons unless I want to start introducing like Q and E and okay, and also technically there'll be escape to pause, but that's kind of a different thing. I think that's okay. So I'm already getting quite up there in number of buttons, so I kind of might not want to like what at that point. What would I have be the tag button unless I have click be the tag button and something else is the weapon? But so I think it's better maybe try to reduce them. If it was on controller, I have a controller here, then I almost have, it's easier to have more buttons to work with, so then maybe I could do that, but yeah, I think for now I'm just going to set up the trigger. So, but Woo, he's working. I'm pretty sure that was a good indication that he was working. For running away, I still have to properly test him running towards the player, but now that I'm about to make the tagging easier, so it'll be easier to switch. So let's just do that real quick. And both the player, if I said I want this to be equal, that means that the AI can get slightly closer to the player. That's not complete touching to also catch the player. So that's another, that there is something there, yeah. So that's it. But again, I say it's going to be like barely bigger. If it's too big, then that's a problem. But and then ideally also, I think right now, let me look at the AI. He is moving as fast as the player. They move at the same speed. I could make the AI move slower, but as I said, I wanted them to be a little equal. Because if they're not equal, then it'll also be really easy to run away from the AI. I want it to be a little bit harder to run away from the AI. You have to kind of outsmart him. Now if you notice what I was doing, you will kind of outsmart him by cutting corners, but yeah, that's okay. That is to be expected, I guess. You as the player should be able to well, yeah, be smarter, I suppose. Okay, so how am I going to do this? I think I'm basically going to, let me go into the prefab of this. I'm going to basically duplicate the pathfinding overlap, and it's going to be, I guess now it's going to be a trigger. So tag overlap, tag overlap, tag overlap. It's going to not have this script, and now I need to decide its size. It could be a capsule collider that's just slightly bigger, but I might just make it a sphere collider. Ooh, things I didn't think about. What happens if, well, you basically drop in from above? You jump off a platform and like dive ball onto the thing. But do I want it to basically be like, maybe it should be a capsule. Maybe for now I do basically make it a capsule just so it's like the player collider but bigger a little bit. That might just be better for now anyway. So 0.5 and 2, it should now be one that matches the player. Let me then remove this, and I would like to remove this, smooth this up. Why do you have a rigid body? Wait, do you have a rigid body? A kinematic rigid body, right? I need that to be a thing. Does this one need a kinematic rigid body? What do we got there? Yes, it will. So I guess that's okay, I suppose. It's fine. That's to be able to pick up trigger collisions with. Well, actually, does it? No. Anyways, whatever. Okay, so this I said I want to make it slightly bigger. So like, what? Why are you? Oh, wrong number completely. How much bigger? If I make it big enough, it basically becomes a sphere, so it's that. But let's go a height of 3, let's say. Let's do something a bit generous, and then I can reduce it as I need to. I said generous. Actually, for my playtesting right now, I want to make this just purposely a bit like extra big, see that it's working, and then reduce it. So I'm going to make it extra big for now. So I do this, but now I think I want to move a script. Character it state. I'm going to copy and then remove and put that on the tag overlap because that's now only where it needs to be. Paste component as new. The wait to tag time is then also so that you can't like insta tag back. But now I need to change this. Well, no, I need to do 2 things. One, I need to put this now on the player. Let me do that. Basically go paste. And then this should all be good. But now I then need to remove its this here. So that should be good. And now I think I have to change some slight things with that. So the what was it called? Character it state. Yeah, this. So first of all, this is on collision enters. Now these are gonna have. Oh wait. Yeah. Wait. No. On trigger. Wait. On trigger. Enter and on trigger. Oh, there's no exit. Yeah. Because then to be clear, I'm not testing. Oh, I guess I could theoretically test Oh. Shoot, I actually am doing that. Oh. I'm not testing if I want to keep the code exactly as it is right now, effectively. If this is equal to the transform and can tag. Oh no, I am doing this. Get character, get component. This has to be get component in children. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I'm not testing. If I just select both real quick, just to clear this up. Oh, I have to change collider. I'll fix that in a second. But I'm not testing if I could maybe test it so that like does this trigger enter this trigger, but I'm not doing that. I'm saying does the character basically collide with the trigger, and then does this character collide with this trigger? That's the is the test that's going on. Yeah, and that's okay. So I then want to change. This is now a collider, and usually just the naming scheme with this is and then calls this other. Just the way that this does this, or that it would do it if I typed it and like let it autofill. So I just kind of like to keep the same sort of syntax. And then that becomes other. Is that the only place where I'm doing that? It is. Okay. Now this should work. And there's like, again, as I said, a lot of wiggle room. I will make that better. Why am I flying? What? These are both colliders. These are colliders, so they're like doing weird, buggy physics things. That's hilarious. Okay. I want to take this is trigger and take this one. Whoa, yeah. That's funny. Wasn't supposed to happen, but that's quirky physics engine stuff if you don't set up things right. That's basically two colliders inside of each other trying to like push themselves not in each other. But okay, so now if I just get close enough, then this will now turn around and get to me. I'm scared of it. Just like, wait, no, I was getting really close there. Is this not working? I want to make this extra large. I think something's still wrong with it. So I'm gonna make this like really big, and it should then be really easy to catch the player. It's a kinematic rigid body, so is that a problem? No, pathfinding overlap is still working that way, so that should be okay. I want to set this to like 5. And more specifically, actually, what I should be doing is have a print statement to just be like, this code ran. No, is equal to transform not parent, actually. Wait, hold on. Is that what that should be? So this code is running on, let's say it's running on the player, and we want to say, dot parent. This should be dot parent, yep. That, and then bada bing. If the others equals the thing, wait, is that, and then, okay, so this is saying, so first this is saying if we are it and we have the ability to tag, and actually have to be the parent to do that, and then we're actually doing the like testing that we hit the player. So then we're doing see if the other thing has this this character thing, and then if that's if it's null, if it's not null, that means we hit the player. Okay, that's what we're doing. So other.get component in children, wah. And that's the case, blah, blah, blah. So actually what I could do, and maybe I will do this actually, just get component. So if the thing that we entered the trigger of has a character it state, okay, so now this is going to mean that we're testing the trigger overlap, which actually means I'm going to make this a lot smaller now. So now what we're actually testing, first we were testing if the player entered this. Now we're testing an overlap of these two things. So instead we're doing if this thing overlaps with this thing. So that makes it even, I don't know, that's something I can fine tune more or something like that. Okay, so now, and I should, I freaking hate it. Oh my god. Awful, awful. Everything is awful. Why is it? Wait, why did this not run? Wait, what? Okay. But this still didn't run, which was a problem. Why didn't that run? I don't think it ran. No. What? So it didn't even turn around. Wait, why didn't these run? Let me do a thing. Here, let me just test a thing. If I turn off this, then the AI won't move, so then I can test just like running into him and see that his state changes. There's something I think I'm getting wrong with, like, you are my worst fears. Okay, I'm touching him, he's not changing his state. Okay. And I swear if I touched him and then he like moved, I wouldn't like okay, but so this isn't happening. So let me just test more generically of is the on trigger enter thing running. If it's running, I just want to test like other dot name. Don't start moving as soon as code recompiles or something. Again, I hate everything of this. I feel like if this was third person, it also wouldn't be as scary. It's just something about it being in my face. Tag overlap. Okay, wait. What? Oh, I have... Okay. Let me clean something up, and I have a lot of... Oh, no, wait. No, there's only... Print, I thought these were other print statements. Let me go, put, like, the game... Okay, No, I don't need to look at the CPU. I just need to, like... Okay. So, on start, we enter the trigger of pathfinding overlap, sure, ground, okay, AI. What? We hit AI on frame 1? No, that's the AI's one having hit itself for something, and then ground detection and player. I need to test, I guess, okay, what one called what? So, print, like, self.name. Print, self plus... There's not just a name. Oh, there's an... Okay, I didn't know that. There was a name thing. I almost just want to make sure I just go game object.name or something. I don't know. Just make sure that is what I think it is. Plus space other plus. Whoops. Okay. This should now. Okay, so well, if I do look at this, so now we got self nothing. Why is self nothing? Oh, tag. Self is tag overlap equals okay. I want to know specifically what, if it's the AI or the player. So I actually want parent transform.parent.name other. Ideally, I want actually .parent.name, but I don't know if it won't necessarily have a parent, but hopefully we'll see what this does. Because I want this to basically say like AI and player, and that's how I'm gonna get that. For if I want it to be the two trigger things overlapping, that's the scenario I want to see happen. So okay, so there is I need to have an if statement for the print thing of if like other dot transform dot parent if it has a parent. Do this. I mean, technically that should be the only reason why it does any of this. If I want it to be extra like this. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. Go into play, and then also pause immediately. Okay. So all the collision, or all the trigger things we had on the initially thing. So it can I guess entered the trigger of something on itself. That's probably the tag overlap. Entering the trigger of the pathfinding overlap, but that's okay. We don't care about that. Then the player intersecting with the AI. Also, because these are all happening at the first frame, as long as this doesn't cause any weird behavior. Wait, what? Oh, AI is having an on-trigger enter thing with the player. That's a problem, something I don't want. I actually don't know why that's happening. Is that the wait? What? Is that? Oh, I think I know what that is. That is the. That is because it's just that is the tag of the trigger of this intersecting with the pathfinding bubble of this. Already, I'm gotten done what I want to do for tonight, so I'm gonna just chill and watch your stream until you hop off. All right, well, great for you. Awesome that you got all that done. And yeah, I should be ending things off soon myself, but I'm so determined to solving this. And I think I'm really, really close. So, but as I was just saying, I think the problem here is this. So, well, part of the problem anyway. This tag intersecting with this, and I need to differentiate that. I basically only want like this tag intersecting with this tag. So I was doing some dot parent stuff. I need to more so. The thing that's unique with them is both of these the only things that have these character it state scripts. So that's I want to test for that more. Oh wait, no, hold on, I am doing that. No, ignore me. I have to actually. I'm testing that like. I'm only testing collisions on if the other thing has this state. So that's going to filter out most of those triggers. I'm not doing anything with them. So first I'm testing if the other thing has a parent. Actually, don't necessarily need that because then this will return null. So if... No, but sorry, I'm still having a problem here because this isn't running. So if this thing, then do this. If our parent is the it character and we have the capabilities to tag, then I want to print us and the other thing. And then on that other thing, get the it character state, and if that equals null, then try to then do the tag. This is do the tag thing. Yes. Oh. Sorry, I do have a problem here. This should be dot parent. That is part of that would be a potential problem. Dot transform. Actually, dot parent. That would have been a problem later. That actually, would have been a future bug. Once I figure out this other bug. So the thing, I guess I caught that early, saved myself the trouble. So also, I don't know if you missed it, but I fell. I just kind of disabled the AI movement right now. So this should be doing stuff. It's not, which is a little bit of a problem. So player transform. It's got that. So somehow the player is not tagging. So is there something wrong with this? Or it's not even thinking that it can tag, or this on-trigger event isn't running. So actually, let me test other potential thing is that putting this back out here, there's a bunch of on-trigger entered events that happen on start. Let me then, oh no, what? Right, I had this on the other side of this for a reason. Okay. So do this, and now these ones, I don't care about the ones that basically generated on start. So we clear this, and now see, does it generate a new one? It does, okay. How often? Quite often. So, okay. Oh no, it's generating other for everything, right? So that's yeah, okay, that's to be expected. So now, blah. This generated each one twice. That's maybe fine. Okay, so on the player it did detect the AI. On the AI it did detect the player. That should be a good thing. This needs to be dot parent. That's it. Okay. I got it. So the problem is that this can tag was being false, so it didn't think that it could tag forever. That should be it, I think. Okay. So now the player should be able to tag the AI. So now I should see specifically it's behind my head. Let me move it to now. Okay. So, not that. Over here. I think you can see this. Hopefully that's a bit being blocked by chat, but I will tell you if it's correct. So it says player. When I get close to this, it should change to saying AI. Oh, it still didn't work. Wait, why not? Oh no, I thought it would work. I was being so confident. Why not? So that would have been. I think that was one problem. But there's another somewhere. So that means that I think this it should be getting here now. Let's see if that's the case. Just keep working up. Aw, I know. I was so confident it was working. Okay, so now in the print or wait, hold on. I want to clear the. Oh wait, what? Oh no, it's fine. Now when I touch this, it so I in the console it's like self player other AI. So it did detect that. Okay, and then then it went self AI player. Oh, it is trying to what? Oh. Okay, so it is. Oh wait, what is working? What? Oh, what? It's switching now. Why wasn't it switching before? What did I didn't change anything. Did I? Or did I not save my code or something? It seems to be working. Yay, oop, what's going on? I don't know. So here, let me bring back the console so you can see it. So at the start, it's the player. The player has, yeah, the pathfinding things are overlapping, but that's okay because I'm filtering that out. Player is intersecting with itself. That's fine. I filtered that out. Player intersects with the environment. I filter that out. Like in terms of not causing a tag to happen. So now when I get close to him but not touching, this close went self player equals AI, and now it says the player that the AI is it. And let me just check. I stopped moving. That is like this and this should be pretty much they barely overlap. So good. If they stay inside of each other, then tag backs don't happen, which is fine. I don't want that. Like what's gonna happen? Like you should, because the player will get a head start or something. Like they will unintersect before they can intersect and tag again. So I'm fine with that. If you stay this close, like that won't happen. I'm gonna almost force you through like a mini cutscene to get slightly further away. Because also how big these colliders are won't stay this big, I don't think. So now if I stay away and get close again, now the player is it. And then I wait a second. Now the AI is it. Player is it. Now AI is it. Okay, that's I think it's working somehow. I don't know. I swear it wasn't working for a second ago, but now I don't know why. Maybe again, maybe I just didn't save or something. I guess that's all I can hope for. So now I'm going to do the thing I'm hesitant on doing. Actually, no. Before I start moving the AI again, I just want to see, just as a gameplay thing, how close do I have to get to the AI for it to switch? This close. Is this close enough for it to trigger? No. You should probably maybe like this close, let's say. So I'll change that. But for now, for the testing, I'm going to let it be far away. So now let's reactivate the AI. Let's hope it doesn't scare the bejesus out of me. It runs away. Let me look at this value here so I can see when it's changed in the inspector. Okay, now let's hunt this guy down. I'm coming after you. There's a potential problem of when the it state changes when we're in midair, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. Maybe figure that out later. So as long as we don't collide midair, so I'm going to purposely... And if we collide midair over here, it's fine, but it's midair over the pit. The AI is it now. What? Okay. In the bottom right, I don't know if it's blocked by my head, but the AI says it should be thinking that the AI is it now, which it's not. So why? Okay. So that means that's the pathfinding. The or the AI's. Hold on. AI. Here, I think it has two sets of functionality. So like of no, where is it? So no, where's the thing of? It's here. It's here. So it Why do I have not equal? Wait, that seems like a... Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, I want the inverse of... Okay, hold on. What? Wait. So, I want, so this is the thing that's determining whether it's in or not, well, or part of it anyway, so, if, wait, so, this is player, this shouldn't be player, I'm gonna fix that soon, like, this is like a coupling thing I don't want, but I'll leave it how it is for right now, if that is not null, so it exists, which it should, it will only not exist if I delete the player, I think. So then, what's going on? Oh, wait, no, you said that earlier, maybe? I don't remember actually how long. I just saw it. I forget if that message was... There was a message already. That message was there already, I think. Okay, so... And the player's closest path is not equal to last player's... Oh, wait, no, this isn't the... Sorry, this isn't this. Player calculator dot calculate paths with the opposite of is it. Why would I make this opposite? This should, I think, wait, what? I'm gonna assume I maybe had a good reason for doing that, but so I'm not gonna change just this yet. Let me calculate path. Okay. This is I see coupled of the. Oh, okay. This is the opposite of it. It's okay. I see why that's something I don't want. Actually, I mean, I basically should inverse. This is bool. Player is it. I would rather this be calculate the path based on the thing that called this being not it. But that's not the problem. That's just something I kind of want to change the variable names basically. But that should still. Where do I use this in this function? If okay. Okay. If the player is it, then if the player is it, do this stuff. If the player is not it, do this stuff. What's the difference between these? Wait, do that. Oh, and sorry, no, this isn't the whole pathfinding. No, this is just the this is just doing when it does the pathfinding, whether to ignore, like how I said, like when it's running away from the player, it ignores the spot where the player is in the pathfinding. That's all this is doing. So this is still working as it should. That's not the part that's wrong. What is wrong is this is okay. No, the problem isn't here. This is just calculating the path for everything, so it's not in path calculator where the problem is. Okay. So I am doing if okay no so if okay. If we are it, so if the character, the AI basically, if the AI is it, end destination should equal player closest path. Otherwise, this could be an else if, but whatever. Yeah, and actually even this could be if this and something, or I mean technically, actually, this should be outside of this and encompassing both of them. So actually, I'll do that. Wait, right? Let me double check. Yeah. And then have. So that was just about a cleaning up thing, I believe. No, maybe this was to be with this. What? Yeah. So I just optimized that code. I didn't change any of its functionality, potentially, hopefully. Okay, so let me test this first. Is that okay? So this is the problem here. I think this isn't running or something like that. If equals us. So AI pathfinding input should be this then. So I think this isn't getting an end destination of the player, but get destination happens every frame. Every frame it gets. Oh, I am doing this every frame. Oh, I forgot about that. No, it doesn't do this every frame. No. Okay, so every time the player's closest position and the last player's closest position, closest path, then calculate a new path. Okay, that's fine. And then when it calculates a new path, then so every frame it's going to calculate a new end destination. Technically, wait, hold on, yeah. This only needs to happen in here, right? If I'm not mistaken. So the only time it needs to calculate a new end destination is when player closest path and player closest path dot farthest object changes. Which, no, wait, yeah, this only changes here. I'm saying this is basically saying when they've changed, recalculate the path. So this is a different thing I should be doing. I believe. I'm hesitant to mess up my pathfinding code, but is that this should have been in here to regardless of only every time it recalculates the path does it pick a new end destination. And then on top of that is if and then inside of this sorry. Inside of this, then it should, or wait. Current destination equals our closest path. This updates a lot. Independent of this. Dot shortest path to the end destination at next steps. Okay, so okay, so that was just kind of some optimizing of code, I guess. But what is seeming to be wrong here is that this is never running on the AI, but it should be. I'm basically double checking of whether it is or not. I'm actually just gonna plug in this Boolean that is tell whether it's it or not. So let's try this real quick. God, I need to be going to sleep soon. But so right now it's false, which is the it's behind my head, but I'll read aloud. Right now it's false, which is the case. When I touch this, it should become true. It's not becoming true, apparently. So it should not like okay. I think again I have to actually be good and catch the AI first. Come back here. I can cut corners better than you. Oh, it should be okay. So it should be true now, but it's still false. So why? It's still okay. So it's still being false, but this script is here. So AI pathfinding input is on here, but I'm on that object. I'm going to. Does the it character tractor equal the transform? Is the collision being detected? It is being detected, and I know why. Because so it character tracker. This is the thing that tracks the state. This is changing. This is changing, so the collision is being detected. It's just then the pathfinding isn't doing something right. So let me print another thing. I just want to see these names. The names of both these gamed objects. So it character tracker. Oh. Wait, what's your wait, what? Wait, what is your your transform? What? Oh, I'm an idiot. I see the problem. I see the problem. The this isn't this variable. I'm trying to test this variable. I'm testing if this is not no. I'm saying does this equal the transform? Which no. I'm trying to test the variable. So if this dot the variable and this dot the variable. That's the problem. And let me double check that. Is there anywhere else in this code where I've made this mistake? Yep, I made it here. Okay. So this was a problem. Is this happening anywhere else? In this code, anyway. I kind of want to check out of fear. Not out of fear. Out of, like, just making sure that other parts are going on. I want to kind of just check a few other scripts that had this. Because I may have been doing the same thing. I just kind of want to double check. It character tracker is here. That's good. That's good. That's good. And pathfinding. Path calculator might do the same thing. No, the Pathfinder... Wait, the Pathfinder doesn't use that? Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now it should work. So now, it's behind my head. You'll see the false turn to true. But you'll see, like, the it character thing in the bottom right, like with the inspector, that should change to, say, AI when this changes. Well, when it changes over. And now I should actually see the AI start chasing me, and I'm gonna, be scared. You scaredy cat when it flips around. Come on, you're right. Okay, haha. It's chasing me. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Every part of me hates this so much. Oh my god, it's just. Oh, let me get away. Let me get away. Oh, it fell. Aw, sad. But it was chasing. But Woo, I think it fell, I think, was a part of, so when it's really close to the player, it then beelines to the player, and I think I might have, when I was, like, around here, when I ran around this corner, it being here and I was here and it beelined straight towards me, I think that's why that happened. I'd almost like to, let me try doing that again, basically from looking at the scene view, so I can, see kind of how it's moving. And I'm going to actually, I can test this better by, I'm going to put the player over here to start, and then have the AI. So this is the cool thing, I can easily change who starts as being true, or who starts as being it by just setting this variable here. So now it's going to charge at me. The AI is going to charge at me, and we're going to be able to see it. Oh. No, that's more of a problem. Oh, it's just always charging. That's a problem. Oh no, now the it code, this code isn't working now. So from start, what does it think it needs to go? It thinks its current destination is 10 on its way to 9. Okay, so that's part of that is correct. So it's getting the right path. It's trying to head towards 9, which is the one the player is closest to right now. And then 10, it thinks it's at 12, so it's trying to head that way. So that's good. But I think I have code in here that's basically like overrides that if it's close enough to the player. I think that code's wrong. So this will be hopefully the last thing we do, and then I'm going to call it a day. It's almost 4 in the morning. Yeah. Okay, so I want to do what? I want to find... the code I'm finding is not here... Player closest path. So the calculating the end destination is right, but there's a special clause of whether it uses current destination, I believe. And that is here. So this is wrong now, probably, if I had to guess. So this is the part that chooses if this big long thing run to the player. Otherwise, run towards the current destination that it calculated. So I think this is always being true, so that's the problem. So I could also use vector3.distance as opposed to the subtracting I was doing in the other place. I just realized that as an optimization, but oh well. So it's getting it's getting the distance between itself, the AI, and the player. And it's getting the distance between itself and the end destination. Oh, it shouldn't be getting end destination. It should be getting cur destination, I think. Yeah, where it's immediately trying to go. Yeah, okay. Because, that's obviously, going to be... No, well, actually... Or, well... Yeah. Because that's saying, so right now, how it was working before, a moment ago, is it's looking the distance between here and here, and the distance between here and here. The player is slightly closer, so beeline the player. Now it should look at where it's trying to immediately go, so here to here, and then here to the player. Then what I want to happen now is basically if the player, so if it current destination is going from here to 10, the player is closer than that, beeline to the player. So now it should theoretically chase properly. Oh, wait, let me, oh god. It's running. Oh, that's so cool. So now I want to just get a good bird's eye view of this. I'm going to turn off the gizmos so that we can see this and be terrified together. Oh, I saw it like turned around and then fell. I'm trying to like move the player using only the, hold on. Actually, let me do this. If I change this to the player center local, I want to see the, hold on, the, what am I trying to do? In I turn the player slightly, yeah. So I can see the blue arrow being the way it's facing. Then I can move it from the scene view more easily. So okay, so why is up here? Why does it decide to run around like that? It's almost turning around too easily. Oh god, it's getting so close. Oh, it fell. Okay. So the chasing might not be as robust as I initially thought. It's turning so early. Why are you turning so much earlier than you probably should be? I need to just do another bit of so first of all, this is going good, so I can get rid of the print statement. I need to do another round of testing. Also, I shouldn't need this corner object. One thing I should, well, wait, do I still need it? Why can't I? Unity? Are you good? Okay. It wasn't letting me, right-click and zoom in the scene. Whatever. I don't need, I have this like double corner thing. I don't think I need that anymore. I'm not going to delete it just yet. It is making the pathfinding more precise in that area or something like that. Let me look at going into play mode and then basically looking at some test things of where it thinks it's trying to go. So AI is looking at, so its pathfinding says that it thinks it's at 12, which is correct. And now it's trying to run towards 9 through 10. That is correct. If I just sit still, oh, it immediately updated to go towards 7. Hold on, let me actually look more into that, because that was it like, I don't know, spinning around in a way maybe it shouldn't have. So right now it says 10. I go forward, so it's gonna start turning around. Now it says 1 for a frame. Why would you say 1? Current destination is 1. Where's 1? Where's 1? Where is 1? Is that this one? 1. Oh no, that is actually correct now. Okay, so because right now it just got closer to 5, so now it thinks it's at 5, so now it wants to use 1. So that was okay. I think that's more of a quirk of how it started. It started in a way that it decided it wanted to go towards 10, but while turning around, it happened to get closer to this. Okay, so that specifically is fine as long as it doesn't go off the edge right now. That's what I didn't want you to do. Okay, so that is more of a start thing of it. It happened to be facing opposite the way that it then decided that it wanted to go. So this specific case, that's never going to happen in proper gameplay. It will start facing, you know, ideally way that it wants to go. So let me actually make this better. If I do this, it's going to turn towards the way it decides it wants to go right away. So let's just do that that would solve that specific problem, but that wasn't the only problem. Okay. It's doing that, and then it should hit the player, and I'll run away. Oh, it's like, oh, I got you. I'm running now. Oh, okay. Seeing it like do that like swirl around is kind of cool. And now it's farthest away from the player. Now I could almost can I override? There's no easy way for me to hit like a debug button that now makes the AI itch. If I drag this in, that won't be enough. I don't think. Oh, that broke things. Okay. Yes, beautiful. Yeah. So it but it's still like there seems to be like a little bit of problems. But it's running. Here it comes. It's like, oh, I got you. Oh, that's great. Beautiful. But so that's cool. But that's with the player being stationary. There's problems with when the player is moving around. I need to kind of test those out. So, but what was I trying to do? I just wanted to test. What am I trying to do? Have the player run now. I want to actually just run around now. That's all I was trying to do. But it seems to kind of. It doesn't help. Oh no, I wanted to select the player so I can see this, so I can kind of move the player easier. Now I'll hit all these things. No, specifically, I want to have the. Let me just do some things real quick. I want to lock this one so I can always be looking at these variables so I can look at them while I'm playing. And then I want to do this. One thing I could do also for testing if I wanted to is just set like time.timescale to like 0.5 to be able to move more perfectly, I guess. Okay, so it's this is something that's maybe is not good. Oh, it's like turning around so fast. It shouldn't do that. Like it's turning around so much. So why would you decide that you want to turn around? It's definitely taking a longer path by doing that, I think. That, like 100%, it deciding now that it wanted to go all the way around to get to where it wanted to go. My guess is, yeah, see, there was a problem. Let me pause it at a time when it's doing that. I think, right now it's deciding that it wants to go the long way around. So let me now get the escape key thing back. Okay, so it thinks it's currently at 8. It should anyway. It thinks it's at, no, wrong one. It thinks it's at 8, correct. The AI, the player also, check everything, thinks it's at 0. That is correct. The AI is trying to get towards 0. Its current destination to get there is 6. Why would you do that? Because right now, the fastest path to 6, the fastest path towards 0, if it's at 8, should be going, this way. So Kerr destination is wrong, but that may be part of the. So I have a theory that maybe it's maybe doing some of that, excluding where the player is in some of the path calculation stuff. Maybe something along those lines. So, but that shouldn't be happening. Like all of that code shouldn't run if the AI is it. Yeah. So let me check that first. That's my first place of checking. And I really need to go to bed, but I'm not yet. I really want to get all this bug free because it's easier for me to do now than tomorrow when I haven't looked at this in a long time or whatever. So I'm like the closest to solving it now than like how long it'll take me to like remember anything that I'm doing and all this mess tomorrow. So I said I wanted to go the closest. Sorry, what was I just saying? I want to check the path calculator, and this is going this stuff. If player is it. So, right. So one thing I wanted to do is this is bad in how I don't want to have a Boolean that says if the player is it. I want to say it that the thing that called the specific AI that called calculate paths whether it was it when it called it. No, actually, no. Specifically, I want to. Alrighty, well, I'm extremely tired, so I head to bed. But good luck on everything, man. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Likely, yes. I don't know when. Possibly like after maybe around 4 o'clock of my time zone, which you can do that math yourself of what you can see at the bottom of my screen. But maybe a bit later. That we'll see. Possibly, but yes, I will be streaming. No, likely. I will likely be streaming. Highly likely be streaming. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, maybe, and Yeah. So hopefully I'll have this fixed very shortly, and then the thing we'll be doing immediately next is making it a proper test level to test all of this on. Sounds good? Hopefully see you then. Good luck and everything. Thank you. But yeah, so we'll be making a lot more cool stuff after this. This took longer than I thought, but it is making the AI thing a lot more good. The pathfinding a lot more good. So yeah, it's worth doing. Okay, so I want to say that bool if the thing that called this is it. So if player is it. If is it. Just is it. If this is it. No. More specifically, if I have a ton of AIs, if I have a bunch of different AIs, only calculate path basically should take in mind the one that is currently it. So it actually shouldn't have a reference to this. But is that a problem if then... No, that should... That would work, right? Maybe this might work. Okay. I think this will work. So rather than this having this, I want closest to it. I want to have my the variable that why is also I'm gonna do this because although this will eventually be I think private or hidden inspector or something, but I usually like to have publics then hidden inspectors and then privates. So now I want another private thing that is the global thing of who is it right now. It tracker. It tracker. And get that component thingy. I have a ton of like things that are like public with hidden inspector or just full public that I need to either make private or hide them later, but that I'm going to do more towards the end. That'll be like the last phase of like I'm almost polished. Like it's all working. I can now kind of seal it away where I don't need to see it. Equals find object of type it character track. And then so this shouldn't now need to take any input, but instead when it calculates the path, it will do the things based on calculate path. So this should not do that. Oh, it calculated path without being true. That was one thing that was maybe a problem. That was a kind of a hard-coded temporary thing. But now this is making this better. So now it should do this where oh no, that just needs closest to it, right? So the player's pathfinding thing dot closest. I already have closest to it as a variable. Closest to it. That's all. The only thing I need there. So, and then I don't need the if else because I don't want the if else. I want it to basically go generate the map excluding the one that is closest to it. Which if yeah. I think that's basically what I want. Okay. So now do that. So do that. That actually means that I don't even need it tracker. I only need this closest to it function, which I'm already having that be set by something else. Unless I can have the closest to it be set through the character tracker, but no, because that's something that needs to be updated regularly. Okay, so then I want to. I can get rid of that, and I didn't realize where I was using that, so like yeah, I got that for nothing. That's okay. So with that, now in the character it state, or no, the AI pathfinding input that calls that, it doesn't call it with, it doesn't use this part anymore. So that is one thing. I don't know if that's actually making this better, but there's one thing I wanted to do regardless, that I've now reduced this coupling. Okay, actually, I guess the other thing that might help is these. I have self and I have player. This should be very, I guess, as I said, robust. Where specifically finds object of type player input. So actually, so it gets itself one. That makes sense. I basically want to change this to be it character tracking or closest object thing. So this should be find whoever is it, which I get that already I get the it character tracker. Get the it character tracker dot transform dot get component. Oh, not that transform dot it character. Although this needs to update sometimes, and sometimes it will equal itself if we are it. That is then another detection of that we are it. So first of all, let me just update these it. Almost like no, I'll put that lowercase letters. Yeah, okay. So let me just first update. So that's just what made the naming of it a little less. Again, trying to remove, as I've mentioned many times, removing the abstraction of AI and player to just not it character and it character, so that I can have multiple not it characters and maybe multiple it characters, but probably not. I'd have to do more work for that, but at the very least, one it character and multiple not it characters, whether they're players or AIs or whatever. So I'm trying to get that to have that kind of level of abstraction, as I said. So first thing I'm doing is just renaming variable names to be more like that. So this I'm also going player closest path, be it closest path, and I don't I get a last player path? What? Where's this? I just missed it. Last player path. Last it. Last it. I like in the middle there. I'll have it be a capital IT. I suppose. Last it. Yeah, because I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So now let me just rename the variables here. So it and this, and then the last it. Oh, I have to make sure that I'm getting these, that I'm fixing the only in the right places. Okay. So, that was just doing, yeah, variable renaming. I also see here, not player pause, but it character pause. Here. Okay, so that's gonna work here, but now oh, and that's also gonna work if I put this here. Okay, so that works like that, and then okay, then I could do, I have to actually make this, again, less coupled to the player. So, oh no, it character tracker dot it character dot get component wa. Okay, and then it character thing dot the closest pathfinding object. Okay, actually, I basically already done this now. So now, whatever is it, we'll do that. Now, the one thing that is a problem is I do have to then regularly update who is it. Or, sorry, every time who is it updates, this changes. So I need to get the, but having a .get component in children in what is basically update sounds not like something I'd want. Unless I can basically have a condition, like, what's a better way of doing this? So when the AI detects, so I could have the last frame it character, so then like on the frame when that changes, do something, or just update the reference now to who is it. I don't know, there gotta be a better way. I mean, unless it just stored, unless on start it got references to all of the characters in the scene, and then let's got a reference to all of the ones in the scene, and then only like was grabbing the one that matches what it is. But then I'm gonna have to keep going through like for loops to know the one that I want at any given point in time. Okay, so for now though, just like the quick way of just getting this to work and then making it better later would be resetting this in here every frame. And then the slightly better way, well, because where else do I use it? So this is used to get this, but this is used somewhere else, right? It's used here too. Yeah. And then this is used in places. So I reason for using both. So I could, okay, I guess the better way I can think of to do this is just to set up a, that doesn't do it every frame, but instead does it like based on a last thing like this. So set up okay, so it has it closest path and last it closest path have it character closest path finding and have no I basically need to I need the basically last it, right, or last it. That's how I'm changing that. So I need it character tracker, and I'm gonna basically have to be a transform right after here because these are gonna be correlated. Transform last it character and at the end of here, just kind of skipping ahead, going last character equals it character tracker. Whoops, the lowercase one. Oh, hi. When did you start coding and how long did it take you? Hi, One Hit Gamer, welcome back. So, in general, like, so I started learning programming in between grade 9 and 10, or I think, wait, is that kind of like near the end of grade, near the end of grade 9. Near the end of grade 9, but it was a self-taught thing. I didn't start doing it in school, and my first programming language was Python. Then I started doing it in school in grade 10, except that programming class was not really great. So most of my programming experience then doing it in school was, even despite doing it in school, was self-taught. This project specifically, if that's what you were asking, I started Sunday. Wait, no, I started Saturday, right? Was doing a little bit of planning for it beforehand, but today's, now it's Tuesday, but no, I started it Saturday, the actual starting to do work on this. So yeah, and like the first day we made just the move into the player. Second day was doing all the pathfinding AI stuff. Day 3 now is making it jump, and then now doing all of this bug fixing. But we are getting there to the point of it working, hopefully soon enough. Okay, so it character tracker though. So just finishing this off. Dot transform. So setting the last thing, and now basically we can then test. If we've detected at the beginning of the frame, if we've detected that this changed, then re-get the thing. If I'd like to just kind of have this be in the other order. If this is not equal to the last one, coding is not for me. I can't learn it. Well, yeah, sometimes I guess, well, easy for everyone or whatever. But it did take a while for me to learn it. And I guess it can also depend on the types of things that you're trying to program, what programming language you're using, a lot of that sort of stuff, of how hard it is to do. But also just the time thing in general, I guess. But also, you can do anything if you set your mind to it. I guess it should probably be inspirational and say that or whatever. And you have a lot of the internet to try and like ask for help or whatever. A lot of Googling things to try to figure out what you're doing. I'm learning a lot of new things every day with programming myself. I mean, I've been spending the last few hours doing all this bug fixing. Even if, all this is very complicated and complex, I have been spending a long time just debugging it. But I'm slowly getting there, so there's that. Okay, so if this is not equal to this, then re-get this. So now that's not having a get component on every frame, but every time the it character changes, which is a very rare thing. So that'll happen once every, like, once in a while. Yeah, so that's that. It could be like once a minute, so this isn't that bad then. And I also just want to test if last it character is not null, or no, if... No, this will have a value on the first frame. So actually, I think here I want to just go though. If no, if I get it in start, this can be null. No, never mind. That is okay. This is okay. So this should now. What was I trying to do with this? I was doing this for something. I've now made it... Okay, no, I know what I did. I made it so now basically the rest of this code is independent of... It's not looking at the player specifically, it's more generically looking at whoever the it character is in the moment. Now, I do want to then... I need to add a special check of making sure that the it character is not equal to us. So I don't have that... Because otherwise, I think then I need to do more things. Well, if the it character is equal to us, then... well, no, I basically do have that, but... or hold on. Hold on. Okay, so it's gonna go so get the new get component of that. So now at this point, these two could be equal to each other if we're it, but that's okay. Because then we don't actually do stuff between these two unless they're different, really. So now if closest path is null it was not null and then okay, so then do all that stuff. Okay, so this should be functional. So calculate the path, then it puts a hole where the player, or where the it character is in the map, effectively. If we are it, it chooses the closest path. If we are not it, it chooses the... oh, hold on. No, this would be maybe wrong. Hold on, what? Wait, hold on. If... hold on, what? Hold on. If... So on the AI, if the AI is it, which is what this is saying. Oh, still up? Yeah, I have a bad memory. I can't retain things. Hard for me to learn things because I had hit my head twice when I was younger, 16 to 17, and the mark is still in my forehead. Rip. Ah, well then. I did fracture my skull when I was 4, so I don't have really the scar for it anymore. But I did I had to get stitches for that. So I mean, yeah, but my memory isn't the greatest either. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But also, William, still up? Yes, I shouldn't be, but I am so determined to solve all these bugs with this AI controller. But I think we're almost there. So what was I just going through? So if we are it, then the end destination should be... Oh, how do I decide who we chase? Oh, I didn't even think about that. If we are it, and there's multiple characters that are not it, how does it know who to chase? That's a problem. If we are not it, then go the furthest away from whoever is it. I'm just realizing, yeah, this is flawed logic. That's going to now break the, when we are it. If we're it. Wait. Or, what am I trying to say? So if we are it, go to the player. No, that's that. Okay, so I want to, so what I want to do here instead is, I'm going to think that it's going to pick a random one and chase them. It should pick the closest one and chase them. That'd be better. Okay, so that means I'm going to want to get a reference to, so at any time I do want to know, oh, I was really
young, so it affected me long term. 16 to 17, I don't know. I mean, I'm only 21, so 16 to 17 isn't that young compared to me, my age, I suppose. Yeah, but I did get a head injury when I was 4, so that's even younger. But maybe it wasn't as severe as yours. I mean, if you still have the mark, then yeah. But I did fracture my skull and had to get stitches, so there was that. Yeah, okay, so I want to actually get a reference to every not it character. I was 3 when it happened? Oh, 3. You said 16, 17 years. Oh, 16, 17 years ago, you probably mean. Oh, yeah. Then, yeah, ouch, I guess. Yeah. Well, I mean, not, there's a lot of programming that isn't just memorization necessarily. So with the stuff that you don't have memorized, just Googling things can get you a lot through that sometimes. So there is that. I mean, a lot of what I'm doing is just problem solving right now. I mean, remembering how my code works to a degree, I suppose. But yeah. Okay, what am I trying to do? Is it up half? I need to go. So I need self, I need it, and I need all not its at once. More. Hold on. Yeah, so I need, so of all the pathfinding object things I need the one to itself, I need the one to the it character, and I need all of the not it characters, which, yeah, so I need all of the all not it da-da-da-da-da, and this is going to be an array, which this is to scale with having lots of not it characters. Right now it's only going to have one thing in it, and that will be the player. I'm having to figure out the functionality that I want here. So all not it character pathfinding things, then where do I don't think either of those. No, I do that here. So to get all of these, it should be, this can get all of these by in start. Run trip, fell face first in a rock. I was a dumb kid. Ooh, ouch. I was running full speed. I was at like a like those, you know, it was like children's like park, those like park things. Well, yeah, at a park thing that has like stuff that you can climb on and all that. One of those, playing tag with my sister. She ran like under a thing. I ran face first into it, and yeah, went to the hospital. So that was that. Passed out apparently too. I don't remember. Well, I remember like basically after it being all dazed, but then after that, there's a point where my memory with that stops, and apparently at that point I passed out, and I don't even remember being in the hospital. So that's another thing. Yeah, I didn't even know that I got stitches. So, or not didn't know, but I have no memory of the fact that I got stitches. I more so know that as fact from being told that. I have no memory of actually getting stitches. But I was also 4 years old, so yeah. Okay. So I want this to be get all. Actually, what if I basically went get all components. Get components. Get every one. So this is going to include whoever is it. Second one was at age 9. Age 8 to 9. Things right next to the old head injury. Wait. The second one was at age no. It was right next to. Oh yeah, that scar right next to the other one. Ooh, well then. I'm lucky enough that I've never really like fully broken bones. As I said, I fractured my skull and I fractured my toe, but I've never full on broken a bone. So I am lucky there. So all. This needs to be all. So this is gonna get all of them, including itself. Which this might be getting a bit messy, but I think this is necessary for what I needed. So this is gonna be get components. Get every single one. Rather, this is the alternative to this is having to have a lot of get components, a lot in update, which rather than doing that. Now technically, if this one is also storing the it one and the self one, I could
try to have that not, like, I could try to not have these but access them in here, but then by having this, I don't have to be traversing the array every time I want to access them, unless if I somehow knew that, like self was at 0 in the array, it was always at, like, 1 or something, and then everyone else followed, but I don't have an easy way of doing that. That's like, trying to do that would be more trouble than it's worth. Okay, so now I have all of them. In order to determine which end destination to pick, like, which not it closest path. Wait. Yeah, so if, hold on, if this AI is it, then I want to pick the closest not character, not it character, or just the closest character, and actually, I'll be just, if we are it, pick the closest character that isn't us, chase them. That's actually, it's easy that. I don't even need to test if they're it or not, because I know they're not it, because we are it. So I want to then pick, that means I do need to go through, that means on each frame, and this is fine, I have to do this, on each frame I need to know which AI is closest to us. Last one, accidental, wait, what? Last one, accidental blind myself at age 13, boy is luck on my side. Wait, what do you mean accident? Wait, are you blind? Or partially blind, or blind in one eye, or something like that? At age 13? Oh my. Well, what's the story there? How'd that happen? So wait for you to type. What was I saying? I mean, I don't. I don't. You wouldn't be, like, fully blind, I don't think, if you're able to be watching this stream and be typing. You're blind in my left eye. Oh my. Well then, how did that happen? Okay, if so I need to get the distances, and whichever one's the shortest. Okay, I've done this kind of thing before over here. I need to do this. I wonder almost if I could do it here, if each character knew at all times which other character is closest to it. But I don't get to calculate that every frame anyway. No. That's unless, wonder, I could almost maybe do, no, I need a bigger sphere for that. Okay, no, that's not a problem. This is the only problem. If I had, like, 100 characters, then I might do the whole, like, having the same sphere thing. No, I can just go and test each one, because there's only going to be, like, a few. There's going to be, like, one other or two other, like, yeah, so that's fine. So I can just go through each one. So basically for each, no, I need to still copy the basic thing that I have here. Min distance. Loop. Okay. This is it choosing the end destination that it wants to go to. So basically, this is calculating the min distance of things. So the array that I want to use is the, as I said, the all blah 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 dot length, and then at this thing, if all of these minus that, so get the current distance with a special case of that the current distance isn't 0. If it's 0, then it's us. Actually, rather than that, let me more so, just to make sure that this is going to work, specifically look at that. So if the one that we're currently at is not us, rather than just testing that the distances, because I don't know what weird wonky stuff could happen there. Playing with a wire, turned my head because someone was calling me, and the wire got stuck in the corner of my eye. Oh my gosh, ugh. Oh my. Ouch. Yeah, that's awful. Oh my. Well, I guess now I have to. I don't have I don't know what to say about that, but I guess now I transition back to my code as I. So what we now need to do is see that the one that we're on is not us. So if this is not equal to self, then do all the this. If current distance is that, if so so this should never so then I want to do, okay, So dot translated magnitude that. So now I is going to be the position in the array of the closest one to us that isn't us. So this dot, what do you, oh, not this, Curtis. Yeah. Not this, sorry, that should be Mindus index. Mindus index. It's gonna be this, but now you are the wrong type. What type do you need to be? Character closest pathfinding to pathfinding object. Oh. Dot. Sorry, dot. This is then dot closest pathfinding object. Haha. Okay, I was like, wait, was I getting the wrong thing this whole time? No, we should be good on that. So now, this should, right now, this is just going to basically be just for chasing the player. Like, the player is always going to be the only one really in this. It'll be this and the AI, but now this should be able to scale if I have multiple AIs, which is what I'm really trying to do, because then it will be really cool if I can have 2 AIs. So now what should happen? Ooh, we get an error. Okay, the thing was outside of bounds. Right next to that, why are you out of bounds? Unless this is never getting set up, but this should go to dot length and then, so okay, unless this didn't fill up properly, so this equals get component. So get everything in the scene that has a that. Let me test its length beforehand. Print length. So that's gonna be its end destination, and then also if we are it, wait, what? Oh, this is it needs to be the same thing. What? Wait, hold on, what? Oh, I need to get darn. Okay, I'm gonna need another closest one. This is a lot at this point, but that's okay. Hopefully, so this one needs to be just a closest character pathfinding blah blah blah. And when I do all this math to actually just go, I'm gonna go closest pathfinding, or closest one equals the one that we choose. Oh, I wasn't fully blind instantly. Took 4 months because gel-like substance, forgot its name, leaked out. Healing was painful. It was like somebody was ripping the left side of the skull open. Ow. That's vitreous fluid, I believe, is the name of that, or something like that. Oh, that's, oh yeah, that is awful. Ugh. Over the course of 4 months. Yikes. Jeez. But now this is going to equal this, and then this is going to equal this dot this. Now, why do you have a problem with this? No, that. And then, yeah, and then, yes, Vic, yeah, vitreous fluid or something like that, yeah. So then I need to go, instead of here, it character pause, it's going to be the closest. Object to face is going to be that finding dot transform, right? I believe so. This is what we have here. No, what object to face is a vector dot position. Oh no, object to face is wait, what? Object to face is vector 3.0. Oh no, then object to face is blah, or it's the current position. Now I need to also subtract something, right? No, or if where we're trying to face it character pause is, so this was the player, closest pathfinding dot transform dot position, sorry, yeah. So that dot transform that, and then it character pause. Oh wait, hold on. I'm not using this here. I should have replaced this for this. So actually, not it character pause. That's not what I want. This is the player one. So this needs to be closest character pause equals this thing. Closest character pause dot blah. And now this vector 3 I'm passing into all these spots. Just do not have that repetition. Okay. Now this should, maybe do things. I kind of forget all of what I was trying to fix with that, but oh, another error. Darn it. Okay, well, so you fix them one by one. Hurrah! Okay, so this is. Oh, I didn't change anything there. That was just with this. This is still being. I think this is being empty. It's not like filling these up properly, so maybe. Oh, get components is wrong. Right, get components is totally wrong. I want this to be find objects of type. That's what that should be. So that was just not filling up. Okay. 4 months of pain. Boy, was it fun. Doctors couldn't find any pain medicines that's strong enough. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Again, very not fun. I'm done now. Yeah. You said that was a few years ago, right? So. Okay. So now this is chasing. Wait. Let me go back to. So let me have this so I can see like the full screen view. Let me turn off the gizmos. Let me now test this running around. Oh, not like that. By clicking on the player so I can kind of see where the player is going. Is it doing... So now it's not doing the... Wait, did I fix that? I didn't think I guess I am now. Well, I fixed the it randomly turning around. That's what I was trying to fix. It's still like... Yeah, right now I'm just... So now, yeah, it flipped around when it should have. And now it's chasing the player. Oh, no. Oh. As long as I don't fall off the platforms, I'm good. Now it's getting really close. Wait, no, okay, that was my bad. It has a struggle now. But that's okay. That was to be expected. So now the actual tagging should work. If I do this, here it comes, boop, and then it runs away. Or not. Wait, oh no. Wait. I guess I didn't do that right. Okay, so hold on. Why did that not work? So it's like, here it comes. Oh, what? If the player doesn't move, you can't get to me? Why not? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Still more problems. No. I want to be done with this soon. Okay, so... Okay, that might be... I don't know if that's a different issue entirely, but... So right now, it's... Its end destination is 9 because the player is closest to 11, and it's treating 11 as though it doesn't exist. Okay, so... I should have that if end destination equals current destination, beeline towards the player, right? I think that's what I want. So then if like, yeah, that is functionality. Well, no, wait, right? Because then if, I'm just trying to make sure if that is what I want before I do it. So added thing is that with the AI pathfinding input is that if, so but I think I fixed the it randomly turning around. Now this is just one other piece of problem. That is if the thing that's, where's the part where I go, so I calculate end destination here, but then in terms of deciding whether to follow, so I calculate end destination here, and then I calculate current destination, and then these could basically step towards each other. Now, if I, next step gets a pathfinding object. Now, if current destination and end destination equal each other, then it should, there should be a factor in this. Okay, so, or then it should do this one, otherwise it does this, right? So, if, let me just look at the other parts here. So, if we are it, and if we are it, so we should be chasing the player, and this thingy, do I even need this then? No, if we are closer to the player or the thing we're chasing than the destination we're trying to go to, beeline towards the player. Or, so actually do that like kind of first. Or if just simply current destination equals end destination. That should also set it off. But let me make sure then the kind of brackets around it is all right. So if we are it and one of these things, actually. So just put brackets around all of this. So, whoa. Yeah, so if we are it and one of these things is true, either we're closer to the player than the current destination, chase the player, or current destination equals end destination. End destination should be like right near the player, so then chase the player. Okay, so this should work. And this hopefully, well, let me also delete the, go out of here. Oh, no, wait, is this working? Let me get rid of this print statement. Please work. Right? Yeah, I would like it if you worked. Okay, it's chasing. Chasing is happening. Booyah, hit player. Okay, and then it runs away. Oh, it doesn't, now it's not running away right. Something not happening right in terms of how it's now changing state back to... It up here, it is saying... So yeah, this here says that it should be... That's a lol. Yeah, it's okay, let me look at more things of, so where does it think it's trying to go and all that stuff. So, it thinks that right now it's on pathfinding object. Oh, it thinks that it's on 13. Okay, sure. Wait, it thinks it's on 13. The player thinks that it's on 9. And the AI is trying to... ooh, this is wrong. So it's not calculating... Okay, so, well, it's wrong, but I see what's wrong. It's not calculating the end destination right. But if it was, then it would be traveling the right way. So when... So I have to go back up to my calculating of end destination. Or it's not calculating... No, that's it. That's the only problem. Yeah. Pathfinding input. So that is this area. In the scenario of it not being it. So let me double check that. Wait, if it character equals transformer. I'm updating this right. So wait, so if we are it, blah blah blah. So otherwise, so it should just be doing this. It closest path dot farthest object. But I guess it's not doing this. Let me double check. I'm guessing that it's not doing this. Just test that code's running. And more specifically, let me actually, if it's running, then I want to get this data. Of what it thinks that the its characters for this thing is whatever. So it should run at me, and right now the console's not printing anything. Now it touches me, and now it's printing 9. Okay. So okay, it is running, which means that it closest path isn't... Oh, because I don't re-update this. Or this isn't updating right. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, this should be it closest path is only basically updating once at the beginning of the game, and then it's never updating again. It should update in this scenario when it should update whenever the it character changes. Wait. No, this should update a lot more regularly. Wait, what? No. This should update every frame. It's just not... Maybe last it character isn't calling? No, wait, hold on. No, there's more wrong with this. No. Wait. Get the it character, get component this. This closest pathfinding. I don't think this is right. No, wait. Something is wrong here. So, wish game dev was like putting Legos together. Yeah. It'd be a lot easier. It kind of can be if you design things right in terms of the modularity of it. So what I'm trying to have this kind of low coupling thing, although looking at all these get components, that's not entirely the case. But gotta do what you gotta do to make it work. So sorry, what's happening here? So first, let me just test one thing. No, this should be updating. Okay, so hold on, let me back up a little bit. So this is never changing. So let me back up from here. So it closest path is... What's it closest path? So the it characters... So self closest path is the thing that this is on, so the AI's closest path object. It closest path. Wait. Okay. It closest path. Here, let me print it closest path instead, so I can just see what that is. See if that's updating right. So that I'm guessing is being the 12. If it's being anything, or maybe like the 5, 12 or the 5, something on this side of the map, then it's doing what I expect. Other than just it's not updating. If it's like, oh, it's 13. What? No, that's a problem. So 13's farthest object is 9. Is that what I'm seeing? No, that's what it's calculating, and that's wrong. Darn. Why is it doing that? So turn off this quick. Okay. So print closest path. Let's say plus. Okay. So no, is that a problem with the pathfinding algorithm? That's something I never wanted to touch again. How do you know what all these words mean? Because I made them over the last bit. I've named them with specific reasonings in mind of what they are, and I've been doing this nonstop for the last 2 days. So that's why I know why these means, because I've made them myself. It's a lot easier to understand when you're the one who made this. This isn't like me using someone else's code. Like, I would have no idea what's going on, but because I built it all, well, with some help from like chat and stuff like that, but I still like basically typed it all myself, and know conceptually how it's working. And I've been explaining a lot of how these different parts work to different people that coming in and out. Okay, so wait, no, what? Oh, hold on. Oh no, yeah, no. So, oh darn, that's a problem. Okay, so the pathfinding algorithm is thinking that basically that this object, this pathfinding object 13, is really, really far from this one. And that's not what should be happening. Okay. So how do I troubleshoot that? So that could be, wait, so the it player's closest path, but it shouldn't even be 13. Okay, so that's another part of that is that right now, so once this hit the player pathfinding overlap thinks it's at 9. So it closest path. Oh, like how do you know what they all do? Also, same answer, because I made them all. So I guess. So I know what these things do. So this part specifically, I can explain, I guess, that it closest path. So the word it is weird, I guess, in that in the game of tag, whoever's it, that's like what it is in all these cases. So the character that is it. So right now, in where this is going wrong, that's the player. The player is it. And all of these it closest path. Sorry, so I should be more specific. It closest path is all these blue empty game objects. It's whichever one the player is closest to right now. So right now it is closest to 9 than any of these other ones. It's almost closer to this one, but not quite. So like, whoa, let me select the player here. So the player is closest to 9, now it's closest to 11, now it's closest to 4. So that's what, that's being calculated somewhere. That's what it closest path is. Now, on top of that, I have this variable, it closest path dot farthest object. I guess it should be farthest path, maybe, but whatever. And that is, on 9, what it's supposed to be is, which other of these blue objects is the farthest away? So from 9, the furthest away is like this one over here. From like this one, the furthest away is like this one over here. So that's what that is. So what this is supposed to be doing is something with like setting. So the AI right now, if So in terms of the AI deciding where to go, it's looking at the player, then looking at, if the player is it, the player is closest to 9. Look at the furthest one from 9. That's, let's say, one over here. That's where we want to go. That is this end destination. That's what it's supposed to be doing. But right now, that is not what it's doing, unfortunately. And I'm trying to figure out why. So the first thing is that its closest path is getting the wrong thing. Its closest path is getting this, like, 13 for some reason, when it should be getting this 9. So I'm looking into why that is. I'm looking at, like, where I set up what it is. So character closest path finding. That's a script. Dot closest path finding object. So let me basically go back up more in my print statements to this. To kind of, or no, let me not do that. Let me just have more print statements here for a moment, just to see what more values of things are. I want to test what this is. So dot game object dot name. This is going to be the it is going to be the child object. Oh wait, no, that's still not. Okay, so this dot game object. Let me just print out what this is. No, but this is going to be its character closest path finding. I need to go dot parent because it's going to be no dot transform dot parent dot name, I believe. And a lot of this stuff with some of these functions, me knowing that just that they exist, like me knowing that dot parent exists, is just from repetition mainly of just having used it even like multiple times today. So that is something there of, okay, bam, now it's, yeah. Oh, it's not updating itself. Okay, that's good. That is good to know. So it is not updating that. Okay. So this thing, long story short, in that place, this should be printing out player, but right now it's printing out AI. So it's not changing to what it should be changing to. So that is the part of the problem. Might be the entirety of the problem, more, but we're going to see. So why isn't it changing? This should be did I not set last it character equals it character transform. So the frame that a new character is now this thing should be running. So I'm guessing that it's not. So wait, what did I print out? Let me print. I need to know that this code ran. So I'm guessing that it's never running when it should be. Okay, so now we wait for it to run to me. It ran once at the beginning of the game, which it should, and now it's not running. Okay, that's why it's breaking. So something in. So this is my way of having this isn't working. Now, one thing I can do just as a temporary fix. This was a performance thing. This could be called every frame, and this works. It's just bad on performance or something. So I want that to only update when a new character is it. So when it changes, like who's it. So now I wait for this to run. This should theoretically work. It's just bad on performance. Oh no, it still didn't work. Darn. No. Once the player moves, then it has maybe fixed itself. Like now it knows it's the player, I guess. So now it runs away properly, I think. Let me completely catch up to it and test that for sure. But now me touching it, not if I fall off the map, but So what's the problem there? So it updated, but not like right away. Let it hit me again and look more at what variables are changing. So this should go, bam. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. There's still a problem here. Okay, so you can't see the console. I'm looking at the console. This is it's this code. This is the or is it? Oh, this is printing every frame. So actually, that's not really helping me. So I know, because I know that this is running. This is this print statement is not changing as it should or something. Hold on. So this is going. It's so the God, even I'm struggling to trying to remember what these different things all do because it's all very complicated. But so this variable I made that is the it character closest pathfinding. So the closest of those blue objects to the character that is considered to be it gets set equal to get this global thing that is what character is currently it. And I know that this is being set correctly. So get the character that is considered to be it, and go get component in children. This script, just get this script that I want to get that's on the character that is it. Then from that, have this other variable that it closest path. Sorry. This isn't a reference to the closest blue object. This is a reference to a script that calculates the closest blue object. And then here I actually get it closest path is the closest of those blue objects, the empty game objects that had the name, the pathfinding things. So that it should be going this dot this. So maybe its character, but I know that this is updating as it should. No. I know that. No. What is the problem here? And then so this should go, and it is calculating the path here, and then this is having an else. So this print statement isn't running all the time, which is weird. Wait, actually maybe it's not weird. If the when okay. When the I need to do a special okay, I got this. I think I got this. Okay. I need to do a special actually this if I bring this back up here. I need to do a special one-time auto changing the end destination or something like that, where basically hold on. So this whole if statement only runs when the it character's closest thing becomes different, which doesn't happen when the player is changing, when the player is standing still, as what was just happening when I was just testing that. So I want to have that this is, we detected, it basically this if statement is, we detected that the character that was it last frame is different than the character that was it this frame. So the character that is considered it has changed in this frame. So when I do that, I'm now updating some information about getting information from the character that is considered to be it. And now I want to set the, almost make this run manually. So I'm actually, I think, just going to copy this code into here. Set the end destination manually to the its destination's furthest object, I think. And recalculate the paths manually, actually, as well. I want to do both of those steps. I believe. That's the other half of it. This is why this isn't working, I don't think. Part of it wasn't working. I believe is that I want to do both of those. So let me test that. This is so complicated. Let me go into play mode now. And now... error. Okay, got error of some kind. Why do you have an error? Wait, what was your problem? It closest path dot farthest object. Oh, because I needed to do this in up here. In that case, so I needed to do like get this, use this to get this, then use this to get this. And then I want to I'm going to have like an else that else of whoa. So okay, this might look weird of having this in both places, but I think I have the reason I need to do that. So if when we detect that the it character changes, do all this stuff, which includes updating this. Otherwise, just update this. But I can't have both of these be outside of here because I need to update this specifically in between this line and this line. Because the way that this works. I'm gonna head out. Good luck. All right. Well, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. Yeah. I am. Yeah. I think I'm close to hopefully near the end of this. Right now, this should work theoretically, which it looks like it might. So if you want to stay for like 2 seconds just to see, working. Oh no, it's not working. Darn it. No. Oh, I was so confident. Oh. Okay. Well, I think it's getting closer and closer to being working, but we'll get it there eventually. Darn, that's unfortunate. Why? Let me at least have more print statements just to see now. So this I know isn't running, but I just want to see. Why? Okay. Darn it! I was so confident that that was working. Let me. I don't need to print end destination. I can see it in the thing. Well, I know current destination and end destination are both 9 for it to be swirling around like that. So I really want to solve this tonight. No, I'm basically pulling an all-nighter at this point, but it's okay. I can sleep during the day a little bit. Okay, it closest path. What else could be the problem here? So I guess after recalculating the path, I want to print. I think this was something I want to do anyway was recalculating the path whenever there was an it state change, effectively. Oops. Okay, so print. Just int closest path for now. Dot name. And plus. Oh, come on. This. Because after recalculating the path, that shouldn't be the case. I think. 12 and 9. Okay, so actually, I'm gonna put the console back up behind my head. But so on start, the AI being it determined that it was at 12, and so it being the it character was at 12, and the furthest thing away was 9. So that's where it decides it wants to travel. It now hits the player, tags him. Oh, okay, this is almost good. Okay, so the console didn't print out anything more, which means that this didn't run. Which is almost, it's bad, but it's still better. So okay, that's a good thing. Because I'm confident this code will work when it does run. It's still not running. So that means I'm missing something else here. So let me now have a print statement to be testing both of these because this should be changing. It's just not. So my detecting that when the it character is changed is wrong. So print, not just this. I want to print out like this dot name plus blank plus this last it character dot name. And with that, I don't need to print out this. Okay, let me see what that's gonna do. Waiting for it to. Oh no, missed. Didn't click it. Okay, so on null reference exception. That shouldn't happen. Well, okay, actually, it will happen if it have it in the start. So let me more so go if. So this would have gotten set in frame 1. So it found that. So this can't be null. Or it won't be null as long as that game object's there, which I know it is. So this was null. So if this not equal to null, that I just need that condition, I think, on the print statement. Why do you have problems? Oh, you're good. Okay. So now let's just try that. Now it'll print the things properly, I believe. So it's putting it character tracker and it character tracker. What? What? Oh, the last it character tracker is I'm getting the wrong thing. It character tracker. Haha. I made this mistake before. It's supposed to be getting the it character. I'm an idiot. Of course, that's not going to be different. It character. So I wasn't actually testing that the. This was supposed to test that when the character that is currently it has changed, do stuff. It wasn't doing that. It was testing that the thing that stores the variable that was the currently it character changes, which it doesn't. So darn it. Well, I still wanted to have. This was a good thing to do anyways. Was to recalculate the path when the it character changes to prevent bugs that would happen if it did it late. So right now it's going AI and AI, and then boom, player and player, and now you run, it runs away, and now it's player and player. Oh, it's a one frame thing. Beautiful, it's working, but I'm almost like too tired to celebrate. But hold on, let me I think I can get rid of those print statements. Let me go and now test this properly, and then I think, well, one, we're gonna call it a day for sure. But I want to just test this a little bit more. Well, I want to test this to test that it's actually working. I'm pretty sure it is. I think we finally solved all the bugs. So first of all, I can run away from the player, or I can run away from the AI. Running away tag works, and it is chasing. And if the map was not a grid, or if the map was more of a grid, the pathfinding would be more robust. Wait, what am I saying? The pathfinding would be not, in a circle if the level wasn't designed to be a circle. So now, at one point, it tags me, and then now it runs away. And the running away is also really good in how it does. Okay, now I'm just going to reset the player. Just reset the map. Actual maps will have walls, so you can't fall infinitely. That is one thing. Now, I do need to kind of test what happens if... Booyah, okay, it does that. I sort of need to test what happens if, there's a little bit of a problem, there's a potential problem if they collide in midair and what might happen, but that should be fine. And if they collide in midair, it's okay if they fall in that, in-between changing of who's it and who's not it, because, again, there won't be any actual bottomless pits. It'll be that you fall to lower part of the level. Which is fine if that happens in that switch state, because that means that both are gonna fall down. It won't be one and not the other, probably. So we're gonna call it here. I think we're gonna end off the stream. But next time, let me go back to my roadmap here. We did AI jumping. AI jumping works. We did that kind of a while ago. This was all then what we've been doing for the last many hours is getting the pathfinding to be just better. Now, one thing, I want to test one more thing, as I forget if this functionality is a thing. I should be able to delete 13 here, and actually, first, before I even do anything, is that if I reduce 3 and 9, I can create this functionality of, now, as far as the AI is concerned, 9 and 3 are not connected. So I would do this if there was a big old wall right in between. So now there are 2 dead ends, and I just want to see how the AI handles them. which it won't handle it well. So it's gonna run the player like this, and if I run away, ha ha ha, you can't get me. Oh, it got me anyway. And I know why it did. And actually, that was it did something smart to do that. Let me go further this way. Now it shouldn't. Now it's gonna. Oh my God, where'd it go? Oh, something happened where it fell off the map. Actually, that's maybe. I worry about that. Oh no, I know why I did that, because it went to turn around, and I think it went to turn around in midair. Yeah, that's what it did. That was just bad timing. If it went to turn around while it was in midair. Okay, so now though, here it comes, booyah, and then now it runs away. But as far as it's concerned, there's like dead ends. So I'm curious what it's gonna try and do. I hate everything. I wasn't prepared for that. No. I get what it's doing though. So hopefully, I don't know how much of a. Let it actually touch the player. No. Okay. So what it did was what did it? Hard to put into words what it tried to do, but it was a problem with it. There being a dead end. It was with dead ends, but the actual maps won't have dead ends like this necessarily. So won't be like such like binary kind of dead ends. So I was trying to run this way. I don't know. There's a good reason for it. Like that wasn't anything going wrong necessarily. Another thing I can do is have one-way paths. I'm not going to do that right now. I don't need to do all this testing. But what I wanted to experiment really quickly was just getting rid of the 13 here that I don't think needs to be here anymore, and then relinking this. So relinking 3 to 9 and 9 to 3. That connection. And now I just need to see if it can make the jump fine when it goes up and around. So just let it tag me, let it back up a little. Booyah. It goes that way. It should make this jump no problem. Okay. So that was with some bug fixing, the points don't need to be as dense as I was they don't need to be as dense as I was making them. It's almost a problem. Actually, I want to be careful with it, but okay, let me tag you. Hey. Oh, now it's chasing. Right. Okay. I purposely have, for debugging purposes, I have the like overlap of tagging quite like larger than what I think it'll actually be in game. Let me reduce that now, just to before I forget. And yeah, so this right here is like how much overlap. Actually, it's like double. It's this overlap. When this overlaps with this, that's when a tag occurs. So I just want to reduce that by quite a bit. I think I'm gonna go 3 on the height, and then like not 1, maybe 1. I'll try 1 for now. Just 1, and then I can always tweak it. But I want them both to be the same here. So tag overlap is using nested prefabs might be something that'd be possibly worth doing with some of this stuff. That's actually like those are meant to be the same on both things, but I'm not gonna worry about it right now. So now let me just test something. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm curious to just try it. I said that there is a possibility that having multiple AIs could, in theory, work. And let me just give the other one like a different color for no reason other than pizzazz. Let's give this one a dark blue color. Oh, we're on the wrong object. Bam. So I'm going to assume this won't work, and if it doesn't, I'm not going to debug it now, but this could work. Oh, they both just ran off the world. Okay, so there's still null reference. Null reference where? The it path... And then it had a problem there. Closest, if it's, oh, you know what? I know part of the problem is or no. No, this AI was trying to chase this one, or that's what should have been happening. Is that I have AI 1. this AI was it. It was trying to chase this AI, and this AI should be running away, but it's it running away, but then also seeing me. I don't know if that was a problem. Let me specifically just test if the player is it with two AIs running away. How do they handle that? It doesn't like that either. And they just run. Okay, so that's fine. I'll as I said, I would like ideally to get that to work at some point, but that point does not have to be now. That's okay. But it's close to working, maybe. If I can figure out those bugs, then maybe it will work. It's just as soon as there's one error, then it all just falls apart. I think, okay, one other thing I'd like to do real quick, I'm going to put this in maybe like the jump code for it now, because this has to do with falling. I do just want a quick little thing that just goes, if transform.position.y is less than -1000, then go transform.position equals like vector3.0, which is just going to, if we fall off the world, it should put us back in the world. Now, okay, technically, okay, in this environment, there's a hole in the world at the center. I think all the actual arenas won't have that, but for now, just this for the sake of it, I'm just going to put here being that world. So that's at like 0 to -20. And yes, I could put this being like, it puts in their starting position, but this code should never run in proper gameplay, so this code runs when stuff goes wrong. And in this environment, there actually being holes. So, and you're not supposed to set the transform over edge body manually, but this is like a case where it's fine. So if I fall off the world, I have to fall pretty far, all the way to -100. Then I should, bam, reset. And now the AI should actually do that too in a moment. Boom. So that is, it's never gonna like not startle me. Jesus. But woo, we got AI tag, and it's working, and it's beautiful, and it's cool, and I can have more crazy jumping if I so desire. Awesome, amazing. So now the plans for next time, whether that's tomorrow or not, plans for next time is continuing along a lot of... Oh, I want to do AI turn and spot. That is one thing I want to do. That's one thing that'll help make this a little better, is that the have the AI, when it turns, being a little bit... Basically, the more it has to turn, the less it's kind of moving forward. So that if it needs to turn 180 degrees, it doesn't move forward as much while it's turning. But then as it gets closer to where it needs to turn, have it do that. So actually, that's going to be the first thing we're going to do. That's going to be part of, that's still kind of part of the improving the AI. So AI turn and spot, do that. Then we're going to design a new test level that's not this area, that's going to have verticality and jumping and walls, plus walls, because it's going to have an actual like no bottomless pits ideally. Then make if player falls off map, respawn them. We just did that actually, so that is done. Improve the its state change. We did do that, but I kind of still want to improve it more, so this still counts as, I'm going to keep that there. Make a UI indication of who's it. Make UI bars fill for both characters that, or make UI bars for both characters that fill, and that indicates like a whoever's running away, their bars slowly fill, and then yeah, basically do stuff with that. Then make a win/lose condition. Then make more actions for the player. Make a mini map. Make program that would make a pause menu. Make the character be able to be stunned by hazard. So something that like you touch this thing, now you can't move for like a second or two, and then you get movement back. Then more level stuff. This will be kind of an ongoing thing once we get to this point. Just more cool things to do in the levels. Then make weapons for player and AI, and then perhaps make a loadout system. Then polishing of like having models, animations, design the levels, make more AI models for different levels, make like the models that are going to go in each levels, and block them out, finalize them, do cool post-processing stuff, the fancy things. We're going to have some maybe little cutscenes in, like between the levels and at the beginning and at the end maybe. Then make a main menu, make a level select. Maybe have saving and unlocking of levels. I don't need this. Worst comes to worst, have all the levels unlocked by default. That's like, okay. And then just more polish after that. So that's the roadmap of where we're going to be going with this. We have a lot to go through, but it's slowly coming along, which is really, really cool. So I'm going to end things off for today. And yeah, we will pick things up next time. So I need to get some sleep. All right, well, let me go to... Nice screen to end this off on is, let's go just, I don't know, something like this. Boom. Okay, so anyways, and actually I'm going to go over to this side. No, I'm going to go over to this side, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But anyways, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I'll see you around. And I gotta end things off. Actually, like clicking the button. But woo, yeah. Really happy with how this is going. Anyways, I'll see you around.